Chapter 42 of the Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 42, Injured Innocence. From Clive Newcombe, Esquire, to Lieutenant Colonel Newcombe, C.B., Brighton, June 12, 18 blank. My dearest father, as the weather was growing very hot at Naples, and you wished I should come to England to see Mr. Binney, I came accordingly, and have been here 3 weeks, and write to you from Aunt Honeyman's parlour at Brighton, where you ate your last dinner before embarking for India. I found your splendid remittance calling in Fog Court, and have invested a part of the sum in a good horse to ride, upon which I take my diversion with other young dandies in the park. Florac is in England, but he has no need of your kindness. Only think, he is Prince de Malcontour now, the second title of the Duc d'Ivry's family, and Monsieur le Comte de Florac is Duc d'Ivry in consequence of the demise of t'other old gentleman. I believe the late Duke's wife shortened his life. Oh, what a woman! She caused a duel between Lord Q and a Frenchman, which has, in its turn, occasioned all sorts of evil and division in families, as you shall hear. In the first place, in consequence of the duel and of incompatibility of temper, the match between Q and E.N. has been broken off. I met Lord Q at Naples with his mother and brother. Nice, quiet people as you would like them. Q's wound and subsequent illness have altered him a good deal. He has become much more serious than he used to be. Not ludicrously so at all. But he says he thinks his past life has been useless and even criminal, and he wishes to change it. He has sold his horses and sown his wild oats. He has turned quite a sober, quiet gentleman. At our meeting, he told me of what had happened between him and Ethel, of whom he spoke most kindly and generously, but avowing his opinion that they never could have been happy in married life. And now I think my dear old father will see that there may be another reason, besides my desire to see Mr. Binney, which has brought me tumbling back to England again. If need be, to speak, I never shall have, I hope, any secrets from you. I have not said much about one which has given me the deuce's disquiet for 10 months past, because there was no good in talking about it, or vexing you needlessly with reports of my griefs and woes. Well, when we were at Baden in September last, and E and I wrote those letters in common to you, I dare say you can fancy what my feelings might have been toward such a beautiful young creature, who has 100 faults, for which I love her just as much as for the good that is in her. I became dreadfully smitten indeed, and knowing that she was engaged to Lord Q, I did as you told me you did once when the enemy was too strong for you. I ran away. I had a bad time of it for 2 or 3 months. At Rome, however, I began to take matters more easily. My naturally fine appetite returned, and at the end of the season I found myself uncommonly happy in the society of the Miss Balliols and the Miss Freemans. But when Q told me at Naples of what had happened, there was straightway a fresh eruption in my heart, and I was fool enough to come almost without sleep to London, in order to catch a glimpse of the bright eyes of E.N. She is now in this very house upstairs with one aunt, whilst the other lets lodgings to her. I have seen her, but very seldom indeed, since I came to London, where Sir Brian and Lady Anne do not pass the season, and Ethel goes about to a dozen parties every week with old Lady Q, who neither loves you nor me. Hearing E say she was coming down to her parents at Brighton, I made so bold as to waylay her at the train, though I didn't tell her that I passed 3 hours in the waiting room. And we made the journey together, and she was very kind and beautiful. And though I suppose I might just as well ask the royal princess to have me, I can't help hoping and longing and hankering after her. And Aunt Honeyman must have found out that I am fond of her, for the old lady has received me with a scolding. Uncle Charles seems to be in very good condition again. I saw him in full clerical feather at Madame de Montcontour's, a good-natured body who drops her H's, though Florac is not aware of their absence. Pendennis and Warrington, I know, would send you their regards. Penn is conceited, but much kinder in reality than he has the air of being. Fred Bayham is doing well, and prospering in his mysterious way. Mr. Benny is not looking at all well, and Mrs. Mac, well, as I know you never attack a lady behind her lovely back. I won't say a word of Mrs. Mac, but she has taken possession of Uncle James, and seems to me to weigh upon him somehow. Rosie is as pretty and good-natured as ever, and has learned 2 new songs. But you see, with my sentiments in another quarter, I feel as if it were guilty and awkward in company of Rosie and her mamma. They have become the very greatest friends with Briarstone Square, and Mrs. Mac is always citing Aunt Hobson as the most superior of women, in which opinion I dare say Aunt Hobson concurs. Goodbye, my dearest father. My sheet is full. I wish I could put my arm in yours and pace up and down the pier with you, and tell you more and more. But you know enough now, and that I am your affectionate son always, C.N. In fact, when Mr. Clive appeared at Stane Gardens, stepping out of the fly, and handing Miss Ethel thence, Miss Honeyman, of course, was very glad to see her nephew, and saluted him with a little embrace to show her sense of pleasure at his visit. But the next day, being Sunday, when Clive, with the most engaging smile on his countenance, walked over to breakfast from his hotel, Miss Honeyman would scarcely speak to him during the meal, looked out at him very haughtily from under her Sunday cap, and received his stories about Italy with, "Oh, ah, indeed," in a very unkind manner. And when breakfast was over, and she had done washing her aged chins, she fluttered up to Clive with such an agitation of plumage, redness of craw, and anger of manner, as a maternal hen shows if she has reason to think you menace her chickens. She fluttered up to Clive, I say, and cried out, "Not in this house, Clive, not in this house. I beg you to understand that." Clive, looking amazed, said, "Certainly not, ma'am. I never did do it in the house, as I know you don't like it. I was going into the square," the young man meaning that he was about to smoke, and conjecturing that his aunt's anger applied to that practice. "You know very well what I mean, sir. Don't try to turn me off in that highty-tighty way. My dinner today is at 1:30. You can dine or not as you like," and the old lady flounced out of the room. Poor Clive stood rolling his cigar in sad perplexity of spirit until Mrs. Honeyman's servant Hannah entered, who, for her part, grinned and looked particularly sly. "In the name of goodness, Hannah, what is the row about?" cries Mr. Clive. "What is my aunt scolding at? What are you grinning at, you old Cheshire cat?" "Get along, Mr. Clive," says Hannah, patting the cloth. "Get along? Why, get along, and where am I to get along to?" "Did he do really now, Master Clive?" cries Mrs. Honeyman's attendant, grinning with the utmost good humour. "Well, she be as pretty a young lady as ever I saw, and as I told my missus, Miss Martha, says I, there's a pair on 'em, though missus was mortal angry to be sure. She never could bear it." "Bear what, you old goose?" cries Clive, who by these playful names had been wont to designate Hannah these 20 years past. A young gentleman and a young lady a kissing of each other in the railway coach, says Hannah, jerking up her finger to the ceiling, as much as to say, there she is. Lar, she be a pretty young creature, that she be, and so I told Miss Martha. Thus differently had the news which had come to them on the previous night affected the old lady and her maid. The news was that Miss Newcome's maid, a giddy thing from the county, who had not even learned as yet to hold her tongue, had announced with giggling delight to Lady Anne's maid, who was taking tea with Mrs. Hicks, that Mr. Clive had given Miss Ethel a kiss in the tunnel, and she supposed it was a match. This intelligence Hannah Hicks took to her mistress, of whose angry behavior to Clive the next morning you may now understand the cause. Clive did not know whether to laugh or to be in a rage. He swore that he was as innocent of all intention of kissing Miss Ethel as of embracing Queen Elizabeth. He was shocked to think of his cousin walking above, fancy-free in maiden meditation, whilst this conversation regarding her was carried on below. How could he face her, or her mother, or even her maid, now he had cognizance of this naughty calumny? Of course Hannah had contradicted it. Of course I have done no such indeed, replied Master Clive's old friend. Of course I have set him down a bit, for when little Trimmer said it, and she supposed it was all settled between you, seeing at how it had been a-going on in foreign parts last year, Mrs. Pincott says, hold your silly tongue, Trimmer, she says. Miss Ethel marry a painter? Indeed, Trimmer, says she. While she has refused to be a countess, she says, and can be a marchioness any day, and will be a marchioness. Marry a painter indeed. Mrs. Pincott says, Trimmer, I'm surprised at your impudence. So, my dear, I got angry at that, Clive's champion continued, and says if my young master ain't good enough for any young lady in this world, says I'd like you to show her to me, and if his dear father, the colonel, says ain't as good as your old gentleman upstairs, says who has gruel and dines upon doctor's stuff, the Mrs. Pincott, says my name isn't what it is, says Those were my very words, Master Clive, my dear. And then Mrs. Pincott says, Mrs. Hicks, she says, you don't understand society, she says. You don't understand society, he. And the country lady, with considerable humor, gave an imitation of the town lady's manner. At this juncture, Miss Honeyman re-entered the parlor, arrayed in her Sunday bonnet, her stiff and spotless collar, her cashmere shawl, an agra brooch, and carrying her Bible and prayer book, each stitched in its neat cover of brown silk. Don't stay chattering there, you idle woman, she cried to her attendant with extreme asperity. And you, sir, if you wish to smoke your cigar, you had best walk down to the cliff where the cockneys are, she added, glowering at Clive. Now I understand it all, Clive said, trying to deprecate her anger. My dear good aunt, it's a most absurd mistake, upon my honor. Miss Ethel is as innocent as you are. Innocent or not, this house is not intended for assignations, Clive. As long as Sir Brian Newcombe lodges here, you will be pleased to keep away from it, sir. And though I don't approve of Sunday traveling, I think the very best thing you can do is to put yourself in the train and go back to London. And now, young people who read my moral pages, you will see how highly imprudent it is to sit with your cousins in railway carriages, and how, though you may not mean the slightest harm in the world, a great deal may be attributed to you, and how, when you think you are managing your little absurd love affairs ever so quietly, James and Betsy, in the servants' hall are very likely talking about them, and you are putting yourself in the power of those menials. If the perusal of these lines has rendered one single young couple uncomfortable, surely my amiable end is answered, and I have written not altogether in vain. Clive was going away, innocent though he was, yet quivering under his aunt's reproof, and so put out of countenance that he had not even thought of lighting the great cigar, which he stuck into his foolish mouth, when a shout of "Clive! Clive!" from half a dozen little voices roused him, and presently as many little Newcomes came toddling down the stairs, and this one clung round his knees, and that at the skirts of his coat, and another took his hand and said he must come and walk with them on the beach. So away went Clive to walk with his cousins, and then to see his old friend, Miss Can, with whom and the elder children he walked to church, and issuing thence greeted Lady Anne and Ethel, who had also attended the service in the most natural way in the world. While engaged in talking with these, Miss Honeyman came out of the sacred edifice, crisp and stately in the famous Agra brooch and cashmere shawls. The good-natured Lady Anne had a smile and a kind word for her, as for everybody. Clive went up to his maternal aunt to offer his arm. "You must give him up to us for dinner, Miss Honeyman, if you please to be so very kind. He was so good-natured in escorting Ethel down," Lady Anne said. My lady," says Miss Honeyman, perking her head up in her collar. Clive did not know whether to laugh or not, but a fine blush illuminated his countenance. As for Ethel, she was and looked perfectly unconscious. So, rustling in her stiff black silk, Martha Honeyman walked with her nephew, silent by the shore of the much-sounding sea. The idea of courtship, of osculatory processes, of marrying and giving in marriage, made this elderly virgin chafe and fume, she never having at any period of her life indulged in any such ideas or practices, and being angry against them, as childless wives will sometimes be angry and testy against matrons with their prattle about their nurseries. Now Miss Can was a different sort of spinster, and loved a bit of sentiment with all her heart, from which I am led to conclude. But pray, is this the history of Miss Can, or of the Newcomes? All these Newcomes then entered into Miss Honeyman's house, where a number of little knives and forks were laid for them. Ethel was cold and thoughtful. Lady Anne was perfectly good-natured, as her wont was. Sir Brian came in on the arm of his valet presently, wearing that look of extra neatness which invalids have, who have just been shaved and combed and made ready by their attendants to receive company. He was voluble, though there was a perceptible change in his voice. He talked chiefly of matters which had occurred 40 years ago, and especially of Clive's own father, when he was a boy, in a manner which interested the young man and Ethel. "He threw me down in a chaise, sad chap, always reading Orme's History of India. Wanted marry Frenchwoman. He wondered Mrs. Newcombe didn't leave Tom anything. 'Pon my word, quite surprise. The events of today, the House of Commons, the city, had little interest for him. All the children went up and shook him by the hand, with awe in their looks, and he patted their yellow heads vacantly and kindly. He asked Clive several times where he had been, and said he himself had had a slight tack. Very slight. Was getting well every day. Strong as a horse. Go back to Parliament directly. And then he became a little peevish with Parker, his man, about his broth. The man retired, and came back presently with profound bows and gravity to tell Sir Brian dinner was ready. And he went away quite briskly at this news, giving a couple of fingers to Clive before he disappeared into the upper apartments. Good-natured Lady Anne was as easy about this as about the other events of this world. In later days, with what a strange feeling we remember that last night we have of the old friend, that nod of farewell and shake of the hand, that last look of the face and figure as the door closes on him, or the coach drives away. So the roast mutton was ready, and all the children dined very heartily. The infantile meal had not been long concluded when servants announced the Marquis of Farintosh, and that nobleman made his appearance to pay his respects to Miss Newcombe and Lady Anne. He brought the very last news of the very last party in London, where, really, upon my honour now, it was quite a stupid party, because Miss Newcombe wasn't there. It was now, really. Miss Newcombe remarked, if he said so upon his honour, of course she was satisfied. As you weren't there, the young nobleman continued, the Miss Rackstraws came out quite strong. Really they did now, upon my honour. It was quite a quiet thing. Lady Maryborough hadn't even got a new gown on. Lady Anne, you shirked London society this year, and we miss you. We expected you to give us 2 or 3 things this season. We did now, really. I said to Tuffant only yesterday, why has not Lady Anne Newcombe given anything? You know Tuffant. They say he's a clever fellow and that, but he's a low little beast, and I hate him. Lady Anne said, Sir Brian's bad state of health prevented her from going out this season, or receiving at home. It don't prevent your mother from going out, though, continued my lord. Upon my honour, I think unless she got 2 or 3 things every night, I think she'd die. Lady Q's like one of those horses, you know, that unless they go, they drop. Thank you for my mother, said Lady Anne. She is, upon my honour. Last night I know she was at ever so many places. She dined at the Bloxhams, for I was there. Then she said she was going to sit with old Mrs. Crackthorpe, who has broke her collarbone. That Crackthorpe in the Life Guards, her grandson, is a brute, and I hope she won't leave him a shillin'. And then she came on to Lady Hawkstone's, where I heard her say she had been at the Flowerdales, too. People begin to go to those Flowerdales. Hanged if I know where they won't go next. Cotton spinner, wasn't he? So were we, my lord, said Miss Newcombe. Oh, yes, I forgot. But you're of an old family, very old family. We can't help it, said Miss Ethel, archly. Indeed, she thought she was. Do you believe in the barber surgeon? Asked Clive, and my lord looked at him with a noble curiosity, as much as to say, who the deuce was the barber surgeon, and who the devil are you? Why should we disown our family? Miss Ethel said simply. In those early days, I suppose people did all sorts of things, and it was not considered at all out of the way to be surgeon to William the Conqueror. Edward the Confessor, interposed Clive, and it must be true, because I have seen a picture of the barber surgeon. A friend of mine, McCollop, did the picture, and I dare say it is for sale still. Lady Anne said she should be delighted to see it. Lord Farintosh remembered that the McCollop had the moor next to his in Argyllshire, but did not choose to commit himself with the stranger, and preferred looking at his own handsome face and admiring it in the glass until the last speaker had concluded his remarks. As Clive did not offer any further conversation, but went back to a table, where he began to draw the barber surgeon, Lord Farintosh resumed the delightful talk. What infernal bad glasses these are in these Brighton lodging-houses. They make a man look green. Really they do. And there's nothing green in me, is there, Lady Anne? But you look very unwell, Lord Farintosh. Indeed you do, Miss Newcombe said gravely. I think late hours and smoking and going to that horrid Platt's, where I dare say you go. Go? Don't I? But don't call it horrid. Really now, don't call it horrid, cried the noble Marquis. Well, something has made you look far from well. You know how very well Lord Farintosh used to look, mamma, and to see him now, in only his second season. Oh, it is melancholy. God bless my soul, Miss Newcombe. What do you mean? I think I look pretty well. And the noble youth passed his hand through his hair. It is a hard life, I know, that tearing about night after night, and sitting up till ever so much o'clock, and then all these races, you know, coming one after another. It's enough to knock up any fellow. I'll tell you what I'll do, Miss Newcombe. I'll go down to Codlington to my mother. I will, upon my honour, and lie quiet all July. And then I'll go to Scotland, and you shall see whether I don't look better next season. Do, Lord Farintosh, said Ethel, greatly amused, as much, perhaps, at the young Marquis as at her cousin Clive, who sat whilst the other was speaking, fuming with rage at his table. What are you doing, Clive? She asks. I was trying to draw. Lord knows who, Lord Newcombe, who was killed at the Battle of Bosworth, said the artist, and the girl ran to look at the picture. Why, you have made him look like Punch, cries the young lady. It's a shame caricaturing one's own flesh and blood, isn't it? Asked Clive, gravely. What a droll funny picture, exclaims Lady Anne. Isn't it capital, Lord Farintosh? I dare say. I confess I don't understand that sort of thing, says his lordship. Don't, upon my honour. There's Odo Carton, always making those caricatures. I don't understand 'em. You'll come up to town tomorrow, won't you? And you're going to Lady Ham's, and to Him and Him's, ain't you? The names of these aristocratic places of resort were quite inaudible. You mustn't let Miss Blackcap have it all her own way, you know. That you mustn't. She won't have it all her own way, says Miss Ethel. Lord Farintosh, will you do me a favour? Lady Inishowen is your aunt? Of course she is my aunt. Will you be so very good as to get a card for her party on Tuesday for my cousin, Mr. Clive Newcombe? Clive, please be introduced to the Marquis of Farintosh. The young Marquis perfectly well recollected those mustachios and their wearer on a former night, though he had not thought fit to make any sign of recognition. Anything you wish, Miss Newcombe, he said. Delighted, I'm sure. And turning to Clive, in the army, I suppose? I am an artist, says Clive, turning very red. Oh, really? I didn't know, cries the nobleman. And my lord, bursting out laughing presently, as he was engaged in conversation with Miss Ethel on the balcony, Clive thought, very likely with justice. He is making fun of my mustachios, confound him. I should like to pitch him over into the street. But this was only a kind wish on Mr. Newcome's part, not followed out by any immediate fulfillment. As the Marquis of Farintosh seemed inclined to prolong his visit, and his company was exceedingly disagreeable to Clive, the latter took his departure for an afternoon walk, consoled to think that he should have Ethel to himself at the evening's dinner, when Lady Anne would be occupied about Sir Brian, and would be sure to be putting the children to bed, and, in a word, would give him a quarter of an hour of delightful tete-a-tete with the beautiful Ethel. Clive's disgust was considerable when he came to dinner at length, and found Lord Farintosh likewise invited, and sprawling in the drawing-room. His hopes of a tete-a-tete were over. Ethel and Lady Anne and my lord talked, as all people will, about their mutual acquaintance, what parties were coming off, who was going to marry whom, and so forth. And as the persons about whom they conversed were in their own station of life, and belonged to the fashionable world, of which Clive had but a slight knowledge, he chose to fancy that his cousin was giving herself airs, and to feel sulky and uneasy during their dialogue. Miss Newcombe had faults of her own, and was worldly enough as perhaps the reader has begun to perceive. But in this instance no harm, sure, was to be attributed to her. If two gossips in Aunt Honeyman's parlour had talked over the affairs of Mr. Jones and Mr. Brown, Clive would not have been angry. But a young man of spirit not unfrequently mistakes his vanity for independence, and it is certain that nothing is more offensive to us of the middle class than to hear the names of great folks constantly introduced into conversation. So Clive was silent and ate no dinner, to the alarm of Martha, who had put him to bed many a time, and always had a maternal eye over him. When he actually refused currant and raspberry tart and custard, the chef d'oeuvre of Miss Honeyman, for which she had seen him absolutely cry in his childhood, the good Martha was alarmed. "Law, Master Clive," she said, "do eat some. Mrs. made it. You know she did, and she insisted on bringing back the tart to him." Lady Anne and Ethel laughed at this eagerness on the worthy old woman's part. "Do eat some, Clive," says Ethel, imitating honest Mrs. Hicks, who had left the room. "It deuced good," remarked Lord Farintosh. "Then do eat some more," said Miss Newcombe, on which the young nobleman, holding out his plate, observed with much affability that the cook of the lodgings was really a stunner for tarts. "The cook, dear me, it's not the cook," cries Miss Ethel. "Don't you remember the princess in the Arabian Nights, who was such a stunner for tarts, Lord Farintosh?" Lord Farintosh couldn't say that he did. "Well, I thought not, but there was a princess in Arabia or China or somewhere who made such delicious tarts and custards that nobody could compare with them. And there is an old lady in Brighton who has the same wonderful talent. She is the mistress of this house." "And she is my aunt, at your lordship's service," said Mr. Clive, with great dignity. "Upon my honour, did you make 'em, Lady Anne?" asked my lord. "The Queen of Hearts made tarts," cried out Miss Newcombe, rather eagerly, and blushing somewhat. "My good old aunt, Miss Honeyman, made this one," Clive would go on to say. "Mr. Honeyman's sister, the preacher, you know, where we go on Sunday," Miss Ethel interposed. "The Honeyman pedigree is not a matter of very great importance," Lady Anne remarked gently. "Kuhn, will you have the goodness to take away these things? When did you hear of Colonel Newcome, Clive?" An air of deep bewilderment and perplexity had spread over Lord Farintosh's fine countenance whilst this talk about pastry had been going on. The Arabian princess, the Queen of Hearts making tarts, Miss Honeyman? Who the deuce were all these? Such may have been his lordship's doubts and queries. Whatever his cogitations were, he did not give utterance to them, but remained in silence for some time, as did the rest of the little party. Clive tried to think he had asserted his independence by showing that he was not ashamed of his old aunt, but the doubt may be whether there was any necessity for presenting her in this company, and whether Mr. Clive had not much better have left the tart question alone. Ethel evidently thought so, for she talked and rattled in the most lively manner with Lord Farintosh for the rest of the evening, and scarcely chose to say a word to her cousin. Lady Anne was absent with Sir Brian and her children for the most part of the time, and thus Clive had the pleasure of listening to Miss Newcombe uttering all sorts of odd little paradoxes, firing the while sly shots at Mr. Clive, and indeed making fun of his friends, exhibiting herself in not the most agreeable light. Her talk only served the more to bewilder Lord Farintosh, who did not understand a tithe of her allusions. For heaven, which had endowed the young Marquis with personal charms, a large estate, an ancient title, and the pride belonging to it, had not supplied his lordship with a great quantity of brains, or a very feeling heart. Lady Anne came back from the upper regions presently, with rather a grave face, and saying that Sir Brian was not so well this evening, upon which the young men rose to depart. My lord said he had a most delightful dinner and a most delightful tart, upon his honour, and was the only one of the little company who laughed at his own remark. Miss Ethel's eyes flashed scorn at Mr. Clive when that unfortunate subject was introduced again. My lord was going back to London tomorrow. Was Miss Newcombe going back? Wouldn't he like to go back in the train with her? Another unlucky observation. Lady Anne said it would depend on the state of Sir Brian's health the next morning whether Ethel would return, and both of you gentlemen are too young to be her escort, added the kind lady. Then she shook hands with Clive, as thinking she had said something, too, for him. Farintosh, in the meantime, was taking leave of Miss Newcombe. Pray, said his lordship, don't throw me over at late inner-showings. You know I hate balls, and never go to 'em, except when you go. I hate dancing, I do, 'pon my honour. Thank you, said Miss Newcombe with a curtsy. Except with one person, only one person, upon my honour. I'll remember and get the invitation for your friend. And if you would but try that mare, I give you my honour, I bred her at Cotlington. She's a beauty to look at, and as quiet as a lamb. I don't want a horse like a lamb, replied the young lady. Well, she'll go like blazes now, and over timber she's splendid now. She is, upon my honour. When I come to London, perhaps you may trot her out, said Miss Ethel, giving him her hand and a fine smile. Clive came up, biting his lips. I suppose you don't condescend to write Bertpoor any more now, he said. Poor old Bertpoor. The children write him now, said Miss Ethel, giving Clive at the same time a dangerous look of her eyes, as though to see if her shot had hit. Then she added, No, he has not been brought up to town this year. He is at Newcombe, and I like him very much. Perhaps she thought the shot had struck too deep. But if Clive was hurt, he did not show his wound. You have had him these 4 years. Yes, it's 4 years since my father broke him for you, and you still continue to like him? What a miracle of constancy. You use him sometimes in the country, when you have no better horse. What a compliment to Bertpoor. Nonsense, Miss Ethel here made Clive a sign, in her most imperious manner, to stay a moment when Lord Farintosh had departed. But he did not choose to obey this order. Good night, he said. Before I go, I must shake hands with my aunt downstairs. And he was gone, following close upon Lord Farintosh, who I dare say thought, why the deuce can't he shake hands with his aunt up here? And when Clive entered Miss Honeyman's back parlour, making a bow to the young nobleman, my lord went away more perplexed than ever, and the next day told friends at White's what uncommonly queer people those Newcomes were. I give you my honour, there was a fellow at Lady Anne's whom they call Clive, who is a painter by trade. His uncle is a preacher. His father is a horse dealer, and his aunt lets lodgings and cooks the dinner. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 43, Returns to Some Old Friends. The haggard youth burst into my chambers in the temple on the very next morning and confided to me the story which has just been here narrated. When he had concluded it, with many ejaculations regarding the heroine of the tale, I saw her, sir, he added, walking with the children and Miss Cann as I drove round in the fly to the station, and didn't even bow to her. Why did you go round by the cliff? Asked Clive's friend. That is not the way from the Stained Arms to the railroad. Hang it, says Clive, turning very red. I wanted to pass just under her windows, and if I saw her, not to see her, and that's what I did. Why did you walk on the cliff, mused Clive's friend, at that early hour? Not to meet Lord Farintosh, I should think. He never gets up before 12. It must have been to see you. Didn't you tell her you were going away in the morning? I tell you what she does with me, continues Mr. Clive. Sometimes she seems to like me, and then she leaves me. Sometimes she's quite kind. Kind she always is. I mean, you know, Pen, you know what I mean. And then up comes the old Countess, or a young Marquis, or some fellow with a handle to his name, and she whistles me off till the next convenient opportunity. Women are like that, my ingenuous youth, says Clive's counselor. I won't stand for it. I won't be made a fool of, he continues. She seems to expect everybody to bow to her, and moves through the world with her imperious airs. Oh, how confoundedly handsome she is with them. I tell you what, I feel inclined to tumble down and feel one of her pretty little feet on my neck and say, there, trample my life out, make a slave of me. Let me get a silver collar and mark Ethel on it, and go through the world with my badge. And a blue ribbon for a footman to hold you by, and a muzzle to wear in the dog days. Bow wow, says Mr. Pendennis. At this noise, Mr. Warrington puts his head in from the neighboring bedchamber, and shows a beard just lathered for shaving. We are talking sentiment. Go back till you are wanted, said Mr. Pendennis. Exit he of the soapsuds. Don't make fun of a fellow, Clive continues, laughing ruefully. You see, I must talk about it to somebody. I shall die if I don't. Sometimes, sir, I rise up in my might and I defy her lightning. The sarcastic dodge is the best. I have borrowed that from you, Pen, old boy. That puzzles her. That would beat her if I could but go on with it. But there comes a tone of her sweet voice, a look out of those killing grey eyes, and all my frame is in a thrill and a tremble. When she was engaged to Lord Q, I did battle with the confounded passion, and I ran away from it like an honest man, and the gods rewarded me with ease of mind after a while. But now the thing rages worse than ever. Last night, I give you my honor, I heard every one of the confounded hours toll, except the last, when I was dreaming of my father, and the chambermaid woke me with a hot water jug. Did she scald you? What a cruel chambermaid. I see you have shaven the mustachios off. Farintosh asked me whether I was going in the army, said Clive, and she laughed. I thought I had best dock them. Oh, I would like to cut my head off as well as my hair. Have you ever asked her to marry you? Asked Clive's friend. I have seen her but 5 times since my return from abroad, the lad went on. There has been always somebody by. Who am I? A painter with 500 a year for an allowance. Isn't she used to walk up on velvet and dine upon silver? And hasn't she got marquises and barons and all sorts of swells in her train? I daren't ask her. Here his friend hummed Montrose's lines. He either fears his fate too much, or his desert is small, who dares not put it to the touch, and win or lose it all. I own I dare not ask her. If she were to refuse me, I know I should never ask again. This isn't the moment, when all swelldom is at her feet, for me to come forward and say, Maiden, I have watched thee daily, and I think thou lovest me well. I read that ballad to her at Baden, sir. I drew a picture of the Lord of Burleigh wooing the maiden, and asked what she would have done. Oh, you did, I thought, when we were at Baden. We were so modest that we did not even whisper our condition. A fellow can't help letting it be seen and hinting it, says Clive, with another blush. They can read it in our looks fast enough. And what is going on in our minds, hang them. I recollect she said, in her grave, cool way, that after all, the Lord and Lady of Burleigh did not seem to have made a very good marriage, and that the lady would have been much happier in marrying one of her own degree. That was a very prudent saying for a young lady of 18, remarks Clive's friend. Yes, but it was not an unkind one, say Ethel thought what was the case, and being engaged herself, and knowing how friends of mine had provided a very pretty little partner for me. She is a dear, good little girl, little Rosie, and twice as good, Pen, when her mother is away. Knowing this and that, I say, suppose Ethel wanted to give me a hint to keep quiet. Was she not right in the counsel she gave me? She is not fit to be a poor man's wife. Fancy Ethel Newcombe going into the kitchen and making pies like Aunt Honeyman. The Circassian beauties don't sell under so many thousand purses, remarked Mr. Pendennis. If there's a beauty in a well-regulated Georgian family, they fatten her. They feed her with the best Rocheleau de Saravs. They give her silk robes and perfumed baths, have her taught to play on the dulcimer and dance and sing, and when she is quite perfect, send her down to Constantinople for the Sultan's inspection. The rest of the family think never of grumbling, but eat coarse meat, bathe in the river, wear old clothes, and praise Allah for their sister's elevation. Bah! Do you suppose the Turkish system doesn't obtain all over the world? My poor Clive, this article in the Mayfair market is beyond your worship's price. Some things in this world are made for our betters, young man. Let Dives say grace for his dinner, and the dogs and Lazarus be thankful for the crumbs. Here comes Warrington, shaven and smart as if he was going out a-courting. Thus it will be seen that in his communication with certain friends who approached nearer to his own time of life, Clive was much more eloquent and rhapsodical than in the letter which he wrote to his father, regarding his passion for Miss Ethel. He celebrated her with pencil and pen. He was forever drawing the outline of her head, the solemn eyebrow, the nose, that wondrous little nose, descending from the straight forehead, the short upper lip, and chin sweeping in a full curve to the neck, etc., etc. A frequenter of his studio might see a whole gallery of Ethels there represented. When Mrs. Mackenzie visited that place, and remarked one face and figure repeated on 100 canvases and papers, gray, white, and brown, I believe she was told that the original was a famous Roman model, from whom Clive had studied a great deal during his residence in Italy, on which Mrs. Mac gave it as her opinion that Clive was a sad, wicked young fellow. The widow thought rather the better of him for being a sad, wicked young fellow, and as for Miss Rosie, she was of course of Mamma's way of thinking. Rosie went through the world constantly smiling at whatever occurred. She was good-humored through the dearest long evenings at the most stupid parties, sate good-naturedly for hours at Schulbred's whilst Mamma was making purchases, heard good-humoredly those old stories of her mother's day after day, for an hour's joking or an hour's scolding with equal good humor, and whatever had been the occurrences of her simple day, whether there was sunshine or cloudy weather, or flashes of lightning and bursts of rain, I fancy Miss Mackenzie slept after them quite undisturbedly, and was sure to greet the morrow's dawn with a smile. Had Clive become more knowing in his travels, had love or experience opened his eyes, that they look so differently now upon objects, which before used well enough to please him? It is a fact that, until he went abroad, he thought Widow Mackenzie a dashing, lively, agreeable woman. He used to receive her stories about Cheltenham, the colonies, the balls at Government House, the observations which the bishop made, and the peculiar attention of the Chief Justice to Mrs. Major Machine, with the Major's uneasy behavior. All these, to hear at one time, did Clive not ungraciously incline. Our friend, Mrs. Mac, the good old Colonel used to say, is a clever woman of the world, and has seen a great deal of company. That story of Sir Thomas Sadman dropping a pocket-handkerchief in his court at Colombo, which the Queen's advocate, O'Gogherty, picked up, and on which Laura McS. was embroidered, whilst the Major was absolutely in the witness box, giving evidence against a native servant who had stolen one of his cocked hats. That story always made good Thomas Newcombe laugh, and Clive used to enjoy it too, and the widow's mischievous fun in narrating it. And now behold, one day when Mrs. Mackenzie recounted the anecdote in her best manner to Messrs. Pendennis and Warrington and Frederick Bayham, who had been invited to meet Mr. Clive in Fitzroy Square, when Mr. Binney chuckled, when Rosie, as in duty bound, looked discomposed and said, "Law, mamma, not one sign of good humour, not one ghost of a smile made its apparition on Clive's dreary face. He painted imaginary portraits with a strawberry stalk. He looked into his water-glass as though he would plunge and drown there, and Bayham had to remind him that the claret jug was anxious to have another embrace from its constant friend, F.B. When Mrs. Mac went away distributing smiles, Clive groaned out, "Good heavens, how that story does bore me," and lapsed into his former moodiness, not giving so much as a glance to Rosie, whose sweet face looked at him kindly for a moment as she followed in the wake of her mamma. "The mother's the woman for my money," I heard F.B. whisper to Warrington. "Splendid figurehead, sir. Magnificent build, sir, from bows to stern. I like 'em of that sort." "Thank you, Mr. Binney. I will take a backhander, as Clive don't seem to drink. The youth, sir, has grown melancholy with his travels. I'm inclined to think some noble Roman has stolen the young man's heart. Why did you not send us over a picture of the charmer, Clive? Young Ridley, Mr. Binney, you will be happy to hear, is bidding fair to take a distinguished place in the world of arts. His picture has been greatly admired, and my good friend Mrs. Ridley tells me that Lord Todmorden has sent him over in order to paint him a couple of pictures at 100 guineas apiece. I should think so. J.J.'s pictures will be worth 5 times 100 guineas ere 5 years are over," says Clive. "In that case, it wouldn't be a bad speculation for our friend Sherrick," remarked F.B., "to purchase a few of the young man's works. I would, only I haven't the capital to spare. Mine has been vested in an Odessa venture, sir, in a large amount of wild oats, which up to the present moment make me no return. But it will always be a consolation to me to think that I have been the means, the humble means, of furthering that deserving young man's prospects in life." "You, F.B., and how?" we asked. "By certain humble contributions of mine to the press," answered Bayham, majestically. "Mr. Warrington, the claret happens to stand with you, and exercise does it good, sir. Yes, the articles, trifling as they may appear, have attracted notice," continued F.B., sipping his wine with great gusto. "They are noticed, Pendennis, give me leave to say, by parties who don't value so much the literary or even the political part of the Pall Mall Gazette, though both, I am told by those who read them, are conducted with considerable, consummate ability. John Ridley sent £100 over to his father the other day, who funded it in his son's name, and Ridley told the story to Lord Todmorden, when the venerable nobleman congratulated him on having such a child. I wish F.B. had one of the same sort, sir, in which sweet prayer we all of us joined with a laugh." One of us had told Mrs. Mackenzie, "Let the criminal blush to own that quizzing his fellow creatures used at one time to form part of his youthful amusement. That F.B. was the son of a gentleman of most ancient family and vast landed possessions, and as Bayham was particularly attentive to the widow and grandiloquent in his remarks, she was greatly pleased by his politeness, and pronounced him a most distingué man, reminding her, indeed, of General Hopkirk, who commanded in Canada, and she bade Rosie sing for Mr. Bayham, who was in rapture at the young lady's performances, and said no wonder such an accomplished daughter came from such a mother, though how such a mother could have a daughter of such an age, he, F.B., was at a loss to understand. "Oh, sir," Mrs. Mackenzie was charmed and overcome at this novel compliment. Meanwhile, the little artless Rosie warbled on her pretty ditties. "It is a wonder," growled out Mr. Warrington, that sweet girl can belong to such a woman. "I don't understand much about women, but that one appears to me to be—" "What, George?" asked Warrington's friend. "Well, an ogling, leering, scheming, artful old campaigner," grumbled the misogynist. "As for the little girl, I should like to have her to sing to me all night long. Depend upon it, she would make a much better wife for Clive than that fashionable cousin of his he is hankering after. I heard him bellowing about her the other day in chambers as I was dressing. What the deuce does the boy want with a wife at all?" And Rosie's song being by this time finished, Warrington went up with a blushing face and absolutely paid a compliment to Miss Mackenzie, an almost unheard-of effort on George's part. "I wonder whether it is every young fellow's lot," quoth George, as we trudged home together, "to pawn his heart away to some girl that's not worth the winning. Sure, it's all mad rubbish, this sentiment. The women ought not to be allowed to interfere with us. Married if a man must be, a suitable wife should be portioned out to him, and there an end of it. Why doesn't the young man marry this girl and get back to his business and paint his pictures? Because his father wishes it, and the old nabob yonder, who seems a kindly disposed, easy-going, old heathen philosopher. He is a pretty little girl. Money, I suppose, in sufficiency. Everything satisfactory, except, I grant you, the campaigner. The lad might daub his canvases, christen a child a year, and be as happy as any young donkey that browses on this common of ours. But he must go and hee-haw after a zebra, forsooth. A lusus naturae is she. I never spoke to a woman of fashion, thank my stars. I don't know the nature of the beast, and since I went to our race balls as a boy, scarcely ever saw one, as I don't frequent operas and parties in London like you young flunkies of the aristocracy. I heard you talking about this one. I couldn't help it, as my door was open and the young one was shouting like a madman. What? Does he choose to hang on sufferance and hope to be taken, provided Miss can get no better? Do you mean to say that is the genteel custom, and that women in your confounded society do such things every day? Rather than have such a creature, I would take a savage woman, who should nurse my dusky brood, and rather than have a daughter brought up to the trade, I would bring her down from the woods and sell her in Virginia. With which burst of indignation, our friend's anger ended for that night. Though Mr. Clive had the felicity to meet his cousin Ethel at a party or two in the ensuing weeks of the season, every time he perused the features of Lady Q's brass knocker on Queen Street, no result came of the visit. At one of their meetings in the world, Ethel fairly told him that her grandmother would not receive him. "You know, Clive, I can't help myself, nor would it be proper to make you signs out of the window. But you must call for all that. Grandmamma may become more good-humored, or, if you don't come, she may suspect I told you not to come. And to battle with her day after day is no pleasure, sir, I assure you. Here is Lord Farintosh, coming to take me to dance. You must not speak to me all the evening. Mind that, sir. And away goes the young lady in a waltz with the Marquis. On the same evening, as he was biting his nails or cursing his fate, or wishing to invite Lord Farintosh into the neighboring garden of Berkeley Square, whence the policeman might carry to the station house the corpse of the survivor, Lady Q would bow to him with perfect graciousness. On other nights, her ladyship would pass and no more recognize him than the servant who opened the door. If she was not to see him at her grandmother's house, and was not particularly unhappy at his exclusion, why did Miss Newcombe encourage Mr. Clive so that he should try and see her? If Clive could not get into the little house in Queen Street, why was Lord Farintosh's enormous cab horse looking daily into the first-floor windows of that street? Why were little quiet dinners made for him, before the opera, before going to the play, upon a half-dozen occasions, when some of the old Hugh port was brought out of the cellar, where cobwebs had gathered round it ere Farintosh was born? The dining room was so tiny that not more than 5 people could sit at the little round table. That is, not more than Lady Q and her granddaughter, Miss Crochet, the late vicar's daughter at Kewberry, one of the Miss Todens, and Captain Walleye, or Tommy Henchman, Farintosh's kinsman and admirer, who were of no consequence, or old Fred Tiddler, whose wife was an invalid, and who was always ready at a moment's notice. Craftthorpe once went to one of these dinners, but that young soldier, being a frank and high-spirited youth, abused the entertainment and declined more of them. I tell you what I was wanted for, the captain told his mess and Clive at the Regent's Park Barracks. Afterwards, I was expected to go as Farintosh's groom of the stole. Don't you know, to stand, or if I could sit, in the back seat of the box, whilst His Royal Highness made talk with the beauty, to go out and fetch the carriage, and walk downstairs with that crooked old dowager, that looks as if she usually rode on a broomstick, by Jove, or else with that bony old painted sheep-faced companion, who's rattled like an old bellwether. I think, Newcombe, you seem rather hit by the belle cousine. So I was last season. So were ever so many of the fellows. By Jove, sir, there's nothing I know more comfortable or inspiring than a younger son's position, when a marquis cuts in with 15,000 a year. We fancy we've been making running, and suddenly we find ourselves nowhere. Miss Mary, or Miss Lucy, or Miss Ethel, saving your presence, will no more look at us than my dog will look at a bit of bread when I offer her this cutlet. Will you, old woman? No, you old slut, that you won't. To Mag, an Isle of Skye terrier, who in fact prefers the cutlet, having snuffed it disdainfully at the bread. That you won't, no more than any of your sex. Why, do you suppose, if Jack's eldest brother had been dead, Beerbones Belsize, they used to call him. I don't believe he was a bad fellow, though he was fond of psalm singing. Do you suppose that Lady Clara would have looked at that cocktail Barney, Newcombe? Beg your pardon, if he's your cousin, but a more odious little snob I never saw. I give you up, Barnes, said Clive, laughing. Anybody may shy at him, and I shan't interfere. I understand, but at nobody else of the family. Well, what I mean is that old woman is enough to spoil any young girl she takes in hand. She dries 'em up and poisons 'em, sir. And I was never more glad than when I heard that Q had got out of her old clutches. Frank is a fellow that will always be led by some woman or another, and I'm only glad it should be a good one. They say his mother's serious, and that, but why shouldn't she bet? Continues honest Crackthorpe, puffing his cigar with great energy. They say the old dowager doesn't believe in God nor devil, but that she's in such a funk to be left in the dark that she howls and raises the deuce's own delight if her candle goes out. Toppleton slept next door to her at Grunningham and heard her, didn't you, Top? Heard her howling like an old cat on the tiles, said Toppleton. Thought she was at first. My man told me that she used to fling all sorts of things, bootjacks and things, give you my honor, at her maid, and that the woman was all over black and blue. Capital head that is Newcombe has done of Jack Belsize, says Crackthorpe, from out of his cigar. And Q's too, famous likeness. I say, Newcombe, if you have 'em painted, the whole brigade'll subscribe. Make your fortune. See if you won't, cries Toppleton. He's such a heavy swell. He don't want to make his fortune, ejaculates Butts. Butts, old boy, he'll paint you for nothing and send you to the exhibition, where some widow will fall in love with you, and you shall be put as frontispiece for the Book of Beauty, by Jove, cries another military satirist, to whom Butts, you hold your tongue, you old Saracen's head. They're going to have you done on the bear's grease pots. I say, I suppose Jack's all right now. When did he write to you last, Cracky? He wrote from Palermo, a most jolly letter from him and Q. He hasn't touched a card for 9 months, is going to give up play. So is Frank, too, grown quite a good boy. So will you too, Butts, you old miscreant. Repent of your sins, pay your debts, and do something handsome for that poor, deluded milliner in Albany Street. Jack says Q's mother has written over to Lord Highgate a beautiful letter, and the old boy's relenting, and they'll come together again. Jack's eldest son now, you know. Bore for Lady Susan only having girls. Not a bore for Jack, though, cries another. And what a good fellow Jack was, and what a trump Q is. How famously he stuck by him, went to see him in prison and paid him out. And what good fellows we all are, in general, became the subject of the conversation, the latter part of which took place in the smoking room of the Regent's Park Barracks, then occupied by that regiment of Life Guards of which Lord Q and Mr. Belsize had been members. Both were still fondly remembered by their companions, and it was because Belsize had spoken very warmly of Clive's friendliness to him that Jack's friend, the gallant Crackthorpe, had been interested in our hero, and found an opportunity of making his acquaintance. With these frank and pleasant young men, Clive soon formed a considerable intimacy, and if any of his older and peaceful friends chanced to take their afternoon airing in the park and survey the horsemen there, we might have the pleasure of beholding Mr. Newcombe in Rotten Row, riding side by side with other dandies who had mustachios blonde or jet, who wore flowers in their buttons, themselves being flowers of spring, who rode magnificent thoroughbred horses, scarcely touching their stirrups with the tips of their varnished boots, and who kissed the most beautiful primrose-colored kid gloves to lovely ladies passing them in the ride. Clive drew portraits of half the officers of the Life Guards Green, and was appointed painter in ordinary to that distinguished corps. His likeness of the colonel would make you die with laughing. His picture of the surgeon was voted a masterpiece. He drew the men in the saddle, in the stable, in their flannel dresses, sweeping their flashing swords about, receiving lancers, repelling infantry, nay, cutting a sheep in two, as some of the warriors are known to be able to do at one stroke. Detachments of Life Guardsmen made their appearance in Charlotte Street, which was not very distant from their barracks. The most splendid cabs were seen prancing before his door, and curly-whiskered youths of aristocratic appearance smoking cigars out of his painting-room window. How many times did Clive's next-door neighbor, little Mr. Finch, the miniature painter, run to peep through his parlor blinds, hoping that a sitter was coming and a carriage party driving up? What wrath Mr. Scholar, A.R.A., was in because a young hop-o'-my-thumb dandy who wore gold chains and his collars turned down should spoil the trade and draw portraits for nothing. Why did none of the young men come to Scholar? Scholar was obliged to own that Mr. Newcombe had considerable talent, and a good knack at catching a likeness. He could not paint a bit, to be sure, but his heads in black and white were really tolerable. His sketches of horses very vigorous and lifelike. Mr. Gandish said if Clive would come for 3 or 4 years into his academy, he could make something of him. Mr. Smee shook his head and said he was afraid that kind of loose, desultory study, that keeping of aristocratic company, was anything but favorable to a young artist. Smee, who would walk 5 miles to attend an evening party of ever so little a great man. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 44, in which Mr. Charles Honeyman appears in an amiable light. Mr. Frederick Bayham waited at Fitzroy Square while Clive was yet talking with his friends there, and favored that gentleman with his company home to the usual smoky refreshment. Clive always rejoiced in F.B.'s society, whether he was in a sportive mood or, as now, in a solemn and didactic vein. F.B. had been more than ordinarily majestic all the evening. "I dare say you find me a good deal altered, Clive," he remarked. "I am a good deal altered, since that good Samaritan, your kind father, had compassion on a poor fellow, fallen among thieves. Though I don't say, mind you, he was much better than his company. F.B. has mended some of his ways. I am trying a course of industry, sir. Powers, perhaps naturally great, have been neglected over the wine-cup and the die. I am beginning to feel my way, and my chiefs yonder, who have just walked home with their cigars in their mouths, and without as much as saying, 'F.B., my boy, shall we go to the haunt and have a cool lobster and a glass of table beer?' which they certainly do not consider themselves to be. I say, sir, the politician and the literary critic." There was a most sarcastic emphasis laid on these phrases, characterizing Messrs. Warrington and Pendennis. "May find that there is a humble contributor to the Pall Mall Gazette, whose name may be, the amateur shall one day reckon, even higher than their own. Mr. Warrington, I do not say so much. He is an able man, sir, an able man. But there is that about your exceeding self-satisfied friend, Mr. Arthur Pendennis, which, well, let time show. You did not get the, paper at Rome and Naples, I suppose?" "Forbidden by the Inquisition," says Clive, delighted, "and at Naples the king furious against it." "I don't wonder they don't like it at Rome, sir. There's serious matter in it, which may set the prelates of a certain church rather in a tremor. You haven't read the pulpit pencilings in the P.M.G.? Slight sketches, mental and corporeal, of our chief divines now in London, and signed Latimer?" "I don't do much in that way," said Clive. "So much the worse for you, my young friend. Not that I mean to judge any other fellow harshly. I mean any other fellow sinner harshly, or that I mean that those pulpit pencilings should be likely to do you any great good. But, such as they are, they have been productive of benefit. Thank you, Mary, and my dear. The tap is uncommonly good, and I drink to your future husband's good health. A glass of good sound beer refreshes, after all, that claret. Well, sir, to return to the pencilings, pardon my vanity in saying that though Mr. Pendennis laughs at them, they have been of essential service to the paper. They give it a character. They rally round it the respectable classes. They create correspondence. I have received many interesting letters, chiefly from females, about the pencilings. Some complain that their favorite preachers are slighted. Others applaud because the clergymen they sit under are supported by F.B. I am Lord Latimer, sir, though I have heard the letters attributed to the Reverend Mr. Bunker and to a member of Parliament eminent in the religious world. So you are the famous Lord Latimer, cries Clive, who had, in fact, seen letters signed by those right reverend names in our paper. Famous is hardly the word. One who scoffs at everything, I need not say, I allude to Mr. Arthur Pendennis, would have had the letters signed, the beadle of the parish. He calls me the venerable beadle sometimes, it being, I grieve to say, his way to deride grave subjects. You wouldn't suppose now, my young Clive, that the same hand which pens the art criticisms occasionally, when His Highness Pendennis is lazy, takes a minor theatre, or turns the sportive epigram, or the ephemeral paragraph, should adopt a great theme on a Sunday, and chronicle the sermons of British divines? For 18 consecutive Sunday evenings, Clive, in Mrs. Ridley's front parlour, which I now occupy, vice Miss Cam promoted, I have written the pencilings, scarcely allowing a drop of refreshment, except under extreme exhaustion, to pass my lips. Pendennis laughs at the pencilings. He wants to stop them, and says they bore the public. I don't want to think a man is jealous, who was himself the cause of my engagement at the PMG. Perhaps my powers were not developed then. Penn thinks he writes better now than when he began, remarked Clive. I have heard him say so. His opinion of his own writings is high, whatever their date. Mine, sir, are only just coming into notice. They begin to know F.B., sir, in the sacred edifices of his metropolitan city. I saw the Bishop of London looking at me last Sunday week, and I'm sure his chaplain whispered to him, "It's Mr. Bayham, my lord, nephew of your lordship's right reverend brother, the Lord Bishop of Bullock Smithy." And last Sunday being at church, at St. Mungo, the Martyrs, Reverend Saunders, by Wednesday I got in a female hand, Mrs. Saunders, no doubt, the biography of the incumbent of St. Mungo, an account of his early virtues, a copy of his poems, and a hint that he was the gentleman destined for the vacant deanery. Ridley is not the only man I have helped in this world, F.B. continued. Perhaps I should blush to own it. I do blush, but I feel the ties of early acquaintance, and I own that I have puffed your uncle, Charles Honeyman, most tremendously. It was partly for the sake of the Ridleys and the tick he owes 'em, partly for old time's sake. Sir, are you aware that things are greatly changed with Charles Honeyman, and that the poor F.B. has very likely made his fortune? I am delighted to hear it, cried Clive. And how, F.B., have you wrought this miracle? By common sense and enterprise, lad. By a knowledge of the world and a benevolent disposition. You'll see Lady Whittlesey's chapel bears a very different aspect now. That miscreant Sherrick owes that he owes me a turn, and has sent me a few dozen of wine, without any stamped paper on my part in return, as an acknowledgment of my service. It chanced, sir, soon after your departure for Italy, that going to his private residence respecting a little bill to which a heedless friend had put his hand, Sherrick invited me to partake of tea in the bosom of his family. I was thirsty, having walked in from Jack Straw's castle at Hampstead, where poor Kitely and I had been taking a chop, and accepted the proffered entertainment. The ladies of the family gave us music after the domestic muffin, and then, sir, a great idea occurred to me. You know how magnificently Miss Sherrick and the mother sing. They sang Mozart, sir. Why, I asked of Sherrick, should those ladies who sing Mozart to a piano not sing Handel to an organ? Dash it, you don't mean a hurdy-gurdy. Sherrick, says I, you are no better than a heathen ignoramus. I mean, why shouldn't they sing Handy's church music, and church music in general in Lady Whittlesey's chapel? Behind the screen up in the organ loft, what's to prevent 'em? By jingo, your singing boys have gone to the cave of Harmony. You and your choir have split. Why should not these ladies lead it? He caught at the idea. You never heard the chants were finally given, and they would be better still if the congregation would but hold their confounded tongues. It was an excellent, though a harmless dodge, sir, and drew immensely, to speak profanely. They dress the part, sir, to admiration, a sort of nun-like costume they come in. Mrs. Sherrick has the soul of an artist still. By Jove, sir, when they have once smelt the lamps, the love of the trade never leaves 'em. The ladies actually practiced by moonlight in the chapel, and came over to Honeyman's to an oyster afterwards. The thing took, sir. People began to take box seats, again. And Charles Honeyman, easy in his mind through your noble father's generosity, perhaps inspirited by returning good fortune, has been preaching more eloquently than ever. He took some lessons of Hustler, of the Haymarket, sir. His sermons are old, I believe, but so to speak, he has got them up with new scenery, dresses, and effects, sir. They have flowers, sir, about the building. Pious ladies are supposed to provide them, but entre nous, Sherrick contracts for them with Nathan, or someone in the Covent Garden, and, don't tell this now, upon your honor. Tell what, F.B.? Asked Clive. I got up a persecution against your uncle for popish practices, summoned a meeting at the Running Footman in Bolingbroke Street. Billings the butterman, Sharwood the turner and blacking maker, and the Honourable Phelan O'Currig, Lord Scullabogue's son, made speeches. 2 or 3 respectable families, your aunt, Mrs. What-do-you-call-'em, Newcombe, amongst the number, quitted the chapel in disgust. I wrote an article of controversial biography in the PMG, set the business going in the daily press, and the thing was done, sir. That property is a paying one to the incumbent, and to Sherrick over him. Charles's affairs are getting all right, sir. He never had the pluck to owe much, and if it be a sin to have wiped his slate clean, satisfied his creditors, and made Charles easy, upon my conscience, I must confess that F.B. has done it. I hope I may never do anything worse in my life, Clive. It ain't bad to see him doing the martyr, sir. Sebastian riddled with paper pellets, Bartholomew on a cold gridiron. Here comes the lobster. Upon my word, Mary, a finer fish I've seldom seen. Now surely this account of his uncle's affairs and prosperity was enough to send Clive to Lady Whittlesey's chapel, and it was not because Miss Ethel had said that she and Lady Kew went there that Clive was induced to go there too. He attended punctually on the next Sunday, and in the incumbent's pew, whither the pew woman conducted him, sat Mr. Sherrick in great gravity, with large gold pins, who handed him at the anthem a large, new, gilt hymn book. An odor of millefleurs rustled by them as Charles Honeyman, accompanied by his ecclesiastical valet, passed the pew from the vestry, and took his place at the desk. Formerly, he used to wear a flaunting scarf over his surplice, which was very wide and full, and Clive remembered when as a boy he entered the sacred robin room, how his uncle used to pat and puff out the scarf and the sleeves of his vestment, and to arrange the natty curl on his forehead and take his place. A fine example of florid church decoration. Now the scarf was trimmed down to be as narrow as your neckcloth, and hung loose and straight over the back. The ephod was cut straight and as close and short as might be. I believe there was a little trimming of lace to the narrow sleeves, and a slight arabesque of tape, or other substance, round the edge of the surplice. As for the curl on the forehead, it was no more visible than the maypole in the Strand, or the cross at Charing. Honeyman's hair was parted down the middle, short in front, and curling delicately round his ears and the back of his head. He read the service in a swift manner, and with a gentle twang. When the music began, he stood with head on one side and two slim fingers on the book, as composed as a statue in a medieval niche. It was fine to hear Sherrick, who had an uncommonly good voice, join in the musical parts of the service. The produce of the market garden have decorated the church here and there, and the impresario of the establishment, having picked up a Flemish-painted window from old Moss in Wardour Street, had placed it in his chapel. Labels of faint green and gold, with long Gothic letters painted thereon, meandered over the organ loft and galleries, and strove to give as medieval a look to Lady Whittlesey's as the place was capable of assuming. In the sermon, Charles dropped the twang with the surplice, and the priest gave way to the preacher. He preached short, stirring discourses on the subjects of the day. It happened that a noble young prince, the hope of a nation, and heir of a royal house, had just then died by a sudden accident. Absalom, the son of David, furnished Honeyman with a parallel. He drew a picture of the two deaths, of the grief of kings, of the fate that is superior to them. It was indeed a stirring discourse, and caused thrills through the crowd to whom Charles imparted it. "Famous, ain't it?" says Sherrick, giving Clive a hand when the rite was over. "How he's come out, hasn't he? Didn't think he had it in him." Sherrick seems to have become, of late, impressed with the splendor of Charles's talent, and spoke of him, was it not disrespectful, as a manager would of a successful tragedian. Let us pardon Sherrick. He had been in the theatrical way. "That Irishman was no go at all," he whispered to Mr. Newcombe. "Got rid of him. Let's see, at Michaelmas." On account of Clive's tender years and natural levity, a little inattention may be allowed to the youth, who certainly looked about him very eagerly during the service. The house was filled by the ornamental classes, the bonnets of the newest Parisian fashion. Away in a darkling corner, under the organ, sat a squad of footmen. Surely that powdered one in livery wore Lady Q's colours. So Clive looked under all the bonnets, and presently spied old Lady Q's face, as grim and yellow as her brass knocker, and by it Ethel's beauteous countenance. He dashed out of church when the congregation rose to depart. "Stop and see Honeyman, won't you?" asked Sherrick, surprised. Yes, come back again," said Clive, and was gone. He kept his word, and returned presently. The young Marquis and an elderly lady were in Lady Q's company. Clive had passed close unto Lady Q's venerable Roman nose without causing that organ to bow in ever so slight a degree towards the ground. Ethel had recognized him with a smile and a nod. My lord was whispering one of his noble pleasantries in her ear. She laughed at the speech or the speaker. The steps of a fine belozenged carriage were let down with a bang. The yellow one had jumped up behind it, by the side of his brother, Giant Canary. Lady Q's equipage had disappeared, and Mrs. Canterton's was stopping the way. Clive returned to the chapel by the little door near to the vestirium. All the congregation had poured out by this time. Only 2 ladies were standing near the pulpit, and Sherrick, with his hands rattling his money in his pockets, was pacing up and down the aisle. Capital house, Mr. Newcombe, wasn't it? I counted no less than 14 knobs. The Princess of Moncontour and her husband, I suppose, that chap with the beard, who yawned so during the sermon. I'm blessed if I didn't think he'd have yawned his head off. Countess of Kew and her daughter, Countess of Canterton, and the Honourable Miss Fetlock. No, Lady Fetlock. A countess's daughter is a lady. I'm dashed if she ain't. Lady Glenlivet and her sons, the most noble the Marquis of Farintosh, and Lord Henry Roy. That makes 7, no 9, with the Prince and Princess. Julia, my dear, you came out like a good 'un today. Never heard you in finer voice. Remember Mr. Clive Newcombe? Mr. Clive made bows to the ladies, who acknowledged him by graceful curtsies. Miss Sherrick was always looking to the vestry door. How's the old colonel? The best feller. Excuse my calling him a feller, but he is, and a good one, too. I went to see Mr. Binney, my other tenant. He looks a little yellow about the gills, Mr. Binney. Very proud woman, that is, who lives with him. Uncommon haughty. When will you come down and take your mutton in the Regent's Park, Mr. Clive? There's some tolerable good wine down there. Our reverend gent drops in and takes a glass, don't he, missus? We shall be most happy to see you, Mr. Newcombe, I'm sure, says the handsome and good-natured Mrs. Sherrick. Won't we, Julia? Oh, certainly, says Julia, who seems rather absent. And behold, at this moment, the reverend gent enters from the vestry. Both the ladies run towards him, holding forth their hands. Oh, Mr. Honeyman, what a sermon! Me and Julia cried so up in the organ loft. We thought you would have heard us. Didn't we, Julia? Oh, yes, says Julia, whose hand the pastor is now pressing. When you described the young man, I thought of my poor boy, didn't I, Julia? Cries the mother, with tears streaming down her face. We had a loss more than 10 years ago, whispers Sherrick to Clive gravely, and she's always thinking of it. Women are so. Clive was touched and pleased by this exhibition of kind feeling. You know his mother was an Absalom, the good wife continues, pointing to her husband. Most respectable diamond merchants in. Hold your tongue, Betsy, and leave my poor old mother alone. Do now, says Mr. Sherrick darkly. Clive is in his uncle's fond embrace by this time, who rebukes him for not having called in Walpole Street. Now, when will you 2 gents come up to my shop to have a family dinner? Asked Sherrick. Ah, Mr. Newcombe, do come, says Julia in her deep, rich voice, looking up to him with her great black eyes. And if Clive had been a vain fellow like some folks, who knows but he might have thought he had made an impression on the handsome Julia. Thursday, now make it Thursday, if Mr. H. is disengaged. Come along, girls, for the flies bites the ponies when they're a-standing still, and makes 'em mad this weather. Anything you like for dinner? Got a salmon and cucumber. No, pickled salmon's best this weather. Whatever you give me, you know I'm thankful, says Honeyman, in a sweet, sad voice to the 2 ladies, who were standing looking at him, the mother's hand clasped in the daughter's. Should you like that Mendelssohn for the Sunday after next? Julia sings it splendid. No, I don't, Ma. You do, dear. She's a good, good dear, Mr. H. That's what she is. You must not call him him in that way. Don't say Mr. H, Ma, says Julia. Call me what you please, says Charles, with the most heartrending simplicity, and Mrs. Sherrick straightway kisses her daughter. Sherrick, meanwhile, has been pointing out the improvement of the chapel to Clive, which now has indeed a look of the Gothic hall at Rosherville, and has confided to him the sum for which he screwed the painted window out of old moss. When he come to see it up in this place, sir, the old man was mad. I give you my word. His son ain't no good, says he knows you. He's such a screw, that chap, that he'll overreach himself, mark my words. At least, he'll never die rich. Did you ever hear of me screwing? No, I spend my money like a man. How those girls are a-going on about their music with Honeyman. I don't let him sing in the evening, or him do duty more than once a day. And you can calculate how the music draws, because in the evening there ain't half the number of people here. Reverend Mr. Journeyman does the duty now. Quiet Hogforth man, ill, I suppose this morning. Aysh sits in his pew, where we was, and coughs. That's to say, I told him to cough. The women like a consumptive parson, sir. Come, gals. Clive went to his uncle's lodgings and was received by Mr. and Mrs. Ridley with great glee and kindness. Both of those good people had made it a point to pay their duty to Mr. Clive immediately on his return to England, and thank him over and over again for his kindness to John James. Never would they forget his goodness, and the Colonel's, they were sure. A cake, a heap of biscuits, a pyramid of jams, 6 frizzling mutton chops, and 4 kinds of hot wine, come bustling up to Mr. Honeyman's room 20 minutes after Clive had entered it, as a token of the Ridleys' affection for him. Clive remarked with a smile, the Pall Mall Gazette upon a side table, and in the chimney glass almost as many cards as in the time of Honeyman's early prosperity. That he and his uncle should be very intimate together was impossible, from the nature of the two men, Clive being frank, clear-sighted, and imperious, Charles timid, vain, and double-faced, conscious that he was a humbug, and that most people found him out, so that he would quiver and turn away, and be more afraid of young Clive and his direct, straightforward way than of many older men. Then there was the sense of the money transactions between him and the Colonel, which made Charles Honeyman doubly uneasy. In fine, they did not like each other, but as he is a connection of the most respectable Newcombe family, surely he is entitled to a page or two in these their memoirs. Thursday came, and with it Mr. Sherrick's entertainment, to which also Mr. Benny and his party had been invited to meet Colonel Newcome's son. Uncle James and Rosie brought Clive in their carriage. Mrs. Mackenzie sent a headache as an apology. She chose to treat Uncle James' landlord with a great deal of hauteur, and to be angry with her brother for visiting such a person. In fact, you see how fond I must be of dear little Rosie, Clive, that I put up with all Mamma's tantrums for her sake, remarks Mr. Benny. Oh, Uncle, says little Rosie, and the old gentleman stopped her remonstrances with a kiss. Yes, says he, your mother does have tantrums, miss, and though you never complain, there's no reason why I shouldn't. You will not tell on me. It was, oh, Uncle again, and Clive won't, I am sure. This little thing, sir, James went on, holding Rosie's pretty little hand and looking fondly in her pretty little face, is her old uncle's only comfort in life. I wish I had had her out to India to me, and never come back to this great dreary town of yours. But I was tempted home by Tom Newcombe, and I'm too old to go back, sir. Where the stick falls, let it lie. Rosie would have been whisked out of my house in India in a month after I had her there. Some young fellow would have taken her away from me. And now she has promised never to leave her old Uncle James, hasn't she? No, never, Uncle, said Rosie. We don't want to fall in love, do we, child? We don't want to be breaking our hearts like some young folks, and dancing attendance at balls night after night, and capering about in the park to see if we can get a glimpse of the beloved object. Eh, Rosie? Rosie blushed, It was evident that she and Uncle James both knew of Clive's love affair. In fact, the front seat and back seat of the carriage both blushed, and as for the secret, why, Mrs. Mackenzie and Mrs. Hobson had talked it 100 times over. "This little Rosie, sir, has promised to take care of me on this side of Styx," continued Uncle James, "and if she could but be left alone, and to do it without Mamma. There, I won't say a word more against her. We should get on none the worse." "Uncle James, I must make a picture of you for Rosie," said Clive, good-humoredly. And Rosie said, "Oh, thank you, Clive," and held out that pretty little hand, and looked so sweet and kind and happy that Clive could not but be charmed at the sight of so much innocence and candor. "Quasti piccoli, Rossini," says James in a fine Scottish Italian. "E la più bella, la più cara, ragazza malamorte e il diavolo." "Don't, Uncle," cried Rosie again, and Clive laughed at Uncle James's wonderful outbreak in a foreign tongue. I thought you didn't know a word of the sweet language, Rosie. It's just the Ligui Toscani and Pochi Romani that I thought to try and compliment to this young monkey who has seen the world." And by this time St. John's Wood was reached, and Mr. Sherrick's handsome villa, at the door of which the three beheld the Reverend Charles Honeyman stepping out of a neat brougham. The drawing-room contained several pictures of Mrs. Sherrick when she was in the theatrical line. Snee's portrait of her, which was never half handsome enough for my Betsy, Sherrick said indignantly. The print of her in Ataxerxes, with her signature as Elizabeth Folthorpe. Not in truth a fine specimen of calligraphy. The testimonial presented to her on the conclusion of the triumphal season of 18 at Drury Lane, by her ever-grateful friend Adolphus Smacker, lessee, who, of course, went to law with her next year, and other thespian emblems. But Clive remarked, with not a little amusement, that the drawing-room tables were now covered with a number of those books which he had seen at Madame de Montcontour's, and many French and German ecclesiastical gimcracks, such as are familiar to numberless readers of mine. These were the lives of St. Botibol of Islington and St. Willibald of Bare Acres, with pictures of those confessors. Then there was the legend of Marjorie Daw, Virgin and Martyr, with a sweet double frontispiece representing 1. The sainted woman selling her feather bed for the benefit of the poor, and 2. Reclining upon straw, the leanest of invalids. There was old Daddy Longlegs, and how he was brought to say his prayers, a tale for children by a lady, with a preface dated St. Chad's Eve, and signed C.H. The Reverend Charles Honeyman's sermons, delivered at Lady Whittlesey's chapel. Poems of Early Days by Charles Honeyman, A.M. The Life of Good Dame Whittlesey by Do. Yes, Charles had come out in the literary line, and there in a basket was a strip of Berlin work of the very same Gothic pattern which Madame de Montcontour was weaving, and which you afterwards saw around the pulpit of Charles's chapel. Rosie was welcomed most kindly by the kind ladies, and as the gentlemen sat over their wine after dinner in the summer evening, Clive beheld Rosie and Julia pacing up and down the lawn, Miss Julia's arm around her little friend's waist. He thought they would make a pretty little picture. "My girl ain't a bad one to look at, is she?" said the pleased father. "A fellow might look far enough and see not prettier than them two." Charles sighed out that there was a German print, the two Leonoros, which put him in mind of their various styles of beauty. "I wish I could paint them," said Clive. "And why not, sir?" asks his host. "Let me give you your first commission now, Mr. Clive. I wouldn't mind paying a good bit for a picture of my Julia. I forget how much old Smee got for Betsy's, the old humbug." Clive said it was not the will, but the power that was deficient. He succeeded with men, but the ladies were too much for him as yet. Those you've done up at Albany Street Barracks are famous. I've seen 'em, said Mr. Sherrick, and remarking that his guest looked rather surprised at the idea of his being in such company, Sherrick said, "What, you think they are two great swells for me? Law bless you, I often go there. I've business with several of 'em. Had with Captain Belsize, with the Earl of Q, who's every inch the gentleman, one of nature's aristocracy, and paid up like a man. The Earl and me has had many dealings together." Honeyman smiled faintly, and nobody complying with Mr. Sherrick's boisterous entreaties to drink more, the gentleman quitted the dinner table, which had been served in a style of prodigious splendor, and went to the drawing-room for a little music. This was all of the gravest and best kind, so grave indeed that James Binney might be heard in a corner, giving an accompaniment of little snores to the singers and the piano. But Rosie was delighted with the performance, and Sherrick remarked to Clive, "That's a good gal, that is. I like that gal. She ain't jealous of Julia cutting her out in the music, but listens as pleased as anyone. She's a sweet little pipe of her own, too, Miss Mackenzie. If ever you like to go to the opera, send a word either to my West End or my city office. I've boxes every week, and you're welcome to anything I can give you." So all agreed that the evening had been a very pleasant one, and they of Fitzroy Square returned home talking in a most comfortable, friendly way. That is, two of them, for Uncle James fell asleep again, taking possession of the back seat, and Clive and Rosie prattled together. He had offered to try and take all the young ladies' likenesses. "You know what a failure the last was, Rosie." He had very nearly said, "Dear Rosie." "Yes, but Miss Sherrick is so handsome that you will succeed better with her than with my round face, Mr. Newcombe." "Mr. what?" cries Clive. "Well, Clive, then," says Rosie in a little voice. He sought for a little hand which was not very far away. "You know we are like brother and sister, dear Rosie," he said this time. "Yes," said she, and gave a little pressure of the hand. And then Uncle James woke up, and it seemed as if the whole drive didn't occupy a minute, and they shook hands very, very kindly at the door of Fitzroy Square. Clive made a famous likeness of Miss Sherrick, with which Mr. Sherrick was delighted, and so was Mr. Honeyman, who happened to call upon his nephew once or twice when the ladies happened to be sitting. Then Clive proposed to the Reverend Charles Honeyman to take his head off, and made an excellent likeness in chalk of his uncle. That one, in fact, from which the print was taken, which you may see any day at Hogarth's, in the Haymarket, along with a whole regiment of British divines. Charles became so friendly that he was constantly coming to Charlotte Street once or twice a week. Mr. and Mrs. Sherrick came to look at the drawing, were charmed with it, and when Rosie was sitting, they came to see her portrait, which again was not quite so successful. One Monday, the Sherricks and Honeyman too happened to call to see the picture of Rosie, who trotted over with her uncle to Clive's studio, and they all had a great laugh at a paragraph in the Pall Mall Gazette, evidently from F.B.'s hand, to the following effect: "Conversion in high life. A foreign nobleman of princely rank, who has married an English lady and has resided among us for some time, is likely, we hear and trust, to join the English Church. The Prince D. M. and C. and T. R. has been a constant attendant at Lady Whittlesey's chapel, of which the Reverend C. Honeyman is the eloquent incumbent, and it is said this sound and talented divine has been the means of awakening the prince to a sense of the erroneous doctrines in which he has been bred. His ancestors were Protestant, and fought by the side of Henry IV. at Ivry. In Louis XIV's time, they adopted the religion of that persecuting monarch. We sincerely trust that the present heir of the House of Avery will see fit to return to the creed which his forefathers so unfortunately abjured. The ladies received this news with perfect gravity, and Charles uttered a meek wish that it might prove true. As they went away, they offered more hospitalities to Clive and Mr. Binney and his niece. They liked the music. Would they not come and hear it again? When they had departed with Mr. Honeyman, Clive could not help saying to Uncle James, "Why are those people always coming here, praising me, and asking me to dinner? Do you know, I can't help thinking that they rather want me as a pretender for Miss Sherrick." Benny burst into a loud guffaw and cried out, "Oh, vanitas vanitatum!" Rosa laughed too. "I don't think it any joke at all," said Clive. "Why, you stupid lad, don't you see? It is Charles Honeyman the girl's in love with," cried Uncle James. "Rosie saw it in the very first instant we entered their drawing room 3 weeks ago." "Indeed, and how?" asked Clive. By the way she looked at him," said little Rosie. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 45, A Stag of 10. The London season was very nearly come to an end, and Lord Farintosh had danced I don't know how many times with Miss Newcombe, had drunk several bottles of the old Q port, had been seen at numerous breakfasts, operas, races, and public places by the young lady's side, and had not as yet made any such proposal as Lady Q expected for her granddaughter. Clive going to see his military friends in the Regent Park once, and finish Captain Butt's portrait in barracks, heard 2 or 3 young men talking, and one say to another, "I bet you 3 to 2 Farintosh don't marry her, and I bet you even that he don't ask her." Then, as he entered Mr. Butt's room, where these gentlemen were conversing, there was a silence and an awkwardness. The young fellows were making an event out of Ethel's marriage, and sporting their money freely on it. To have an old countess hunting a young marquis so resolutely that all the world should be able to look on and speculate whether her game would be run down by that staunch, toothless old pursuer, that is an amusing sport, isn't it? And affords plenty of fun and satisfaction to those who follow the hunt. But for a heroine of a story, be she ever so clever, handsome, and sarcastic, I don't think for my part, at this present stage of the tale, Miss Ethel Newcombe occupies a very dignified position. To break her heart in silence for Tompkins, who is in love with another. To suffer no end of poverty, starvation, capture by ruffians, ill treatment by a bullying husband, loss of beauty by the smallpox, death even at the end of the volume. All these mishaps a young heroine must endure, and has endured in romances over and over again, without losing the least dignity, or suffering any diminution of the sentimental reader's esteem. But a girl of great beauty, high temper, and strong natural intellect, who submits to be dragged hither and thither in an old grandmother's leash, and in pursuit of a husband who will run away from the couple. Such a person, I say, is in a very awkward position as a heroine, and I declare, if I had another ready to my hand, and unless there were extenuating circumstances, Ethel should be deposed at this very sentence. But a novelist must go on with his heroine, as a man with his wife, for better or worse, and to the end. For how many years have the Spaniards borne with their gracious queen, not because she was faultless, but because she was there. So chambers and grandees cried, God save her. Alabanderos turned out, drums beat, cannons fired, and people saluted Isabella II, who was no better than the humblest washerwoman of her subjects. Are we much better than our neighbors? Do we never yield to our peculiar temptation, our pride, or our avarice, or our vanity, or what not? Ethel is very wrong, certainly, but recollect, she is very young. She is in other people's hands. She has been bred up and governed by a very worldly family, and taught their traditions. We would hardly, for instance, the staunchest Protestant in England would hardly be angry with poor Isabella II for being a Catholic. So if Ethel worships at a certain image, which a great number of good folks in England bow to, let us not be too angry with her idolatry, and bear with our queen a little before we make our pronunciamento. No, Miss Newcombe, yours is not a dignified position in life. However, you may argue that hundreds of people in the world are doing like you. Oh me, what a confession it is, in the very outset of life and blushing brightness of youth's morning, to own that the aim with which a young girl sets out, and the object of her existence, is to marry a rich man, that she was endowed with beauty so that she might buy wealth, and a title with it, that as sure as she has a soul to be saved, her business here on earth is to try and get a rich husband. That is the career for which many a woman is bred and trained. A young man begins the world with some aspirations at least. He will try to be good and follow the truth. He will strive to win honors for himself, and never do a base action. He will pass nights over his books, and forego ease and pleasure, so that he may achieve a name. Many a poor wretch who is worn out now and old, and bankrupt of fame and money too, has commenced life, at any rate, with noble views and generous schemes, from which weakness, idleness, passion, or overpowering hostile fortune had turned him away. But a girl of the world, bon Dieu, the doctrine with which she begins is that she is to have a wealthy husband. The article of faith in her catechism is, I believe in elder sons, and a house in town, and a house in the country. They are mercenary as they step fresh and blooming into the world out of the nursery. They have been schooled there to keep their bright eyes to look only on the prince and the duke, Croesus and Davis. By long, cramping, and careful process, their little natural hearts have been squeezed up, like the feet of their fashionable little sisters in China. As you see a pauper's child, with an awful premature knowledge of the pawn shop, able to haggle at market with her wretched halfpence, and battle bargains at hucksters' stalls, you shall find a young beauty, who was a child in the schoolroom a year since, as wise and knowing as the old practitioners on that exchange, as economical of her smiles, as dexterous in keeping back or producing her beautiful wares, as skillful in setting one bidder against another, as keen as the smartest merchant in Vanity Fair. If the young gentlemen of the Life Guards Green, who were talking about Miss Newcombe and her suitors, were silent when Clive appeared amongst them, it was because they were aware not only of his relationship to the young lady, but his unhappy condition regarding her. Certain men there are who never tell their love, but let concealment, like a worm in the bud, feed on their damask cheeks. Others again must be not always thinking, but talking about the darling object. So it was not very long before Captain Crackthorpe was taken into Clive's confidence, and through Crackthorpe, very likely, the whole mess became acquainted with his passion. These young fellows, who had been early introduced into the world, gave Clive small hopes of success, putting to him, in their downright phraseology, the point of which he was already aware, that Miss Newcombe was intended for his superiors, and that he had best not make his mind uneasy by sighing for those beautiful grapes which were beyond his reach. But the good-natured Crackthorpe, who had a pity for the young painter's condition, helped him so far, and gained Clive's warmest thanks for his good offices, by asking admission for Clive to entertain evening parties of the beau monde, where he had the gratification of meeting his charmer. Ethel was surprised and pleased, and Lady Kew surprised and angry at meeting Clive Newcome at these fashionable houses. The girl herself was touched very lightly at his pertinacity in following her, as there was no actual feud between them. She could not refuse now and again to dance with her cousin, and thus be picked up such small crumbs of consolation as a youth in his state can get, lived upon 6 words vouchsafed to him in a quadrille, or brought home a glance of the eyes which he had presented to him in a waltz, or the remembrance of a squeeze of the hand on parting or meeting. How eager he was to get a card to this party or that! How attentive to the givers of such entertainments! Some friends of his accused him of being a tuft hunter and flatterer of the aristocracy, on account of his politeness to certain people. The truth was, he wanted to go wherever Miss Ethel was, and the ball was blank to him which she did not attend. This business occupied not only 1 season, but 2. By the time of the 2nd season, Mr. Newcome had made so many acquaintances that he needed few more introductions into society. He was very well known as a good-natured, handsome young man, and a very good waltzer, the only son of an Indian officer of large wealth, who chose to devote himself to painting, and who was supposed to entertain an unhappy fondness for his cousin, the beautiful Miss Newcome. Kind folks who heard of this little czandra, and were sufficiently interested in Mr. Clive, asked him to their houses in consequence. I dare say those people who were good to him may have been themselves at one time unlucky in their own love affairs. When the 1st season ended without a declaration from my lord, Lady Kew carried off her young lady to Scotland, where it also so happened that Lord Farintosh was going to shoot, and people made what surmises they chose upon this coincidence. Surmises? Why not? You who know the world know very well that if you see Mrs. So-and-so's name in the list of people at an entertainment, on looking down the list, you will presently be sure to come on Mr. What-do-you-call-ems. If Lord and Lady of such and such castle received a distinguished circle, including Lady Dash, for Christmas or Easter, without reading farther the names of the guests, you may venture on any wager that Captain Asterisk is one of the company. These coincidences happen every day, and some people are so anxious to meet other people, and so irresistible is the magnetic sympathy, I suppose, that they will travel hundreds of miles in the worst of weather to see their friends, and break your door open almost, provided the friend is inside it. I am obliged to own the fact that for many months Lady Kew hunted after Lord Farintosh. This rheumatic old woman went to Scotland, where, as he was pursuing the deer, she stalked his lordship. From Scotland she went to Paris, where he was taking lessons in dancing at the Chaumière. From Paris to an English country house for Christmas, where he was expected but didn't come, not being, his professor said, quite complete in the polka, and so on. If Ethel were privy to these maneuvers, or anything more than an unwittingly consenting party, I say we would depose her from her place of heroine at once. But she was acting under her grandmother's orders, a most imperious, irresistible, managing old woman, who exacted everybody's obedience and managed everybody's business in her family. Lady Anne Newcome being in attendance on her sick husband, Ethel was consigned to the Countess of Kew, her grandmother, who hinted that she should leave Ethel her property when dead, and whilst alive expected the girl should go about with her. She had, and wrote as many letters as a Secretary of State almost. She was accustomed to set off without taking anybody's advice, or announcing her departure until within an hour or two of the event. In her train moved Ethel, against her own will, which would have led her to stay at home with her father, but at the special wish and order of her parents. With such a sum as that of which Lady Kew had the disposal, Hobson brothers knew the amount of it quite well, to be left out of the family. Forbid it, all ye powers. Barnes, who would have liked the money himself, and said truly that he would live with his grandmother anywhere she liked, if he could get it. Barnes joined most energetically with Sir Brian and Lady Anne in ordering Ethel's obedience to Lady Kew. You know how difficult it is for one young woman not to acquiesce when the family council strongly orders. In fine, I hope there was a good excuse for the queen of this history, and that it was her wicked, domineering old prime minister who led her wrong. Otherwise, I say, we would have another dynasty. Oh, to think of a generous nature, and the world, and nothing but the world to occupy it, of a brave intellect, and the milliners' bandboxes, and the scandal of the coteries, and the fiddle-faddle etiquette of the court for its sole exercise, of the Russian hurry from entertainment to entertainment, of the constant smiles and cares of representation, of the prayerless rest at night, and the awaking to a godless morrow. This was the course of life to which fate, and not her own fault altogether, had for a while handed over Ethel Newcome. Let those pity her who can feel their own weakness and misgoing. Let those punish her who are without fault themselves. Clive did not offer to follow her to Scotland. He knew quite well that the encouragement he had had was only of the smallest, that, as a relation, she received him frankly and kindly enough, but checked him when he would have adopted another character. But it chanced that they met in Paris, whither he went in the Easter of the ensuing year, having worked to some good purpose through the winter, and dispatched, as on a former occasion, his 3 or 4 pictures to take their chance at the exhibition. Of these, it is our pleasing duty to be able to corroborate to some extent Mr. F. Bainham's favorite report. Fancy sketches and historical pieces our young man had eschewed, having convinced himself either that he had not an epic genius, or that to draw portraits of his friends was a much easier task than that which he had set himself formerly. Whilst all the world was crowding round a pair of J.J.'s little pictures, a couple of chalk heads were admitted into the exhibition. His great picture of Captain Crackthorpe on horseback, in full uniform, I must admit, was ignominiously rejected, and the friends of the parties had the pleasure of recognizing in the miniature room number 1246, picture of an officer, viz., Augustus Butts, Esquire, of the Life Guards Green, and portrait of the Reverend Charles Honeyman, number 1272. Miss Sherrick, the hangers, refused. Mr. Binney, Clive had spoiled as usual in the painting. The heads, however, before named, were voted to be faithful likenesses, and executed in a very agreeable and spirited manner. F. Baham's criticism on these performances, it need not be said, was tremendous. Since the days of Michelangelo, you would have thought there never had been such drawings. In fact, F.B., as some other critics do, clapped his friends so boisterously on the back and trumpeted their merits with such prodigious energy as to make his friends themselves sometimes uneasy. Mr. Clive, whose dear father was writing home more and more wonderful accounts of the Bundlecund Bank, in which he had engaged, and who was always pressing his son to draw for more money, treated himself to comfortable rooms at Paris, in the very same hotel where the young Marquis of Farintosh occupied lodgings much more splendid, and where he lived, no doubt, so as to be near the professor, who was still teaching his lordship the polka. Indeed, it must be said that Lord Farintosh made great progress under this artist, and that he danced very much better in his third season than in the first and second years after he had come upon the town. From the same instructor, the Marquis learned the latest novelties in French conversation, the choicest oaths and phrases for which he was famous, so that although his French grammar was naturally defective, he was enabled to order a dinner at Philippe's, and to bully a waiter, or curse a hackney coachman with extreme volubility. A young nobleman of his rank was received with a distinction which was his due by the French sovereign of that period, and at the Tuileries and the houses of the French nobility which he visited, Monsieur le Marquis de Farintosh excited considerable remark by the use of some of the phrases which his young professor had taught to him. People even went so far as to say that the Marquis was an awkward and dull young man, of the very worst manners, whereas the young Clive Newcome, and it comforted the poor fellow's heart somewhat, and be sure pleased Ethel, who was looking on at his triumphs, was voted the most charming young Englishman who had been seen for a long time in our salons. Madame de Florac, who loved him as a son of her own, actually went once or twice into the world in order to see his debut. Madame de Montcontour inhabited a part of the Hotel de Florac, and received society there. The French people did not understand what bad English she talked, though they comprehended Lord Farintosh's French blunders. Monsieur Newcome is an artist. What a noble career, cries a great French lady, the wife of a marshal, to the astonished Miss Newcome. This young man is the cousin of the charming Mise. You must be proud to possess such a nephew, madame, says another French lady to the Countess of Q, who, you may be sure, is delighted to have such a relative. And the French lady invites Clive to her receptions, expressly in order to make herself agreeable to the old Comtesse. Before the cousins have been 3 minutes together in Madame de Florac's salon, she sees that Clive is in love with Ethel Newcome. She takes the boy's hand and says, "J'ai votre secret, mon ami," and her eyes regard him for a moment as fondly, as tenderly, as ever they looked at his father. Oh, what tears have they shed, gentle eyes! Oh, what faith has it kept, tender heart! If love lives through all life, and survives through all sorrow, and remains steadfast with us through all changes, and in all darkness of spirit burns brightly, and, if we die, deplores us forever, and loves still equally, and exists with the very last gasp and throb of the faithful bosom, whence it passes with the pure soul, beyond death, surely it shall be immortal? Though we who remain are separated from it, is it not ours in heaven? If we love still those we lose, can we altogether lose those we love? 40 years have passed away. Youth and dearest memories revisit her, and hope almost wakes up again out of its grave, as the constant lady holds the young man's hand and looks at the son of Thomas Newcome. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 46, The Hotel de Florac. Since the death of Duke d'Ivry, the husband of Mary Queen of Scots, the Comte de Florac, who is now the legitimate owner of the ducal title, does not choose to bear it, but continues to be known in the world by his old name. The old Count's world is very small. His doctor and his director, who comes daily to play his game of piquet, his daughter's children, who amuse him by their laughter, and play round his chair in the garden of his hotel. His faithful wife, and 1 or 2 friends as old as himself from his society. His son, the Abbé, is with them but seldom. The austerity of his manners frightens his old father, who can little comprehend the religionism of the new school. After going to hear his son preach through Lent at Notre Dame, where the Abbé de Florac gathered a great congregation, the old count came away quite puzzled at his son's declamations. "I do not understand your new priest," he says. "I knew my son had become a Cordelier. I went to hear him, and found he was a Jacobin. Let me make my salute in quiet, my good Leonore. My director answers for me, and plays a game at tit-track into the bargain with me. Our history has but little to do with this venerable nobleman. He has his chamber looking out into the garden of his hotel, his faithful old domestic to wait upon him. His house appears to attend when he is well enough, his few acquaintances to help him to pass the evening. The rest of the hotel he gives up to his son, the Vicomte de Florac, and Madame la Princesse de Montcontour, his daughter-in-law." When Florac had told his friends of the club why it is he has assumed a new title as a means of reconciliation, a reconciliation all philosophical, my friends, with his wife Nahig of Manchester, who adores titles like all Anglaises, and has recently made a great succession, everybody allows that the measure was dictated by prudence, and there is no more laughter at his change of name. The princess takes the first floor of the hotel, at the price paid for it by the American general, who has returned to his original pigs at Cincinnati. Had not Cincinnatus himself pigs on his farm? And was he not a general and member of Congress, too? The honest princess has a bedchamber, which, to her terror, she is obliged to open of reception evenings, when gentlemen and ladies play cards there. It is fitted up in the style of Louis XVI. In her bed is an immense looking-glass, surmounted by stucco cupids. It is an alcove which some powdered Venus before the Revolution might have reposed in. Opposite that looking-glass, between the tall windows at some 40 feet distance, is another huge mirror, so that when the poor princess is in bed, in her prim old curl-papers, she sees a vista of elderly princesses twinkling away into the dark perspective, and is so frightened that she and Betsy, her Lancashire maid, pin up the jonquil silk curtains over the bed mirror after the first night, though the princess never can get it out of her head that her image is still there, behind the jonquil hangings, turning as she turns, waking as she wakes, etc. The chamber is so vast and lonely that she has a bed made for Betsy in the room. It is, of course, whisked away into a closet on reception evenings. A boudoir, rosa tendre, with more cupids and nymphs by Boucher, sporting over door panels, nymphs who may well shock old Betsy and her old mistress, is the princess's morning room. Ah, Mum, what would Mr. Humper at Manchester, Mr. Giles of Newcomes, the minister whom in early days Miss Higg used to sit under, say if they was brought into this room? But there is no question of Giles and Mr. Humper, excellent dissenting divines, who preached to Miss Higg, being brought into the Princess de Montcontour's boudoir. That paragraph, respecting a conversion in high life, which F.B. in his enthusiasm inserted in the Pall Mall Gazette, caused no small excitement in the Florac family. The Florac family read the Pall Mall Gazette, knowing that Clive's friends were engaged in that periodical. When Madame de Florac, who did not often read newspapers, happened to cast her eye upon that poetic paragraph of F.B.'s, you may fancy with what a panic it filled the good and pious lady. Her son become a Protestant, after all the grief and trouble his wildness had occasioned to her. Paul forsake his religion. but that her husband was so ill and aged as not to be able to bear her absence. She would have hastened to London to rescue her son out of that perdition. She sent for her younger son, who undertook the embassy, and the Prince and Princess de Montcontour, in their hotel at London, were one day surprised by the visit of the Abbé de Florac. As Paul was quite innocent of any intention of abandoning his religion, the mother's kind heart was very speedily set at rest by her envoy. Far from Paul's conversion to Protestantism, the Abbé wrote home the most encouraging accounts of his sister-in-law's precious dispositions. He had communications with Madame de Montcontour's Anglican director, a man of not powerful mind, wrote Monsieur l'Abbé, though of considerable repute for eloquence in his sect. The good dispositions of his sister-in-law were improved by the French clergyman, who could be most captivating and agreeable when a work of conversion was in hand. The visit reconciled the family to their English relative, in whom good nature and many other good qualities were to be seen now that there were hopes of reclaiming her. It was agreed that Madame de Montcontour should come and inhabit the Hôtel de Florac at Paris. Perhaps the Abbé tempted the worthy lady by pictures of the many pleasures and advantages she would enjoy in that capital. She was presented at her own court by the French ambassadress of that day, and was received at the Tuileries with a cordiality which flattered and pleased her. Having been presented herself, Madame la Princesse in turn presented to her august sovereign, Mrs. T. Higg and Miss Higg of Manchester, Mrs. Samuel Higg of Newcomes, the husbands of those ladies, the princess's brothers, also sporting a court dress for the first time. Sam Higg's neighbor, the member for Newcomes, Sir Brian Newcomes, Bart, was too ill to act as Higg's sponsor before Majesty. But Barnes Newcomes was uncommonly civil to the two Lancashire gentlemen, though their politics were different to his, and Sam had voted against Sir Brian at his last election. Barnes took them to dine at a club, recommended his tailor, and sent Lady Clara Poulain to call on Mrs. Higg, who pronounced her to be a pretty young woman and most affable. The Countess of Dorking would have been delighted to present these ladies had the princess not luckily been in London to do that office. The Hobson Newcomes were very civil to the Lancashire party, and entertained them splendidly at dinner. I believe Mrs. and Mr. Hobson themselves went to court this year, the latter in a deputy lieutenant's uniform. If Barnes Newcombe was so civil to the Higg family, we may suppose he had good reason. The Higgs were very strong in Newcombe, and it was advisable to conciliate them. They were very rich, and their account would not be disagreeable at the bank. Madame de Montcontour's, a large, easy private account, would be more pleasant still, and Hobson Brothers having entered largely into the Anglo-Continental Railway, whereof mention has been made, it was a bright thought of Barnes to place the Prince of Montcontour, etc., etc., on the French direction of the railway, and to take the princely prodigal down to Newcombe with his new title, and reconcile him to his wife and the Higg family. Barnes, we may say, invented the principality, rescued the Viscount of Florac out of his dirty lodgings in Leicester Square, and sent the Prince of Montcontour back to his worthy middle-aged wife again. The disagreeable dissenting days were over. A brilliant young curate of Dr. Boulder's, who also wore long hair, straight waistcoats, and no shirt collars, had already reconciled the Viscountess de Florac to the persuasion, whereof the ministers are clad in that queer uniform. The landlord of their hotel at St. James's got his wine from Sherrick, and sent his families to Lady Whittlesey's chapel. The Reverend Charles Honeyman's eloquence and amiability were appreciated by his new disciple. Thus the historian has traced here step by step how all these people became acquainted. Sam Higg, whose name was very good on 'Change in Manchester and London, joined the direction of the Anglo-Continental. A brother had died lately, leaving his money amongst them, and his wealth had added considerably to Madame de Florac's means. His sister invested a portion of her capital in the railway in her husband's name. The shares were at a premium and gave a good dividend. The Prince de Montcontour took his place with great gravity at the Paris board, where the Barnes made frequent flying visits. The sense of capitalism sobered and dignified Paul de Florac. At the age of 45, he was actually giving up being a young man, and was not ill-pleased at having to enlarge his waistcoats, and to show a little grey in his moustache. His errors were forgotten. He was bien vu by the government. He might have had the embassy extraordinary to Queen Pomare, but the health of Madame la Princesse was delicate. He paid his wife visits every morning, appeared at her parties in her opera box, and was seen constantly with her in public. He gave quiet little dinners still, at which Clive was present sometimes, and have a private door and key to his apartments, which was separated by all the dreary length of the reception rooms, from the mirrored chamber and jonquil couch where the Princess and Betsy reposed. When some of his London friends visited Paris, he showed us these rooms and introduced us duly to Madame la Princesse. He was as simple and as much at home in the midst of these splendors as in the dirty little lodgings in Leicester Square, where he painted his own boots and cooked his herring over the tongs. As for Clive, he was the infant of the house. Madame la Princesse could not resist his kind face, and Paul was as fond of him in his way as Paul's mother in hers. Would he live at the Hotel de Florac? There was an excellent atelier in the pavilion, with a chamber for his servant. No, you will be most at ease in apartments of your own. You will have here but the society of women. I do not rise till late, and my affairs, my board, call me away for the greater part of the day. Thou wilt but be, anyway, to play trick-track with my old father. My mother waits on him. My sister au second is given up entirely to her children, who always have the pituite. Madame la Princesse is not amusing for a young man. Come and go when thou wilt, Clive, my garçon. My son, thy cover is laid. Wilt thou take the portraits of all the family? Hast thou want of money? I had at my age and almost ever since, mon ami. But now we swim in gold, and when there is a louis in my purse, there are 10 francs for thee. To show his mother that he did not think of the Reformed religion, Paul did not miss going to Mass with her on Sunday. Sometimes Madame Paul went too, between whom and her mother-in-law there could not be any liking, but there was now great civility. They saw each other once a day. Madame Paul always paid her visit to the Comte de Florac, and Betsy, her maid, made the old gentleman laugh by her briskness and talk. She brought back to her mistress the most wonderful stories, which the old man told her about his doings during the emigration, before he married Madame la Comtesse, when he gave lessons in dancing, parbleu. There was his fiddle still, a trophy of those old times. He chirped and coughed and sang in his cracked old voice as he talked about them. Lord bless you, Mum, says Betsy. He must have been a terrible old man. He remembered the times well enough, but the stories he sometimes told over twice or thrice in an hour, I am afraid he had not repented sufficiently of those wicked old times. Else why did he laugh and giggle so when he recalled them? He would laugh and giggle till he was choked with his old cough, and old S. Jean, his man, came and beat Monsieur le Comte on the back, and made Monsieur le Comte take a spoonful of his syrup. Between two such women as Madame de Florac and Lady Kew, of course there could be little liking or sympathy. Religion, love, duty, the family were the French lady's constant occupation. Duty and the family, perhaps, Lady Kew's aim, too. Only the notions of duty were different in either person. Lady Q's idea of duty to her relatives being to push them on in the world, Madame de Florac's to soothe, to pray, to attend them with constant watchfulness, to strive to mend them with pious counsel. I don't know that one lady was happier than the other. Madame de Florac's eldest son was a kindly prodigal. Her second had given his whole heart to the church. Her daughter had centered hers on her own children, and was jealous if their grandmother laid a finger on them. So Leonore de Florac was quite alone. It seemed as if heaven had turned away all her children's hearts from her. Her daily business in life was to nurse a selfish old man, into whose service she had been forced in early youth, by a paternal decree which he never questioned, giving him obedience, striving to give him respect, everything but her heart, which had gone out of her keeping. Many a good woman's life is no more cheerful. A spring of beauty, a little warmth and sunshine of love, a bitter disappointment, followed by pangs and frantic tears, than a long monotonous story of submission. Not here, my daughter, is to be your happiness, says the priest, whom heaven loves it afflicts. And he points out to her the agonies of suffering saints of her sex, assures her of their present beatitudes and glories, exhorts her to bear her pains with a faith like theirs, and is empowered to promise her a like reward. The other matron is not less alone. Her husband and son are dead, without a tear for either. To weep was not in Lady Q's nature. Her grandson, whom she had loved perhaps more than any human being, is rebellious and estranged from her. Her children, separated from her, save one whose sickness and bodily infirmity the mother resents as disgraces to herself. Her darling schemes fail somehow. She moves from town to town, and ball to ball, and hall to castle, forever uneasy and always alone. She sees people scared at her coming, is received by sufferance and fear rather than by welcome, likes perhaps the terror which she inspires, and to enter over the breach rather than through the hospitable gate. She will try and command wherever she goes, and trample over dependence and society, with a grim consciousness that it dislikes her, a rage at its cowardice, and an unbending will to domineer. To be old, proud, lonely, and not have a friend in the world, that is her lot in it. As the French lady may be said to resemble the bird, which the fables say feeds her young with her blood, this one, if she has a little natural liking for her brood, goes hunting hither and thither and robs meat for them. And so, I suppose, to make the simile good, we must compare the Marquis of Farintosh to a lamb for the nonce, and Miss Ethel Newcome to a young eaglet. Is it not a rare provision of nature, or fiction of poets who have their own natural history, that the strong-winged bird can soar to the sun and gaze at it, and then come down from heaven and pounce on a piece of carrion? After she became acquainted with certain circumstances, Madame de Florac was very interested about Ethel Newcome, and strove in her modest way to become intimate with her. Miss Newcome and Lady Q attended Madame de Maucontour's Wednesday evenings. It is as well, my dear, for the interests of the family that we should be particularly civil to these people, Lady Q said, and accordingly she came to the Hotel de Florac, and was perfectly insolent to Madame la Princesse every Thursday evening. Towards Madame de Florac, even Lady Q could not be rude. She was so gentle as to give no excuse for assault. Lady Q vouchsafed you to pronounce that Madame de Florac was très grande dame, of the sort which is almost impossible to find nowadays, Lady Q said, who thought she possessed this dignity in her own person. When Madame de Florac, blushing, asked Ethel to come and see her, Ethel's grandmother consented with the utmost willingness. She is very devotee, I have heard, and will try and convert you. Of course you will hold your own about that sort of thing, and have the good sense to keep off theology. There is no Roman Catholic party in England or Scotland that is to be thought for a moment. You will see they will marry young Lord Derwentwater to an Italian princess, but he is only 17 and his directors never lose sight of him. Sir Bartholomew Vaux will have a fine property when Lord Campion dies, unless Lord Campion leaves the money to the convent where his daughter is, and of the other families who is there. I made every inquiry purposely. That is, of course, one is anxious to know about the Catholics as about one's own people, and little Mr. Rood, who was one of my poor brother Staines' lawyers, told me there is not one young man of that party at this moment who can be called a desirable person. Be very civil to Madame de Florac. She sees some of the old legitimists, and you know I am brûlé with that party of late years. There is Marquis de Montclac, who has a large fortune for France, said Ethel gravely. He is a humpback, but he is very spiritual. Monsieur de Catalan paid me some compliments the other night, and even asked George Barnes what my dot was. He is a widower, and has a wig and 2 daughters. Which do you think would be the greatest encumbrance, Grandmamma? A humpback or a wig and 2 daughters? I like Madame de Florac. For the sake of the borough, I must try and like Madame de Maucontour. I will go and see them whenever you please. So Ethel went to see Madame de Florac. She was very kind to Madame de Preville's children, Madame de Florac's grandchildren. She was gay and gracious with Madame de Maucontour. She went again and again to the Hotel de Florac, not caring for Lady Q's own circle of statesmen and diplomatists, Russian and Spanish and French, whose talk about the courts of Europe, who was in favor at St. Petersburg, and who was in disgrace at Schönbrunn. Naturally did not amuse the lively young person. The goodness of Madame de Florac's life, the tranquil grace and melancholy kindness with which the French lady received her, soothed and pleased Miss Ethel. She came and reposed in Madame de Florac's quiet chamber, or sate in the shade in the sober old garden of her hotel, away from all the trouble and chatter of the salons, the gossip of the embassies, the fluttering ceremonial of the Parisian ladies' visits in their fine toilettes, the fallacies of the dancing dandies, and the pompous mysteries of the old statesmen who frequented her grandmother's apartment. The world began for her at night, when she went in the train of the old countess from hotel to hotel, and danced waltz after waltz with Prussian and Neapolitan secretaries, with princes officers of ordnance, with personages even more lofty very likely, for the court of the citizen king was then in its splendor, and there must surely have been a number of nimble young royal highnesses who would like to dance with such a beauty as Miss Newcombe. The Marquis of Farintosh had a share in these polite amusements. His English conversation was not brilliant as yet, although his French was eccentric, but at the court balls, whether he appeared in his uniform of the Scotch archers or in his native Glenlivet tartan, there certainly was not in his own or the public's estimation a handsomer young nobleman in Paris that season. It has been said that he was greatly improved in dancing, and, for a young man of his age, his whiskers were really extraordinarily large and curly. Miss Newcombe, out of consideration for her grandmother's strange antipathy to him, did not inform Lady Q that a young gentleman by the name of Clive occasionally came to visit the Hotel de Florac. At first, with her French education, Madame de Florac never would have thought of allowing the cousins to meet in her house, but with the English it was different. Paul assured her that in the English chateaux, les Mises walked for entire hours with the young men, made parties of the fish, mounted to horse with them, the whole with the permission of the mothers. When I was at Newcombe, Miss Ethel rode with me several times, Paul said. A preuve that we went to visit an old relation of the family who adores Clive and his father. When Madame de Florac questioned her son about the young Marquis, to whom it was said Ethel was engaged, Florac flouted the idea. Engaged? This young Marquis is engaged to the Theatre des Varietés, my mother. He laughs at the notion of an engagement. When one charged him with it of late at the club, and asked how Mademoiselle Luxor, she is so tall that they call her the Luxor. She is an odalisque obelisk, ma mère. When one asked how the Luxor would pardon his pursuit of Miss Newcombe, my Escocese permitted himself to say in full club that it was Miss Newcombe pursued him, that nymph, that Diane, that charming and peerless young creature, on which, as the others laughed, and his friend Monsieur Walleye applauded, I dare to say in my turn, Monsieur le Marquis, as a young man, not familiar with our language, you have said what is not true, milord, and therefore luckily not mischievous. I have the honor to count of my friends the parents of the young lady of whom you have spoken. You never could have intended to say that a young miss who lives under the guardianship of her parents and is obedient to them, whom you meet in society all the nights, and at whose door your carriage is to be seen every day, is capable of that with which you charge her so gaily. These things say themselves, monsieur, in the coulisses of the theatre, of women from whom you learn our language, not of young persons pure and chaste, Monsieur de Farintosh. Learn to respect your compatriots, to honor youth and innocence everywhere, monsieur. And when you forget yourself, permit one who might be your father to point where you are wrong. And what did he answer? Asked the Countess. I attended myself to a Sophie, replied Florac, but his reply was much more agreeable. The young insulary, with many blushes and a gros juron, as his polite way is, said he had not wished to say a word against that person, of whom the name, cried I, ought never to be spoken in these places. Herewith our little dispute ended. So, occasionally, Mr. Clive had the good luck to meet with his cousin at the Hotel de Florac, where, I dare say, all the inhabitants wished he should have his desire regarding this young lady. The colonel had talked early to Madame de Florac about this wish of his life. Impossible then to gratify, because Ethel was engaged to Lord Q. Clive, in the fullness of his heart, imparted his passion to Florac, and in answer to Paul's offer to himself, had shown the Frenchman that kind letter in which his father bade him to carry aid to Leonore de Florac's son, in case he should need it. The case was all clear to the lively Paul. Between my mother and your good colonel, there must have been an affair at the heart in the early days during the emigration. Clive owned his father had told him as much, at least that he himself had been attached to Mademoiselle de Bois. It is for that her heart yearns towards thee, that I have felt myself entrained toward thee since I saw thee. Clive momentarily expected to be kissed again. Tell thy father that I am touched by his goodness with an eternal gratitude, and love every one that loves my mother. As far as wishes went, these two were eager promoters of Clive's little love affair, and Madame la Princesse became equally not less willing. Clive's good looks and good nature had had their effects upon that good-natured woman, and he was as great a favorite with her as with her husband. And thus it happened that when Miss Ethel came to pay her visit and sate with Madame de Florac and her grandchildren in the garden, Mr. Newcombe would sometimes walk up the avenue there and salute the ladies. If Ethel had not wanted to see him, would she have come? Yes, she used to say she was going to Madame de Preville's, not Madame de Florac's, and would insist, I have no doubt, that it was Madame de Preville whom she went to see, whose husband was a member of the Chamber of Deputies, a conseiller d'etat, or other French bigwig, and that she had no idea of going to meet Clive, or that he was more than a casual acquaintance at the Hotel de Florac. There was no part of her conduct in all her life which this lady, when it was impugned, would defend more strongly than this intimacy at the Hotel de Florac. It is not with this I quarrel especially, my fair young readers, who have seen a half-dozen of seasons. Can you call to mind the time when you had such a friendship for Emma Tompkins, that you were always at the Tompkins, and notes were constantly passing between your house and hers? When her brother, Paget Tompkins, returned to India, did not your intimacy with Emma fall off? If your younger sister is not in the room, I know you will own as much to me. I think you are always deceiving yourselves and other people. I think the motive you put forward is very often not the real one, though you will confess, neither to yourself nor to any human being, what the real motive is. I think what you desire you pursue, and are as selfish in your way as your bearded fellow creatures are. And as for the truth being in you, of all the women in a great acquaintance, I protest there are but, never mind, a perfectly honest woman, a woman who never flatters, who never manages, who never cajoles, who never conceals, who never uses her eyes, who never speculates on the effect which she produces, who never is conscious of unspoken admiration. What a monster, I say, would such a female be? Miss Hopkins, you have been a coquette since you were a year old. You worked on your papa's friends in the nurse's arms by the fascination of your lace frock and pretty new sash and shoes, when you could just toddle. You practiced your arts upon other children in the square, poor little lambkins sporting among the daisies, and nunc in novelia, mox in reluctantes dracones, proceeding from the lambs to reluctant dragoons. You tried your arts upon Captain Paget Tompkins, who behaved so ill and went to India without making those proposals which of course you never expected. Your intimacy was with Emma. It has cooled. Your sets are different. The Tompkinses are not quite, etc., etc. You believe Captain Tompkins married a Miss O'Grady, etc., etc. Ah, my pretty, my sprightly Miss Hopkins, be gentle in your judgment of your neighbors. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of the Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 47 contains 2 or 3 acts of a little comedy. All this story is told by one who, if he was not actually present at the circumstances here narrated, yet had information concerning them, and could supply such a narrative of facts and conversations as is, indeed, not less authentic than the details we have of other histories. How can I tell the feelings in a young lady's mind, the thoughts in a young gentleman's bosom? As Professor Owen or Professor Agassiz takes a fragment of a bone and builds an enormous forgotten monster out of it, wallowing in primeval quagmires, tearing down leaves and branches of plants that flourished thousands of years ago, and perhaps may be cold by this time. So the novelist puts this and that together. From the footprint finds the foot. From the foot, the brute who trod on it. From the brute, the plant he browsed on, the marsh in which he swam. And thus, in his humble way, a physiologist, too, depicts the habits, size, appearance of the beings whereof he has to treat. Traces this slimy reptile through the mud, and describes his habits filthy and rapacious, prods down this butterfly with a pin, and depicts his beautiful coat and embroidered waistcoat, points out the singular structure of yonder more important animal, the megatherium of his history. Suppose, then, in the quaint old garden of the Hotel de Florac, 2 young people are walking up and down in the avenue of lime trees, which is still permitted to grow in that ancient place. In the center of that avenue is a fountain, surmounted by a triton so grey and moss-eaten that though he holds his conch to his swelling lips, curling his tail in the arid basin, his instrument has had a sinecure for at least 50 years, and did not think fit even to play when the Bourbons, in whose time he was erected, came back from their exile. At the end of the lime tree avenue is a broken-nosed damp faun, with a marble panpipe, who pipes to the spirit ditties which I believe never had any tune. The perron of the hotel is at the other end of the avenue, a couple of Caesars on either end of the door window, from which the inhabitants of the hotel issue into the garden. Caracalla, frowning over his mouldy shoulder at Nerva, on to whose clipped hair the roofs of the grey chateau have been dribbling for ever so many long years. There are more statues gracing this noble place. There is Cupid, who has been at the point of kissing Psyche this half-century at least, though the delicious event has never come off. Through all those blazing summers and dreary winters, there is Venus and her boy under the damp little dome of a cracked old temple. Through the alley of this old garden, in which their ancestors have disported in hoops and powder, Monsieur de Florac's chair is wheeled by Saint Jean, his attendant. Madame de Preval's children trot about and skip, and play at cash-cash. The R.P. de Florac, when at home, paces up and down and meditates his sermons. Madame de Florac sadly walks sometimes to look at her roses, and Clive and Ethel Newcome are marching up and down. The children, and their bonne, of course, being there, jumping to and fro, and Madame de Florac, having just been called away to Monsieur le Comte, whose physician has come to see him. Ethel says, "How charming and odd this solitude is, and how pleasant to hear the voices of the children playing in the neighboring convent garden, of which they can see the new chapel rising over the trees." Clive remarks that the neighboring hotel has curiously changed its destination. One of the members of the directory had it, and no doubt, in the groves of its garden, Madame Tallien and Madame Recamier and Madame Bohamis have danced under the lamps. Then a marshal of the empire inhabited it. Then it was restored to its legitimate owner, Monsieur le Marquis de Bric-a-Brac, whose descendants, having a lawsuit about the Bric-a-Brac succession, sold the hotel to the convent. After some talk about nuns, Ethel says, there were convents in England. She often thinks she would like to retire to one, and she sighs as if her heart were in that scheme. Clive, with a laugh, says, "Yes, if you could retire after the season, when you are very weary of the balls, a convent would be very nice." At Rome he had seen San Pietro in Montorio and Sant Onofrio, that delightful old place where Tasso died. People go and make a retreat there. In the ladies' convents, the ladies do the same thing, and he doubts whether they are much more or less wicked after their retreat than gentlemen and ladies in England or France. Ethel, why do you sneer at all faith? Why should not a retreat do people good? Do you suppose the world is so satisfactory that those who are in it never wish for a while to leave it? She heaves a sigh and looks down toward a beautiful new dress of many flounces, which Madame de Floncesval, the great milliner, has sent her home that very day. Clive, I do not know what the world is, except from afar off. I am like the Peri who looks into paradise and sees angels within it. I live in Charlotte Street, Fitzroy Square, which is not within the gates of paradise. I take the gate to be somewhere in Davy Street, leading out of Oxford Street into Grosvenor Square. There's another gate in Hay Hill, and another in Bruton Street, Bond. Ethel, don't be a goose. Clive, why not? It is as good to be a goose as to be a lady. No, a gentleman of fashion. Suppose I were a viscount, an earl, a marquis, a duke. Would you say goose? No, you would say swan. Ethel. Unkind and unjust. Ungenerous to make taunts which common people make, and to repeat to me those silly sarcasms which your low, radical literary friends are always putting in their books. Have I ever made any difference to you? Would I not sooner see you than the fine people? Would I talk with you, or with the young dandies most willingly? Are we not of the same blood, Clive? And of all the grandees I see about, can there be a grander gentleman than your dear old father? You need not squeeze my hand so. Those little imps are look. That has nothing to do with the question. Bien, Leonore. Te connais bien, monsieur. N'est-ce pas? Qui te fait de si jolies descends. Leonore. Ah, oui. Vous m'en ferez toujours, n'est-ce pas, Monsieur Clive? Des chevaux, et puis des petites filles, avec leurs gouvernantes, et puis de maison, et puis de maison encore. Où est bon maman? Exit little Lenore down an alley. Ethel. Do you remember when we were children, and you used to make drawings for us? I have some now that you did, in my geography book, which I used to read and read with Miss Quigley. Clive. I remember all about our youth, Ethel. Ethel. Tell me what you remember. Clive. I remember one of the days when I first saw you. I had been reading the Arabian Nights at school, and you came in a bright dress of shot silk, amber and blue, and I thought you were like that fairy princess who came out of the crystal box. Because, Ethel, because why? Clive, because I always thought that fairies somehow must be the most beautiful creature in all the world. That is, why and because. Do not make me Mayfair curtsies. You know whether you are good-looking or not, and how long I have thought you so. I remember when I thought I would like to be Ethel's knight, and that if there was anything she would have me do, I would try and achieve it in order to please her. I remember when I was so ignorant I did not know there was any difference in rank between us. Ethel. Ah, Clive. Clive. Now it is altered. Now I know the difference between a poor painter and a young lady of the world. Why haven't I a title and a great fortune? Why did I ever see you, Ethel? Or, knowing the distance which it seems fate has placed between us, why have I seen you again? Ethel. Innocently. Have I ever made any difference between us? Whenever I may see you, am I not too glad? Don't I see you sometimes when I should not? No, I do not say when I should not, but when others, whom I am bound to obey, forbid me. What harm is there in my remembering old days? Why should I be ashamed of our relationship? No, not ashamed. Shy should I forget it. Don't do that, sir. We have shaken hands twice already. Leonore, Xavier. Clive. At one moment you like me, and at the next you seem to repent it. One day you seem happy when I come, and another day you are ashamed of me. Last Tuesday, when you came with those fine ladies to the Louvre, you seemed to blush when you saw me copying at my picture, and that stupid young lord looked quite alarmed because you spoke to me. My lot in life is not very brilliant, but I would not change it against that young man's. No, not with all his chances. Ethel. What do you mean with all his chances? Clive. You know very well. I mean, I would not be as selfish or as dull or as ill-educated. I won't say worse of him, not to be as handsome or as wealthy or as noble as he is. I swear I would not now change my place against his, or give up being Clive Newcome to be my Lord Marquis of Farintosh, with all his acres and titles of nobility. Ethel. Why are you forever harping about Lord Farintosh and his titles? I thought it was only women who were jealous. You gentlemen say so, hurriedly. I am going tonight with Grandmamma to the Minister of the Interior, and then to the Russian ball, and tomorrow to the Tuileries. We dine at the embassy first, and on Sunday, I suppose, we shall go to the Rue d'Aguesseau. I can hardly come here before Munn. Madame de Florac, little Leonore is very like you, resembles you very much. My cousin says he longs to make a drawing of her. Madame de Florac, my husband always likes that I should be present at his dinner. Pardon me, young people, that I have been away from you for a moment. Excellent, Clive, Ethel, and Madame de F. into the house. Conversation 2, Scene 1. Miss Newcome arrives in Lady Q's carriage, which enters the court of the Hotel de Florac. St. Jean. Mademoiselle, Madame la Comtesse is gone out, but Madame has charged me to say that she will be at home to the dinner of Monsieur le Comte, as to the ordinary. Miss Newcome. Madame de Preville is at home. St. Jean. Pardon me, Madame has gone out with Monsieur le Baron and Monsieur Xavier and Mademoiselle de Preville. They are gone, miss, I believe, to visit the parents of Monsieur le Baron, of whom it is probably today the fête. For Mademoiselle Leonore carried a bouquet, no doubt for her grandpapa. Will it please Mademoiselle to enter? I think Monsieur the Count sounds me. Bell rings. Miss Newcome. Madame le Prince, Madame la Vicomtesse is at home. Monsieur St. Jean? St. Jean. I go to call the people of Madame la Vicomtesse. Exit old St. Jean to the carriage. A lackey comes presently in a gorgeous livery, with buttons like little cheese plates. The lackey. The princess is at home, miss, and will be most happy to see you, miss. Miss trips up the great stair. A gentleman out of livery has come forth to the landing, and introduces her to the apartments of Madame la Princesse. The lackey to the servants on the box. Good morning, Thomas. How d'ye do, old Backy Stopper? Backy Stopper. How d'ye do, Jim? I say you couldn't give a feller a drink of beer, could you, mon contour? It was precious wet last night. I can tell you. Had to stop for 3 hours at the Neapolitan embassy. When we was a-dancing, me and some chaps went into Bob Parsons and had a drain. Old Cat came out and couldn't find her carriage, not by no means, could she? Tommy? Blessed if I didn't nearly drive her into a vegetable cart. I was so uncommon screwy. What's this a hentering at your pot cochere? Billy, my fang feller. Clive Newcome, by the most singular coincidence. Madame la Princesse? Lackey. Oui, monsieur. He rings a bell. The gentleman in black appears as before on the landing place up the stair. Exit Clive. Backy Stopper. I say, Bill, is that young chap often a-comin' here? They'd run pretty in a curricle, wouldn't they? Miss N and Master N. Quiet, old woman. Just look to that mare's end, will you, Billy? He's a fine young feller, that is. He gave me a covering the other night. Whenever I saw him in the park, he was always riding an handsome animal. What is he? They say in our all he is an artist. I can hardly think that. Why, there used to be an artist come to our club and painted 2 or 3 of my horses, and my old woman, too. Lackey. There's harnesses and harnesses, Backy Stopper. Why, there's some on 'em comes here with more stars on their coats than dukes has got. Have you ever heard of Monsieur Verney or Monsieur Goudin? Backy Stopper. They say this young gent is sweet on Miss N, which I guess I wish he may get it. Tommy. He. Backy Stopper. Bravo, Tommy. Tom ain't much of a man for conversation, but he's a precious one to drink. Do you think the young gent is sweet on her, Tommy? I saw him often prowling about our house in Queen Street when we was in London. Tommy, I guess he wasn't let in Queen Street. I guess our little Buttons was very near turned away for saying we was at home to him. I guess the footman's place is to keep his mouth open. No, his eyes open and his mouth shut. He lapses into silence. Lackey, I think Thomas is in love, Thomas is. Who was that young woman I saw you a dancing of at the show a year? Thomas, how was the young Marquis was a cutting of it about there? The police was obliged to come up and stop him dancing. His man told old Buzzfuzz upstairs that the Marquis's goings-on is lawful. Up to 4 or 5 every morning, blind hookey. Champagne, the deuce's own delight. That party have had I don't know how much in diamonds. And they quarrel and swear at each other and fling plates. It's tremendous. Tommy, why doesn't the Marquis man mind his own affairs? He's a supercilious beast, and would no more speak to a man, except he's out a livery, than he would to a chimney sweep. He, cuss him, I'd fight him for 'alf a crown. Lackey, and we'd back you, Tommy. Buzzfuzz upstairs ain't supercilious, nor is the prince's valet neither. That old Sangbang's a rum old governor. He was in England with the Count 50 years ago, in the emigration, in Queen Anne's time, you know. He used to support the old Count. He says he remembers a young Mr. Newcomes then that used to take lessons from the Chevalier. The Countess's father. There's my bell. Exit lackey. Becky Stopper. Not a bad chap, that. Sports his money very free. Sings an uncommon good song. Thomas. Pretty voice, but no cultivation. Lackey, who re-enters. Be here at 2 o'clock for Miss N. Take anything? Come round the corner. There's a capital shop round the corner. Exeunt servants. Scene 2. Ethel. I can't think where Madame de Malcontour has gone. How very odd it was that you should come here, that we should both come here today. How surprised I was to see you at the minister's. Grandmamma was so angry. That boy pursues us wherever we go, she said. I'm sure I don't know why we shouldn't meet Clive. It seems to be wrong even when my seeing you by chance here. Do you know, sir, what a scolding I had about going to Brighton with you? My grandmother did not hear of it till we were in Scotland, when that foolish maid of mine talked of it to her maid, and there was, oh, such a tempest. If there were a Bastille here, she would have to lock you into it. She says that you are always upon our way. I don't know how, I am sure. She says, but for you, I should have been. You know what I should have been. But I am thankful that I wasn't. And Q has got a much nicer wife in Henrietta Pauline than I could ever have been to him. She will be happier than Clara, Clive. Q is one of the kindest creatures in the world. Not very wise, not very strong, but he is just such a kind, easy, generous little man, as will make a girl like Henrietta quite happy. Clive. But not you, Ethel? Ethel. No, nor I him. My temper is difficult, Clive, and I fear few men would bear with me. I feel somehow always very lonely. How old am I? 20. I feel sometimes as if I was 100, and in the midst of all these admirations and fêtes and flatteries, so tired, oh, so tired. And yet if I don't have them, I miss them. How I wish I was religious like Madame de Florac. There is no day that she does not go to church. She is forever busy with charities, clergymen, conversions. I think the princess will be brought over ere long. That dear old Madame de Florac. And yet she is no happier than the rest of us. Hortense is an empty little thing, who thinks of her prosy fat Camille with spectacles, and of her 2 children, and of nothing else in the world besides. Who is happy? Clive. Clive. You say Barnes's wife is not. Ethel. We are like brother and sister, so I may talk to you. Barnes is very cruel to her. At Newcombe last winter, poor Clara used to come into my room with tears in her eyes, morning after morning. He calls her a fool, and seems to take a pride in humiliating her before company. My poor father has luckily taken a great liking to her, and before him, for he has grown very, very hot-tempered since his illness, Barnes leaves poor Clara alone. We were in hopes that the baby might make matters better, but as it is a little girl, Barnes chooses to be very much disappointed. He wants Papa to give up his seat in Parliament, but he clings to that more than anything. Oh, dear me, who is happy in the world? What a pity Lord Highgate's father had not died sooner. He and Barnes have been reconciled. I wonder my brother's spirit did not revolt against it. The old lord used to keep a great sum of money at the bank, I believe, and the present one does so still. He has paid all his debts off, and Barnes is actually friends with him. He is always abusing the Dorkings, who want to borrow money from the bank, he says. This eagerness for money is horrible. If I had been Barnes, I would never have reconciled with Mr. Belsize. Never, never. And yet they say he was quite right. And Grandmamma is even pleased that Lord Highgate should be asked to dine in Park Lane. Poor Papa is there, come to attend his parliamentary duties as he thinks. He went to a division the other night, and was actually lifted out of his carriage and wheeled into the lobby in a chair. The ministers thanked him for coming. I believe he thinks he will have his peerage yet. Oh, what a life of vanity ours is. Enter Madame de Marcontour. What are you young folks a-talking about? Balls and operas? When first I was took to the opera, I did not like it, and fell asleep. But now, oh, it's heavenly to hear Greasy sing. The clock. Ting, ting. Ethel. 2 o'clock already. I must run back to Grandmamma. Goodbye, Madame de Marcontour. I am so sorry I have not been able to see dear Madame de Florac. I will try and come to her on Thursday. Please tell her. Shall we meet you at the American Minister's tonight, or at Madame de Brie's tomorrow? Friday is your own night. I hope Grandmamma will bring me. How charming your last music was. Goodbye, mon cousin. You shall not come downstairs with me. I insist upon it, sir, and had much best remain here and finish your drawing of Madame de Marcontour. Princess. I put on the velvet, you see, Clive, though it's very hot in May. Goodbye, my dear. Exit Ethel. As far as we can judge from the above conversation, which we need not prolong, as the talk between Madame de Marcontour and Monsieur Clive, after a few complimentary remarks about Ethel, had nothing to do with the history of the Newcomes. As far as we can judge, the above little colloquy took place on Monday, and about Wednesday, Madame la Comtesse de Florac received a little note from Clive, in which he said that one day, when she came to the Louvre, where he was copying, she had admired a picture of a Virgin and Child by Sassoferrato, since when he had been occupied in making a watercolor drawing after the picture, and hoped she would be pleased to accept the copy from her affectionate and grateful servant, Clive Newcome. The drawing would be done the next day, when he would call with it in his hand. Of course, Madame de Florac received this announcement very kindly, and sent back by Clive's servant a note of thanks to that young gentleman. Now, on Thursday morning, about 1 o'clock, by one of those singular coincidences which, etc., etc., who should come to the Hotel de Florac but Miss Ethel Newcome? Madame la Comtesse was at home, waiting to receive Clive and his picture. But Miss Ethel's appearance frightened the good lady, so much so that she felt quite guilty at seeing the girl, whose parents might think, I don't know what they might think, that Madame de Florac was trying to make a match between the young people, Hence arose the words uttered by the Countess after a while in Conversation 3. Madame de Florac, at work. And so you like to quit the world and come to our tryst old hotel. After today, you will find it still more melancholy, my poor child. Ethel. And why? Madame de F. Someone who has been here to engage our little meetings will come no more. Ethel. Is the Abbe de Florac going to quit Paris, Madame? Madame de F. It is not of him that I speak. Thou knowest it very well, my daughter. Thou hast seen my poor Clive twice here. He will come once again, and then no more. My conscience reproaches me that I have admitted him at all. But he is like a son to me, and was so confided to me by his father. 5 years ago when we met, after an absence of how many years, Colonel Newcomes told me what hopes he had cherished for his boy. You know well, my daughter, with whom those hopes were connected. Then he wrote me that family arrangements rendered his plans impossible, that the hand of Miss Newcombe was promised elsewhere. When I heard from my son Paul how those negotiations were broken, my heart rejoiced, Ethel, for my friend's sake. I am an old woman now, who have seen the world and all sorts of men. Men more brilliant, no doubt, I have known, but such a heart as his, such a faith as his, such a generosity and simplicity as Thomas Newcome's, never. Ethel, smiling. Indeed, my dear lady, I think with you. Madame de F. I understand thy smile, my daughter. I can say to thee that when we were children almost, I knew thy good uncle. My poor father took the pride of his family into exile with him. Our poverty only made his pride the greater. Even before the emigration, a contract had been passed between our family and the Count of Florac. I could not be wanting to the word given by my father. For how many long years have I kept it? But when I see a young girl who may be made the victim, the subject of a marriage of convenience, as I was, my heart pities her, and if I love her, as I love you, I tell her my thoughts. Better poverty, Ethel, better a cell in a convent than a union without love. Is it written eternally that men are to make slaves of us? Here in France, above all, our fathers sell us every day. And what a society ours is. Thou wilt know this when thou art married. There are some laws so cruel that nature revolts against them, and breaks them, or we die in keeping them. You smile. I have been nearly 50 years dying, n'est-ce pas? And am here an old woman, complaining to a young girl. It is because our recollections of youth are always young, and because I have suffered so, that I would spare those I love a like grief. Do you know that the children of those who do not love in marriage seem to bear a hereditary coldness, and do not love their parents as other children do? They witness our differences and our indifferences, hear our recriminations, take one side or the other in our disputes, and are partisans for father or mother. We force ourselves to be hypocrites and hide our wrongs from them. We speak of a bad father with false praises. We wear faint smiles over our tears and deceive our children. Deceive them, do we? Even from the exercise of that pious deceit, there is no woman but suffers in the estimation of her sons. They may shield her as champions against their father's selfishness or cruelty. In this case, what a war! What a home, where the son sees a tyrant in the father, and in the mother but a trembling victim. I speak not for myself. Whatever may have been the course of our long wedded life, I have not to complain of these ignoble storms. But when the family chief neglects his wife, or prefers another to her, the children too, courtiers as we are, will desert her. You look incredulous about domestic love. Tenez, my child, if I may surmise, I think you cannot have seen it. Ethel, blushing and thinking perhaps how she esteems her father, how her mother, and how much they esteem each other. My father and mother have been most kind to all their children, madame, and no one can say that their marriage has been otherwise than happy. My mother is the kindest and most affectionate mother, and here a vision of Sir Brian alone in his room, and nobody really caring for him so much as his valet, who loves him to the extent of £50 a year and perquisites. Or perhaps Miss Cann, who reads to him and plays a good deal of evenings much to Sir Brian's liking. Here this vision, we say, comes and stops Miss Ethel's sentence. Madame de F., your father, in his infirmity, and yet he is 5 years younger than Colonel Newcome, is happy to have such a wife and such children. They comfort his age, they cheer his sickness, they confide their griefs and pleasures to him. Is it not so? His closing days are soothed by their affection. Ethel. Oh, no, no, and yet it is not his fault or ours that he is stranger to us. He used to be all day at the bank, or at night in the House of Commons, or he and Mamma went to parties, and we young ones remained with the governess. Mamma is very kind. I have never, almost, known her angry, never with us, about us sometimes, with the servants. As children we used to see Papa and Mamma at breakfast, and then when she was dressing to go out. Since he has been ill, she has given up all parties. I wanted to do so too. I feel ashamed in the world sometimes when I think of my poor father at home alone. I wanted to stay, but my mother and my grandmother forbade me. Grandmamma has a fortune, which she says I am to have. Since then, they have insisted on my being with her. She is very clever, you know. She is kind, too, in her way, but she cannot live out of society. And I, who pretend to revolt, I like it, too. And I, who rail and scorn flatterers, oh, I like admiration. I am pleased when the women hate me, and the young men leave them for me. Though I despise many of these, yet I can't help drawing them towards me. 1 or 2 of them I have seen unhappy about me, and I like it. And if they are indifferent, I am angry, and never tire till they come back. I love beautiful dresses. I love jewels. I love a great name and a fine house. Oh, I despise myself when I think of these things. When I lie in bed and say I have been heartless and a coquette, I cry with humiliation, and then rebel and say, why not? And tonight, yes, tonight, after leaving you, I shall be wicked. I know I shall. Madame de F., sadly. One will pray for thee, my child. Ethel, sadly. I thought I might be good once. I used to say my own prayers then. Now I speak them but by rote, and feel ashamed, yes, ashamed to speak them. Is it not horrid to say them, and next morning to be no better than you were last night? Often I revolt at these, as at other things, and am dumb. The vicar comes to see us at Newcombe, and eats so much dinner, and pays us such court, and Sir Brian's papa, and your ladyship's mamma. With grandmamma I go to hear a fashionable preacher, Clive's uncle, whose sister lets lodgings at Brighton. Such a queer, bustling, pompous, honest old lady. Do you know that Clive's aunt lets lodgings at Brighton? Madame de F. My father was an usher in a school Monsieur de Florac gave lessons in the emigration. Do you know in what? Ethel. Oh, the old nobility. That is different, you know. That Mr. Honeyman is so affected that I have no patience with him. Madame de F. with a sigh. I wish you could attend the services of a better church. And when was it you thought you might be good, Ethel? Ethel. When I was a girl, before I came out, when I used to take long rides with my dear Uncle Newcome, and he used to talk to me in his sweet, simple way, and he said I reminded him of someone he once knew. Madame de F. Who? Who was that, Ethel? Ethel, looking up at Gerard's picture of the Countess de Florac. What odd dresses you wore in the time of the Empire, Madame de Florac. How could you ever have such high waists and such wonderful phrases? Madame de Florac kisses Ethel. Tableau. Enter St. Jean, preceding a gentleman with a drawing board under his arm. St. Jean. Monsieur Clive. Exit St. Jean. Clive. How do you do, Madame la Comtesse? Mademoiselle, j'ai l'honneur de vous souhaiter le bonjour. Madame de F. Do you come from the Louvre? Have you finished that beautiful copy, mon ami? Clive. I have brought it for you. It is not very good. There are always so many petites demoiselles copying that Sassoferrato, and they chatter about it so, and hop from one easel to another, and the young artists are always coming to give them advice, so that there is no getting a good look at the picture. But I have brought you the sketch, and am so pleased that you asked for it. Madame de F., surveying the sketch. It is charming, charming. What shall we give to our painter for his chef d'oeuvre? Clive kisses her hand. There is my pay, and you will be glad to hear that 2 of my portraits have been received at the exhibition. My uncle, the clergyman, and Mr. Butts of the Life Guards. Ethel. Mr. Butts? Quel homme? Je ne connais que Monsieur Butts. Clive. He has a famous head to draw. They refused Crackthorpe and 1 or 2 other heads I sent in. Ethel, tossing up hers. Miss Mackenzie's, I suppose? Clive. Yes, Miss Mackenzie's. It is a sweet little face, too delicate for my hand, though. Ethel. So is a wax doll's a pretty face. Pink cheeks, china blue eyes, and hair the color of old Madame Heppenfels. Not her last hair. Her last but one. She goes to a window that looks into the court. Clive to the Countess. Miss Mackenzie speaks more respectfully of other people's eyes and hair. She thinks there is nobody in the world to compare to Miss Newcombe. Madame de F. aside. And you, mon ami? This is the last time, attendez-vous? You must never come here again. If Monsieur le Comte knew it, he would never pardon me. Encore? He kisses her ladyship's hand again. Clive. A good action gains to be repeated. Miss Newcombe, does the view of the courtyard please you? The old trees in the garden are better. That dear old fawn without a nose. I must have a sketch of him. The creepers round the base are beautiful. Miss N. I was looking to see if the carriage had come for me. It is time that I return home. Clive. That is my brougham. May I carry you anywhere? I hire him by the hour, and I will carry you to the end of the world. Miss N. Where are you going, Madame de Florac? To show that sketch to Monsieur le Comte? Dear me, I don't fancy that Monsieur de Florac can care for such things. I am sure I have seen many as pretty on the quays for 25 sous. I wonder the carriage has not come for me. Clive. You can take mine without my company, as that seems not to please you. Miss N. Your company is sometimes very pleasant, when you please. Sometimes, as last night, for instance, when you are particularly lively. Clive. Last night, after moving heaven and earth to get an invitation to Madame de Brie, I say, heaven and earth, that is a French phrase. I arrived there. I find Miss Newcombe engaged for almost every dance, waltzing with Monsieur de Clingesport, galloping with Count de Capri, galloping and waltzing with the most noble, the Marquis of Farintosh. She will scarce speak to me during the evening, and when I wait till midnight, her grandmamma whisks her home, and I am left alone for my pains. Lady Q is in one of her high moods, and the only words she condescends to say to me are, "Oh, I thought you had returned to London," with which she turns her venerable back on me. Miss N. A fortnight ago, you said you were going to London. You said the copies you were about here would not take you another week, and that was 3 weeks since. Clive. It were best I had gone, Miss N. If you think so, I cannot but think so, Clive. Why do I stay and hover about you, and follow, you know? I follow you? Can I live on a smile vouchsafed twice a week, and no brighter than you give it to all the world? What do I get but to hear your beauty praised, and to see you, night after night, happy and smiling and triumphant, the partner of other men? Does it add zest to your triumph to think that I behold it? I believe you would like a crowd of us to pursue you, Miss N. To pursue me, and if they find me alone, by chance to compliment me with such speeches as you make. That would be pleasure indeed. Answer me here in return, Clive. Have I ever disguised from any of my friends the regard I have for you? Why should I? Have not I taken your part when you were maligned? In former days when Lord Q asked me, as he had a right to do then, I said it was as a brother. I held you, and always would. If I have been wrong, it has been for 2 or 3 times in seeing you at all, or seeing you thus, in letting you speak to me as you do, injure me as you do. Do you think I have not hard enough words said to me about you, but that you must attack me too in turn? Last night only, because you were at the ball, it was very, very wrong of me to tell you I was going there. As we went home, Lady Q, go, sir. I never thought you would have seen me in this humiliation. Clive. Is it possible that I should have made Ethel Newcombe shed tears? Oh, dry them, dry them. Forgive me, Ethel, forgive me. I have no right to jealousy or to reproach you. I know that. If others admire you, surely I ought to know that they do but as I do. I should be proud, not angry, that they admire my Ethel, my sister, if you can be no more. Ethel. I will be that always, whatever harsh things you think or say of me. Dear sir, I am not going to be so foolish as to cry again. Have you been studying very hard? Are your pictures good at the exhibition? I like you with your mustachios best, and order you not to cut them off again. The young men here wear them. I hardly knew Charles Beardsmore when he arrived from Berlin the other day, like a sapper and miner. His little sisters cried out and were quite frightened by his apparition. Why are you not in diplomacy? That day at Brighton, when Lord Farintosh asked whether you were in the army, I thought to myself, why is he not? Clive. A man in the army may pretend to anything, n'est-ce pas? He wears a lovely uniform. He may be a general, a KCB, a viscount, an earl. He may be valiant in arms and wanting a leg, like the lover in the song. It is peacetime, you say. So much the worse career for a soldier. My father would not have me, he said, for ever dangling in barracks, or smoking in country billiard rooms. I have no taste for law, and as for diplomacy, I have no relations in the cabinet, and no uncles in the House of Peers. Could my uncle, who is in Parliament, help me much, do you think? Or would he, if he could? Or Barnes, his noble son and heir, after him? Ethel, musing. Barnes would not, perhaps, but Papa might even still, and you have friends who are fond of you. Clive. No, no one can help me, and my art, Ethel, is not only my choice and my love, but my honor, too. I shall never distinguish myself in it. I may take smart likenesses, but that is all. I am not fit to grind my friend Ridley's colors for him. Nor would my father, who loves his own profession so, make a good general probably. He always says so. I thought better of myself when I began as a boy, and was a conceited youngster, expecting to carry it all before me. But as I walked to the Vatican and looked at Raphael and at the great Michael, I knew I was but a poor little creature, and in contemplating his genius, shrunk up till I felt myself as small as a man looks under the dome of St. Peter's. Why should I wish to have a great genius? Yes, there is one reason why I should like to have it, Ethel, and that is, Clive, to give it to you if it pleased you, Ethel. But I might wish for the roc's egg. There is no way of robbing the bird. I must take a humble place, and you want a brilliant one. A brilliant one. Oh, Ethel, what a standard we folks measure fame by. To have your name in the Morning Post, and to go to 3 balls every night. You have your dress described as the drawing room, and your arrival from a round of visits in the country as your townhouse, and the entertainment of the Marchioness of Farron, Ethel. Sir, if you please, no calling names. Clive. I wonder at it, for you are in the world, and you love the world, whatever you may say, and I wondered that one of your strength of mind should so care for it. I think my simple old father is much finer than all your grandees, his single-mindedness more lofty than all their bowing and haughtiness and scheming. What are you thinking of as you stand in that pretty attitude, like Menasign, with your finger on your chin? Ethel. Menasign? Who is she? I think I like you best when you are quiet and gentle, and not when you are flaming out and sarcastic, sir. And so you think you will never be a famous painter? They are quite in society here. I was so pleased, because 2 of them dined at the Tuileries when Grandmamma was there, and she mistook one, who was covered all over with crosses, for an ambassador, I believe, till the Queen called him Monsieur de la Roche. She says there is no knowing people in this country, and do you think you will never be able to paint as well as Monsieur de la Roche? Clive. No, never, Ethel. And, you will never give up painting? Clive. No, never. That would be like leaving your friend who was poor, or deserting your mistress because you were disappointed about her money. They do those things in the great world, Ethel. Ethel, with a sigh. Yes. Clive. If it is so false and base and hollow, this great world, if its aims are so mean, its success is so paltry, the sacrifices it asks of you so degrading, the pleasures it gives you so wearisome, shameful even, why does Ethel Newcome cling to it? Will you be fairer, dear, with any other name than your own? Will you be happier, after a month, at bearing a great title, with a man whom you can't esteem, tied forever to you, to be the father of Ethel's children, and the lord and master of her life and actions? The proudest woman in the world consents to bend herself to this ignominy, and own that a coronet is a bribe sufficient for her honor. What is the end of a Christian life, Ethel? A girl's pure nurture? It can't be this. Last week, as we walked in the garden here, and heard the nuns singing in their chapel, you said how hard it was that poor women should be imprisoned so, and were thankful that in England we had abolished that slavery. Then you cast your eyes to the ground, and mused as you paced the walk, and thought, I know, that perhaps their lot was better than some others. Ethel. Yes, I did. I was thinking that almost all women are made slaves one way or other, and that these poor nuns, perhaps, were better off than we are. Clive. I never will quarrel with nun or matron for following her vocation. But for our women, who are free, why should they rebel against nature, shut their hearts up, sell their lives for rank and money, and forego the most precious right of their liberty? Look, Ethel, dear, I love you so, that if I thought another had your heart, an honest man, a loyal gentleman like him of last year even, I think I could go back with the God bless you, and take to my pictures again, and work on in my own humble way. You seem like a queen to me somehow, and I am but a poor, humble fellow, who might be happy, I think, if you were. In those balls where I have seen you surrounded by those brilliant young men, noble and wealthy, admirers like me, I have often thought, How could I aspire to such a creature and ask her to forgo a palace to share the crust of a poor painter? Ethel. You spoke quite scornfully of palaces just now, Clive. I won't say a word about the regard which you express for me. I think you have it. Indeed, I do. But it were best not said, Clive. Best for me, perhaps, not to own that I know it. In your speeches, my poor boy, and you will please not to make any more, or I never can see you to speak to you again. Never. You forgot one part of a girl's duty, obedience to her parents. They would never agree to my marrying anyone below, anyone whose union would not be advantageous in a worldly point of view. I never would give such pain to the poor father, or to the kind soul who never said a harsh word to me since I was born. My grandmamma is kind too, in her way. I came to her of my own free will. When she said she would leave me her fortune, do you think it was for myself alone that I was glad? My father's passion was to make an estate, and all my brothers and sisters will be but slenderly portioned. Lady Q said she would help them if I came to her, and it is the welfare of those little people that depends upon me, Clive. Now, do you see, brother, why you must speak to me so no more? There is the carriage. God bless you, dear Clive. Clive sees the carriage drive away after Miss Newcombe has entered it, without once looking up to the window where he stands. When it is gone, he goes to the opposite windows of the salon, which are open, towards the garden. The chapel music begins to play from the convent next door. As he hears it, he sinks down, his head in his hands. Enter Madame de Florac. She goes to him with anxious looks. What hast thou, my child? Hast thou spoken? Clive, very steadily. Yes. Madame de F. And she loves thee? I know she loves thee. Clive. You hear the organ of the convent? Madame de F. Caught too? Clive. I might as well hope to marry one of the sisters of yonder convent, dear lady. He sinks down again, and she kisses him. Clive. I never had a mother, but you seem like one. Madame de F. Mon fils, oh mon fils. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 48, in which Benedick is a married man. We have all heard of the dying French Duchess, who viewed her coming dissolution and subsequent fate so easily, because she said she was sure that heaven must deal politely with a person of her quality. I suppose Lady Q had some notions regarding people of rank. Her long-suffering towards them was extreme. In fact, they were vices which the old lady thought pardonable, and even natural, in a young nobleman of high station, which she never would have excused in persons of vulgar condition. Her ladyship's little knot of associates and scandal-bearers, elderly roués and ladies of the world, whose business it was to know all sorts of noble intrigues and exalted tittle-tattle, what was happening among the devotees in the exile court at Fromsdorf, what among the citizen princes of the Tuileries, who was reigning favorite of the Queen Mother at Aranjuez, who was smitten with whom at Vienna or Naples, and the last particulars of the chroniques scandaleuses of Paris and London. Lady Q, I say, must have been perfectly aware of my Lord Farintosh's amusements, associates, and manner of life, and yet she never, for one moment, exhibited any anger or dislike towards that nobleman. Her amiable heart was so full of kindness and forgiveness towards the young prodigal that, even without any repentance on his part, she is ready to take him to her old arms and give him her venerable benediction. Pathetic sweetness of nature, charming tenderness of disposition, with all his faults and wickedness, his follies and his selfishness, there was no moment when Lady Kew would not have received the young lord and endowed him with the hand of her darling Ethel. But the hopes which this fond, forgiving creature had nurtured for one season, and carried on so resolutely to the next, were destined to be disappointed yet a second time by a most provoking event, which occurred in the Newcombe family. Ethel was called away suddenly from Paris by her father's third and last paralytic seizure. When she reached her home, Sir Brian could not recognize her. A few hours after her arrival, all the vanities of the world were over for him, and Sir Barnes Newcombe, Baronet, reigned in his stead. The day after Sir Brian was laid in his vault at Newcombe, a letter appeared in the local papers addressed to the independent electors of that borough, in which his orphan son, feelingly alluding to the virtue, the services, and the political principles of the deceased, offered himself as a candidate for the seat in Parliament now vacant. Sir Barnes announced that he should speedily pay his respects in person to the friends and supporters of his lamented father. That he was a staunch friend of our admirable Constitution need not be said. That he was a firm but conscientious upholder of our Protestant religion, all who knew Barnes Newcombe must be aware. That he would do his utmost to advance the interests of this great manufacturing county and borough. We may be sure he avowed, as that he would be, if returned to represent Newcombe in Parliament, the advocate of every rational reform, the unhesitating opponent of every reckless innovation. In fine, Barnes Newcombe's manifesto to the electors of Newcombe was as authentic a document and gave him credit for as many public virtues as that slab over poor Brian's bones in the chancel of Newcombe Church, which commemorated the good qualities of the defunct and the grief of his heir. In spite of the virtues, personal and inherited, of Barnes, his seat for Newcombe was not got without a contest. The dissenting interest in the respectable Liberals of the borough wished to set up Samuel Higg, Esquire, against Sir Barnes Newcombe, and now it was that Barnes' civilities of the previous year, aided by Madame de Montcontour's influence over her brother, bore their fruit. Mr. Higg declined to stand against Sir Barnes Newcombe. Although Higg's political principles were by no means those of the Honourable Baronet, and the candidate from London, whom the Newcombe extreme radicals set up against Barnes, was nowhere on the poll when the day of election came. So Barnes had the desire of his heart, and within 2 months after his father's demise, he sate in Parliament as member for Newcombe. The bulk of the late baronet's property descended, of course, to his eldest son, who grumbled, nevertheless, at the provision made for his brothers and sisters, and that the townhouse should have been left to Lady Anne, who was too poor to inhabit it. But Park Lane is the best situation in London, and Lady Anne's means were greatly improved by the annual produce of the house in Park Lane, which, as we all know, was occupied by a foreign minister for several subsequent seasons. Strange mutations of fortune, old places, new faces. What Londoner does not see and speculate upon them every day? Celia's boudoir, who is dead with the daisies over her at Kensal Green, is now the chamber where Delia is consulting. Dr. Locock or Julia's children are romping. Florio's dining tables have now Pollio's wine upon them, Callista being a widow, and, to the surprise of everybody who knew Trimalchio, and enjoyed his famous dinners, left but very poorly off, lets the house, and the rich, chaste, and appropriate planned furniture by Dalbiggin, and the proceeds go to keep her little boys at Eton. The next year, as Mr. Clive Newcome rode by the once familiar mansion, whence the hatchment had been removed, announcing that there was in Ceolokius for the late Sir Brian Newcome, Bart. Alien faces looked from over the flowers in the balconies. He got a card for an entertainment from the occupant of the mansion, H.E., the Bulgarian minister. And there was the same crowd in the reception room and on the stairs. The same grave men from Gunter's distributing the refreshments in the dining room. The same old Smee, R.A., always in the room where the edibles were, cringing and flattering to the new occupants, and the same effigy of poor Sir Brian, in his deputy lieutenant's uniform, looking blankly down from over the sideboard, at the feast which his successors were giving. A dreamy old ghost of a picture. Have you ever looked at those round George IV banqueting halls at Windsor? Their frames still hold them, but they smile ghostly smiles, and swagger in robes and velvets which are quite faint and faded. Their crimson coats have a twilight tinge. The luster of their stars has twinkled out. They look as if they were about to flicker off the wall and retire to join their originals in limbo. Nearly 3 years had elapsed since the good colonel's departure for India, and during this time, certain changes had occurred in the lives of the principal actors and the writer of this history. As regards the latter, it must be stated that the dear old firm of Lamb Court had been dissolved, the junior member having contracted another partnership. The chronicler of these memoirs was a bachelor no longer. My wife and I had spent the winter at Rome, favorite resort of young married couples, and had heard from the artist there Clive's name affectionately repeated, and many accounts of his sayings and doings, his merry supper parties, and the talents of young Ridley, his friend. When we came to London in the spring, almost our first visit was to Clive's apartments in Charlotte Street, whither my wife delightedly went to give her hand to the young painter. But Clive no longer inhabited that quiet region. On driving to the house, we found a bright brass plate with the name of Mr. J.J. Ridley on the door, and it was J.J.'s hand which I shook, his other being engaged with a great palette and a sheaf of painting brushes. When we entered the well-known quarters, Clive's picture hung over the mantelpiece, where his father's head used to hang in our time. A careful and beautifully executed portrait of the lad in a velvet coat and a Roman hat, with that golden beard which was sacrificed to the exigencies of London fashion. I showed Laura the likeness until she could become acquainted with the original. On her expressing her delight at the picture, the painter was pleased to say, in his modest blushing way, that he would be glad to execute my wife's portrait too, nor, as I think, could any artist find a subject more pleasing. After admiring others of Mr. Ridley's works, our talk naturally reverted to his predecessor. Clive had migrated to much more splendid quarters. Had he not heard? He had become a rich man, a man of fashion. I fear he is very lazy about the arts, said J.J., with regret on his countenance, though I begged and prayed him to be faithful to his profession. He would have done very well in it, in portrait painting especially. Look here, and here, and here, said Ridley, producing fine vigorous sketches of Clive's. He had the art of seizing the likeness, and of making all his people look like gentlemen, too. He was improving every day, when this abominable bank came in the way and stopped him. What bank? I did not know the New Indian Bank of which the colonel was a director. Then, of course, I was aware that the mercantile affair in question was the Bundelkund Bank, about which the colonel had written to me from India more than a year since, announcing that fortunes were to be made by it, and that he had reserved shares for me in the company. Laura admired all Clive's sketches, which his affectionate brother artist showed to her, with the exception of one representing the reader's humble servant, which Mrs. Pendennis considered by no means did justice to the original. Bidding adieu to the kind J.J. and leaving him to pursue his art in that silent, serious way in which he daily labored at it, we drove to Fitzroy Square hard by, where I was not displeased to show the good old hospitable James Binney the young lady who bore my name. But here, too, we were disappointed. Placards wavered in the windows, announced that the old house was to let. The woman who kept it brought a card in Mrs. Mackenzie's frank handwriting, announcing Mr. James Binney's address was Poste Restante, Pau, in the Pyrenees, and that his London agents were Messrs. So-and-so. The woman said she believed the gentleman had been unwell. The house, too, looked very pale, dismal, and disordered. We drove away from the door, grieving to think that ill health or any other misfortunes had befallen good old James. Mrs. Pendennis drove back to our lodgings, Brixham's in Jermyn Street, while I sped to the city, having business in that quarter. It has been said that I kept a small account with Hobson Brothers, to whose bank I went and entered the parlor with that trepidation which most poor men feel on presenting themselves before city magnates and capitalists. Mr. Hobson Newcombe shook hands most jovially and good-naturedly, congratulated me on my marriage, and so forth, and presently Sir Barnes Newcombe made his appearance, still wearing his mourning for his deceased father. Nothing could be more kind, pleasant, and cordial than Sir Barnes's manner. He seemed to know well about my affairs, complimented me on every kind of good fortune, had heard that I had canvassed the borough in which I lived, hoped sincerely to see me in Parliament, and on the right side, was most anxious to become acquainted with Mrs. Pendennis, of whom Lady Rockminster said all sorts of kind things, and asked for our address, in order that Lady Clara Newcombe might have the pleasure of calling on my wife. This ceremony was performed soon afterwards, and an invitation to dinner from Sir Barnes and Lady Clara Newcombe speedily followed it. Sir Barnes Newcombe, Bart., M.P., I need not say, no longer inhabited the small house which he had occupied immediately after his marriage, but dwelt in a much more spacious mansion in Belgravia, where he entertained his friends. Now that he had come into his kingdom, I must say that Barnes was by no means so insufferable as in the days of his bachelorhood. He had sown his wild oats, and spoke with regret and reserve of that season of his moral culture. He was grave, sarcastic, statesmanlike, did not try to conceal his baldness, as he used before his father's death, by bringing lean wisps of hair over his forehead from the back of his head, talked a great deal about the house, was assiduous in his attendance there and in the city, and conciliating with all the world. It seemed as if we were all his constituents, and though his efforts to make himself agreeable were rather apparent, the effect succeeded pretty well. We met Mr. and Mrs. Hobson Newcombe, and Clive, and Miss Ethel, looking beautiful in her black robes. It was a family party, Sir Barnes said, giving us to understand, with a decorous solemnity in face and voice, that no large parties as yet could be received in that house of mourning. To this party was added, rather to my surprise, my Lord Highgate, who, under the sobriquet of Jack Belsize, has been presented to the reader of this history. Lord Highgate gave Lady Clara his arm to dinner, but went and took a place next to Miss Newcombe, on the other side of her, and immediately by Lady Clara being reserved for a guest who had not as yet made his appearance. Lord Highgate's attentions to his neighbour, his laughing and talking were incessant, so much so that Clive, from his end of the table, scowled in wrath at Jack Belsize's assiduities. It was evident that the youth, though hopeless, was still jealous and in love with his charming cousin. Barnes Newcombe was most kind to all his guests, from Aunt Hobson to your humble servant. There was not one but the master of the house had an agreeable word for him, even for his cousin Samuel Newcombe, a gawky youth with an eruptive countenance. Barnes had appropriate words of conversation and talked about King's College, of which the lad was an ornament, with the utmost affability. He complimented that institution and young Samuel, and by that shot knocked not only over Sam, but his mamma too. He talked to Uncle Hobson about his crops, to Clive about his pictures, to me about the great effect which a certain article in the Pall Mall Gazette had produced in the House, where the Chancellor of the Exchequer was perfectly livid with fury, and Lord John bursting out laughing at the attack. In fact, nothing could be more amiable than our host on this day. Lady Clara was very pretty, grown a little stouter since her marriage. The change only became her. She was a little silent, but then she had Uncle Hobson on her left-hand side, between whom and her ladyship there could not be much in common, and the place at the right hand was still vacant. The person with whom she talked most freely was Clive, who had made a beautiful drawing of her and her little girl, for which the mother and the father too, as it appeared, were very grateful. What had caused this change in Barnes's behavior? Our particular merits or his own private reform? In the 2 years over which this narrative has had to run, in the course of as many chapters, the writer had inherited a property so small that it could not occasion a banker's civility, and I put down Sir Barnes Newcome's politeness to a sheer desire to be well with me. But with Lord Highgate and Clive, the case was different, as you must now hear. Lord Highgate, having succeeded to his father's title and fortune, had paid every shilling of his debts, and had sowed his wild oats to the very last corn. His lordship's account at Hobson Brothers was very large. Painful events of 3 years' date, let us hope, were forgotten. Gentlemen cannot go on being in love and despairing, and quarrelling forever. When he came into his funds, Highgate behaved with uncommon kindness to Rooster, who was always straitened for money, and when the late Lord Dorking died, and Rooster succeeded to him, there was a meeting at Chanticleer between Highgate and Barnes Newcombe and his wife, which went off very comfortably. At Chanticleer, the Dowager Lady Kew and Miss Newcombe were also staying, when Lord Highgate announced his prodigious admiration for the young lady, and, it was said, corrected Farintosh as a low-minded, foul-tongued young cub for daring to speak disrespectfully of her. Nevertheless, vous concevez, when a man of the Marquis's rank was supposed to look with the eyes of admiration upon a young lady, Lord Highgate would not think of spoiling sport, and he left Chanticleer declaring that he was always destined to be unlucky in love. When old Lady Kew was obliged to go to Vichy for her lumbago, Highgate said to Barnes, "Do ask your charming sister to come to you in London. She will bore herself to death with the old woman at Vichy, or with her mother at Rugby," whither Lady Anne had gone to get her boys educated, and accordingly Miss Newcombe came on a visit to her brother and sister, at whose house we have just had the honour of seeing her. When Rooster took his seat in the House of Lords, he was introduced by Highgate and Kew, as Highgate had been introduced by Kew previously. Thus these three gentlemen all rode in gold coaches, had all got coronets on their heads, as you will, my respected young friend, if you are the eldest son of a peer who dies before you, and now they were rich, they were all going to be very good boys, let us hope. Kew, we know, married one of the Dorking family, that second Lady Henrietta Poulain, whom we described as frisking about at Baden, and not in the least afraid of him. How little the reader knew, to whom we introduced the girl in that chatty offhand way, that one day the young creature would be a countess. But we knew it all the while, and when she was walking about with the governess, or romping with her sisters, and when she had dinner at 1 o'clock, and when she wore a pinafore very likely, we secretly respected her as the future Countess of Q, and mother of the Viscount Waltham. Lord Q was very happy with his bride, and very good to her. He took Lady Q to Paris for a marriage trip, but they lived almost all together at Quebury afterwards, where his lordship sowed tame oats now after his wild ones, and became one of the most active farmers of his county. He and the Newcomes were not very intimate friends, for Lord Q was heard to say that he disliked Barnes more after his marriage than before, and the two sisters, Lady Clara and Lady Q, had a quarrel on one occasion, when the latter visited London just before the dinner at which we have just assisted, nay, at which we were just assisting, took place. A quarrel about Highgate's attentions to Ethel, very likely. Q was dragged into it, and hot words passed between him and Jack Belsize, and Jack did not go down to Quebury afterward, though Q's little boy was christened after him. All these interesting details about people of the very highest rank we are supposed to whisper in the reader's ear as we are sitting at a Belgravian dinner table. My dear Barmecide friend, isn't it pleasant to be in such fine company? And now we must tell how it is that Clive Newcome, Esquire, whose eyes are flashing fire across the flowers at the table, at Lord Highgate, who is making himself so agreeable to Miss Ethel. Now we must tell how it is that Clive and his cousin Barnes have grown to be friends again. The Bundekund Bank, which had been established for 4 years, had now grown to be one of the most flourishing commercial institutions in Bengal. Founded, as the prospectus announced, at a time when all private credit was shaken by the failure of the great agency houses, of which the downfall had carried dismay and ruin throughout the presidency. The BB had been established on the only sound principle of commercial prosperity, that is, association. The native capitalists, headed by the great firm of Raman Lal and Company of Calcutta, had largely embarked in the BB, and the officers of the two services in the European Mercantile Body of Calcutta had been invited to take shares in an institution which, to merchants, native and English, civilian and military men, was alike advantageous and indispensable. How many young men of the latter services had been crippled for life by the ruinous cost of agencies, of which the profits to the agents themselves were so enormous. The shareholders of the BB were their own agents, and the greatest capitalist in India, as well as the youngest ensign in the service, might invest at the largest and safest premium, and borrow at the smallest interest, by becoming, according to his means, a shareholder in the BB. Their correspondents were established in each presidency and in every chief city of India, as well as at Sydney, Singapore, Canton, and of course London. With China they did an immense opium trade, of which the profits were so great that it was only in private sittings of the BB Managing Committee that the details and accounts of these operations could be brought forward. Otherwise, the books of the bank were open to every shareholder, and the ensign or the young civil servant was at liberty at any time to inspect his own private account as well as the common ledger. With New South Wales they carried on a vast trade in wool, supplying that great colony with goods, which their London agents enabled them to purchase in such a way as to give them the command of the market, as if to add to their prosperity. Copper mines were discovered on lands in the occupation of the B Banking Company, which gave the most astonishing returns, and throughout the vast territories of British India, through the great native firm of Rumman Lall and Company. The Bundelkund Banking Company had possession of the native markets. The order from Birmingham for idols alone, made with their copper and paid in their wool, was enough to make the Low Church party in England cry out, and a debate upon this subject actually took place in the House of Commons, of which the effect was to send up the shares of the Bundelkund Banking Company very considerably upon the London Exchange. The fifth half-yearly dividend was announced at 12.25% of the paid-up capital. The accounts from the copper mines sent the dividend up to a still greater height and carried the shares to an extraordinary premium. In the third year of the concern, the House of Hobson Brothers of London became the agents of the Bundelkund Banking Company of India, and amongst our friends, James Binney, who had prudently held out for some time, and Clive Newcombe, Esquire, became shareholders. Clive's good father having paid the first installments of the lad's shares up in Calcutta, and invested every rupee he could himself command in this enterprise. When Hobson Brothers joined it, no wonder James Binney was convinced. Clive's friend, the Frenchman, and through that connection the House of Higg, of Newcombe and Manchester, entered into the affair, and amongst the minor contributors in England we may mention Miss Cann, who took a little 50-pound note share, and dear old Miss Honeyman, and J.J. and his father Ridley, who brought a small bag of saving, all knowing that their colonel, who was eager that his friend should participate in his good fortune, would never lead them wrong. To Clive's surprise, Mrs. Mackenzie, between whom and himself there was a considerable coolness, came to his chambers, and with a solemn injunction that the matter between them should be quite private, requested him to purchase £1,500 worth of Bundelkund shares for her and her darling girls, which he did, astonished to find the thrifty widow in possession of so much money. Had Mr. Pendennis's mind not been bent at this moment on quite other subjects, he might have increased his own fortune by the Bundelkund Bank speculation. But in these 2 years I was engaged in matrimonial affairs, having Clive Newcombe, Esquire, as my groomsman on a certain interesting occasion. When we returned from our tour abroad, the Indian Bank shares were so very high that I did not care to purchase, though I found an affectionate letter from our good colonel, enjoining me to make my fortune, awaiting me at the agent's, and my wife received a pair of beautiful cashmere shawls from the same kind friend. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 49 contains at least 6 more courses and 2 desserts. The banker's dinner party over, we returned to our apartments, having dropped Major Pendennis at his lodgings, and there, as the custom is amongst most friendly married couples, talked over the company and the dinner. I thought my wife would naturally have liked Sir Barnes Newcombe, who was very attentive to her, took her to dinner as the bride, and talked ceaselessly to her during the whole entertainment. Laura said no. She did not know why. Could there be any better reason? There was a tone about Sir Barnes Newcombe she did not like, especially in his manner to women. I remarked that he spoke sharply and in a sneering manner to his wife, and treated 1 or 2 remarks which he made as if she were an idiot. Mrs. Pendennis flung up her head as much as to say, "And so she is." Mr. Pendennis: "What, the wife too, my dear Laura? I should have thought such a pretty, simple, innocent young woman, with just enough good looks to make her pass muster, who was very well bred and not brilliant at all. I should have thought such a one might have secured a sister's approbation. Mrs. Pendennis. You fancy we are all jealous of one another. No protests of ours can take that notion out of your heads. My dear Pen, I do not intend to try. We are not jealous of mediocrity. We are not patient of it. I dare say we are angry because we see men admire it so. You gentlemen, who pretend to be our betters, give yourselves such airs of protection and profess such a lofty superiority over us. Prove it by quitting the cleverest woman in the room for the first pair of bright eyes and dimpled cheeks that enter. It was those charms which attracted you in Lady Clara, sir. Pendennis. I think she is very pretty and very innocent and artless. Mrs. P. Not very pretty, and perhaps not so very artless. Pendennis. How can you tell, you wicked woman? Are you such a profound deceiver yourself that you can instantly detect artifice in others? Oh, Laura. Mrs. P. We can detect all sorts of things. The inferior animals have instincts, you know. I must say my wife is always very satirical upon this point of the relative rank of the sexes. One thing I am sure of is that she is not happy, and oh, Pen, that she does not care much for her little girl. Pendennis. How do you know that, my dear? Mrs. P. We went upstairs to see the child after dinner. It was at my wish. The mother did not offer to go. The child was awake and crying. Lady Clara did not offer to take it. Ethel, Miss Newcombe, took it, rather to my surprise, for she seems very haughty, and the nurse, who I suppose was at supper, came running up at the noise, and then the poor little thing was quiet. Pendennis. I remember we heard the music as the dining-room door was open, and Newcombe said, "That is what you will have to expect, Pendennis." Mrs. P. Hush, sir. If my baby cries, I think you must expect me to run out of the room. I like Miss Newcombe after seeing her with the poor little thing. She looked so handsome as she walked with it. I longed to have it myself. Pendennis. Tout bien enfin, et qui sait? Mrs. P. Don't be silly. What a dreadful, dreadful place this great world of yours is, Arthur, where husbands do not seem to care for their wives, where mothers do not love their children, where children love their nurses best, where men talk what they call gallantry. Pendennis. What? Mrs. P. Yes, such as that dreary, languid, pale, bald, cadaverous, leering man whispered to me. Oh, how I dislike him. I am sure he is unkind to his wife. I am sure he has a bad temper, and if there is any excuse for... Pendennis. For what? Mrs. P. For nothing. But you heard yourself that he had a bad temper, and spoke sneeringly to his wife. What could make her marry him? Pendennis. Money, and the desire of papa and mamma. For the same reason Clive's flame, poor Miss Newcombe, was brought out today. That vacant seat at her side was for Lord Farintosh, who did not come, and the Marquis not being present, the Baron took his innings. Did you not see how tender he was to her, and how fierce poor Clive looked? Mrs. P. Lord Highgate was very attentive to Miss Newcombe, was he? Pendennis. And some years ago, Lord Highgate was breaking his heart about whom, do you think? About Lady Clara Poulain, our hostess of last night. He was Jack Belsize then, a younger son, plunged over head and ears in debt, and of course there could be no marriage. Clive was present at Baden when a terrible scene took place, and carried off poor Jack to Switzerland and Italy, where he remained till his father died, and he came into the title in which he rejoices. And now he is off with the old love, Laura, and on with the new. Why do you look at me so? Are you thinking that other people have been in love 2 or 3 times too? Mrs. P. I am thinking that I should not like to live in London, Arthur. And this was all that Mrs. Laura could be brought to say. When this young woman chooses to be silent, there is no power that can extract a word from her. It is true that she is generally in the right, but that is only the most aggravating. Indeed, what can be more provoking after a dispute with your wife than to find it is you and not she who has been in the wrong? Sir Barnes Newcombe politely caused us to understand that the entertainment of which we had just partaken was given in honor of the bride. Clive must needs not be outdone in hospitality, and invited us and others to a fine feast at the Star and Garter at Richmond, where Mrs. Pendennis was placed at his right hand. I smile as I think how much dining has been already commemorated in these voracious pages. But the story is an everyday record, and does not dining form a certain part of the pleasure and business of every day? It is at that pleasant hour that our set has the privilege of meeting the other. The morning man and woman alike devote to business, or pass mainly in the company of their own kind. John has his office, Jane her household, her nursery, her milliner, her daughters and their masters. In the country he has his hunting, his fishing, his farming, his letters. She her schools, her poor, her garden, or what not. Parted through the shining hours and improving them, let us trust, we come together toward sunset only. We make merry and amuse ourselves. We chat with our pretty neighbor, or survey the young ones sporting. We make love and are jealous. We dance, or obsequiously turn over the leaves of Cecilia's music book. We play whist, or go to sleep in the armchair according to our ages and conditions. Snooze gently in thy armchair, thou easy bald head. Play your whist, or read your novel, or talk scandal over your work, ye worthy dowagers and fogies. Meanwhile, the young ones frisk about, or dance, or sing, or laugh, or whisper behind curtains in moonlit windows, or shirk away into the garden, and come back smelling of cigars, nature having made them so to do. Nature at this time irresistibly impelled Clive Newcombe towards love-making. It was pairing season with him. Mr. Clive was now some 23 years old. Enough has been said about his good looks, which were in truth sufficient to make him a match for the young lady on whom he had set his heart, and from whom, during this entertainment which he gave to my wife, he could never keep his eyes away for 3 minutes. Laura's did not need to be so keen as they were in order to see what poor Clive's condition was. She did not in the least grudge the young fellow's inattention to herself, or feel hurt that he did not seem to listen when she spoke. She conversed with J.J., her neighbor, who was very modest and agreeable, while her husband, not so well pleased, had Mrs. Hobson Newcombe for his partner during the chief part of the entertainment. Mrs. Hobson and Lady Clara were the matrons who gave the sanction of their presence to this bachelor party. Neither of their husbands could come to Clive's little fete. Had they not the City and the House of Commons to attend? My uncle, Major Pendennis, was another of the guests, who for his part found the party was what you young fellows call very slow. Dreading Mrs. Hobson and her powers of conversation, the old gentleman nimbly skipped out of her neighborhood and fell by the side of Lord Highgate, to whom the Major was inclined to make himself very pleasant. But Lord Highgate's broad back was turned upon his neighbor, who was forced to tell stories to Captain Crackthorpe, which had amused dukes and marquises in former days, and were surely quite good enough for any baron in this realm. Lord Highgate's sweet upon La Belle Newcombe, is he? said the testy Major afterwards. He seemed to me to talk to Lady Clara the whole time. When I awoke in the garden after dinner, as Mrs. Hobson was telling one of her confounded long stories, I found her audience was diminished to one. Crackthorpe, Lord Highgate, and Lady Clara, we had all been sitting there when the bankeress cut in the mid of a very good story I was telling them, which entertained them very much, and never ceased talking till I fell off into a doze. When I roused myself, begad, she was still going on. Crackthorpe was off, smoking a cigar on the terrace. My Lord and Lady Clara were nowhere, and you four, with the little painter, were chatting cosily in another arbor. Behaved himself very well, the little painter. Deuced good dinner Alice gave us. But as for Highgate, being au soin with la belle Barcarée, trust me, my boy, he is, upon my word, my dear, it seemed to me his thoughts were quite another way. To be sure, Lady Clara is belle banquière too now. He. How could he say he had no carriage to go home in? He came down in Crackthorpe's cab, who passed us just now, driving back young what-do-you-call the painter. Thus did the Major discourse, as we returned towards the city. I could see in the open carriage which followed us, Lady Clara Newcomes, Lord Highgate's white hat, by Clive's on the back seat. Laura looked at her husband. The same thought may have crossed their minds, though neither uttered it. But although Sir Barnes and Lady Clara Newcome offered us other civilities during our stay in London, no inducements could induce Laura to accept the proffered friendship of that lady. When Lady Clara called, my wife was not at home. When she invited us, Laura pleaded engagements. At first she bestowed on Miss Newcome, too, a share of this haughty dislike, and rejected the advances which that young lady, who professed to like my wife very much, made towards an intimacy. When I appealed to her, for Newcome's house was after all a very pleasant one, and you met the best people there, my wife looked at me with an expression of something like scorn and said, "Why don't I like Miss Newcome? Of course, because I am jealous of her. All women, you know, Arthur, are jealous of such beauties." I could get for a long while no better explanation than these sneers, for my wife's antipathy towards this branch of the Newcome family, but an event presently came which silenced my remonstrances and showed to me that Laura had judged Barnes and his wife only too well. Poor Mrs. Hobson Newcome had reason to be sulky at the neglect which all the Richmond party showed her, for nobody, not even Major Pendennis, as we have seen, would listen to her intellectual conversation. Nobody, not even Lord Highgate, would drive back to town in her carriage, though the vehicle was large and empty, and Lady Clara's barouche, in which his lordship chose to take a place, had already 3 occupants within it. But in spite of these rebuffs and disappointments, the virtuous lady of Briarstone Square was bent upon being good-natured and hospitable, and I have to record, in the present chapter, yet one more feast of which Mr. and Mrs. Pendennis partook at the expense of the most respectable Newcome family. Although Mrs. Laura here also appeared, and had the place of honor in her character of bride, I am bound to own my opinion that Mrs. Hobson only made us the pretext of her party, and that in reality it was given to persons of a much more exalted rank. We were the first to arrive, our good old Major, the most punctual of men, bearing us company. Our hostess was arrayed in unusual state and splendor. Her fat neck was ornamented with jewels, rich bracelets decorated her arms, and this Briarstone Square Cornelia had likewise her family jewels distributed round her, priceless male and female, Newcome gems, from the King's College youth, with whom we have made a brief acquaintance, and his elder sister, now entering into the world, down to the last little ornament of the nursery, in a prodigious new sash, with ringlets hot and crisp from the tongs of a marley-bone hairdresser. We had seen the cherub faces of some of these darlings, pressed against the drawing-room windows as our carriage drove up to the door, when, after a few minutes' conversation, another vehicle arrived. Away they dashed to the windows again, the innocent little dears crying out, "He's the Marquis," and in sadder tones, "No, it isn't the Marquis," by which artless expressions they showed how eager they were to behold an expected guest of a rank only inferior to dukes in this great empire. Putting two and two together, as the saying is, it was not difficult for me to guess who the expected Marquis was. And indeed, the King College youth set that question at once to rest, by wagging his head at me, and winking his eye and saying, "We expect Farintosh." "Why, my dearest children," matronly Virtue exclaimed, "this anxiety to behold the young Marquis of Farintosh, whom we expect at our modest table, Mrs. Pendennis, to-day? Twice you have been at the window in your eagerness to look for him. Louisa, you silly child, do you imagine that his lordship will appear in his robes and coronet? Rodolphe, you absurd boy, do you think that a marquis is other than a man? I have never admired aught but intellect. Mrs. Pendennis, that, let us be thankful, is the only true title to distinction in our country nowadays." "Begad, sir," whispers the old major to me, "intellect may be a deuced fine thing, but in my opinion, a marquisate at 18 or 20,000 a year, I should say the Farintosh property, with the Glenlivet estate and the Roy property in England, must be worth 19,000 a year, the very lowest figure. And I remember when this young man's father was only Tom Roy, of the 42nd, with no hope of succeeding to the title, and deucedly out at elbows, too. I say, what does the bankeress mean by chattering about intellect? Hang me, a marquis is a marquis, and Mrs. Newcombe knows it as well as I do. My good major was growing old, and was not unnaturally a little testy at the manner in which his hostess received him. Truth to tell, she hardly took any notice of him, and cut down a couple of the old gentleman's stories before he had been 5 minutes in the room. To our party presently comes the host in a flurried countenance, with a white waistcoat, holding in his hand an open letter, towards which his wife looks with some alarm. "How-de-do, Lady Clara? How-de-do, Ethel?" he says, saluting those ladies, whom the second carriage had brought to us. "Sir Barnes is not coming. That's one place vacant. That, Lady Clara, you won't mind. You see him at home. But here's a disappointment for you, Miss Newcombe. Lord Farintosh can't come." At this, two of the children cry out, "Oh, oh," with such a melancholy accent that Miss Newcombe and Lady Clara burst out laughing. "Got a dreadful toothache," said Mr. Hobson. "Here's his letter." "Hang it, what a bore," cries artless young King's College. "Why a bore, Samuel? A bore, as you call it, for Lord Farintosh, I grant. But do you suppose that the high in station are exempt from the ills of mortality? I know nothing more painful than a toothache," exclaims a virtuous matron, using the words of philosophy, but showing the countenance of anger. "Hang it, why didn't he have it out?" says Samuel. Miss Ethel laughed. "Lord Farintosh would not have that tooth out for the world, Samuel," she cried gaily. "He keeps it on purpose, and it always aches when he does not want to go out to dinner." "I know one humble family who will never ask him again," Mrs. Hobson exclaims, rustling in all her silks, and tapping her fan in her foot. The eclipse, however, passes off her countenance, and light is restored, when at this moment, a cab having driven up during the period of darkness, the door is flung open, and Lord Highgate is announced by a loud-voiced butler. My wife, being still the bride on this occasion, had the honor of being led to the dinner table by our banker and host. Lord Highgate was reserved for Mrs. Hobson, who, in an engaging manner, requested poor Clive to conduct his cousin Maria to dinner, handing over Miss Ethel to another guest. Our major gave his arm to Lady Clara, and I perceived that my wife looked very grave as he passed the place where she sat, and seated Lady Clara in the next chair to that which Lord Highgate chanced to occupy. Feeling himself en veine, and the company being otherwise rather mum and silent, my uncle told a member of delightful anecdotes about the beau monde of his time, about the Peninsular War, the Regent, Brummel, Lord Steyne, P. Green Payne, and so forth. He said the evening was very pleasant, though some others of the party, as it appeared to me, scarcely seemed to think so. Clive had not a word for his cousin Maria, but looked across the table at Ethel at all dinner time. What could Ethel have to say to her partner, old Colonel Sir Donald Macraw, who gobbled and drank as his wont is, and if he had a remark to make, imparted it to Mrs. Hobson, at whose right hand he was sitting, and to whom, during the whole course or courses of the dinner, my Lord Highgate scarcely uttered one single word. His lordship was whispering all the while into the ringlets of Lady Clara. They were talking a jargon which their hostess scarcely understood, of people only known to her by her study of the peerage. When we joined the ladies after dinner, Lord Highgate again made his way towards Lady Clara, and at an order from her, as I thought, left her ladyship, and strove hard to engage in a conversation with Mrs. Newcome. I hope he succeeded in smoothing the frowns in that round little face. Mrs. Laura, I own, was as grave as a judge all the evening, very grave even, and reserved with my uncle, when the hour for parting came and we took him home. He, said the old man, coughing and nodding his old head, and laughing in his senile manner. When I saw him on the next day, that was a pleasant evening we had yesterday, deuced pleasant, and I think my two neighbors seem to be uncommonly pleased with each other. Not an amusing fellow, that young painter of yours, though he is good-looking enough, but there's no conversation in him. Do you think of giving a little dinner, Arthur, in return for these hospitalities? Greenwich, hey, or something of that sort. I'll go you have, sir, and we'll ask the young banker and bankeress, not yesterday's Amphitryon, nor his wife, no, hang it, but Barnes Newcombe is a devilish clever rising man, and moves in about as good society as any in London. We'll ask him and Lady Clara and Highgate, and one or two more, and have a pleasant party. But to this proposal, when the old man communicated it to her, in a very quiet, simple, artful way, Laura, with a flushing face, said no quite abruptly, and quitted the room, rustling in her silks, and showing at once dignity and indignation. Not many more feasts was Arthur Pendennis, Senior, to have in this world. Not many more great men was he to flatter, nor schemes to wink at, nor earthly pleasures to enjoy. His long days were well nigh ended on his last couch, which Laura tended so affectionately. With his last breath almost, he faltered out to me, I had other views for you, my boy, and once hoped to see you in a higher position in life. But I begin to think now, Arthur, that I was wrong, and as for that girl, sir, I am sure she is an angel. May I not inscribe the words with a grateful heart? Blessed he, blessed though may be undeserving, who has the love of a good woman. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 50, Clive in New Quarters. My wife was much better pleased with Clive than with some of his relatives to whom I had presented her. His face carried a recommendation with it that few honest people could resist. He was always a welcome friend in our lodgings, and even our uncle, the Major, signified his approval of the lad as a young fellow of very good manners and feelings, who, if he chose to throw himself away and be a painter, ma foi, was rich enough, no doubt, to follow his own caprices. Clive executed a capital head of Major Pendennis, which now hangs in our drawing-room at Fair Oaks, and reminds me of that friend of my youth. Clive occupied ancient lofty chambers in Hanover Square now. He had furnished them with an antique manner, with hangings, cabinets, carved work, Venice glasses, fine prints, and watercolor sketches of good pictures by his own and other hands. He had horses to ride, and a liberal purse full of paternal money. Many fine equipages drew up opposite to his chambers. Few artists had such luck as young Mr. Clive, and above his own chambers were other three which the young gentleman had hired, and where, says he, I hope ere very long, my dear old father will be lodging with me. In another year, he says, he thinks he will be able to come home, when the affairs of the bank are quite settled. You shake your head. Why? The shares are worth 4 times what we gave for them. We are men of fortune, Pen. I give you my word. You should see how much they make of me at Baines and Jolly's, and how civil they are to me at Hobson Brothers. I go into the city now and then, and see our manager, Mr. Blackmore. He tells me such stories about indigo and wool and copper and Sikka rupees, and company's rupees. I don't know anything about the business, but my father likes me to go and see Mr. Blackmore. Dear Cousin Barnes is forever asking me to dinner. I might call Lady Clara if I liked, as Sam Newcombe does in Bryanstone Square. You can't think how kind they are to me there. My aunt reproaches me tenderly for not going there oftener. It's not very good fun dining in Bryanstone Square, is it? And she praises my cousin Maria to me. You should hear my aunt praise her. I have to take Maria down to dinner, to sit by the piano and listen to her songs in all languages. Do you know Maria can sing Hungarian and Polish, besides your common German, Spanish, and Italian? Those I have at our other agents, Baines and Jolly's. Baines, that is in the Regent's Park, where the girls are prettier and just as civil to me as at Aunt Hobson's. And here Clive would amuse us by the accounts which he gave us of the snares which the Mrs. Baines, those young sirens of Regent's Park, set for him, of the songs which they sang to enchant him, the albums in which they besought him to draw, the 1,000 winning ways which they employed to bring him into their cave in York Terrace. But neither Circe's smiles nor Calypso's blandishments had any effect on him. His ears were stopped to their music, and his eyes rendered dull to their charms by those of the flighty young enchantress with whom my wife had, of late, made acquaintance. Capitalist though he was, our young fellow was still very affable. He forgot no old friends in his prosperity, and the lofty antique chambers would not unfrequently be lighted up at nights to receive F.B. and some of the old cronies of the haunt, and some of the Gandenshites, who, if Clive had been of a nature that was to be spoiled by flattery, had certainly done mischief to the young man. Gandish himself, when Clive paid a visit to that illustrious artists' academy, received his former pupil as if the young fellow had been a sovereign prince almost, accompanied him to his horse, and would have held his stirrup as he mounted, whilst the beautiful daughters of the house waved adieus to him from the parlor window. To the young men assembled in his Gandish studio, was never tired of talking about Clive. The professor would take occasion to inform them that he had been to visit his distinguished young friend, Mr. Newcombe, son of Colonel Newcombe, that last evening he had been present at an elegant entertainment at Mr. Newcome's new apartments. Clive's drawings were hung up in Gandish's gallery and pointed out to visitors by the worthy professor. On one or two occasions, I was allowed to become a bachelor again and participate in these jovial meetings. How guilty my coat was on my return home. How haughty the looks of the mistress of my house. How she bade Martha carry away the obnoxious garment. How grand F.B. used to be as president of Clive's smoking party, where he laid down the law, talked the most talk, sang the jolliest song, and consumed the most drink of all the jolly talkers and drinkers. Clive's popularity rose prodigiously. Not only youngsters, but old practitioners of the fine arts lauded his talents. What a shame that his pictures were all refused this year at the Academy. Alfred Smee, Esquire, R.A., was indignant at their rejection, but J.J. confessed with a sigh, and Clive owned good-naturedly that he had been neglecting his business, and that his pictures were not so good as those of 2 years before. I am afraid Mr. Clive went to too many balls and parties, to clubs and jovial entertainments, besides losing yet more time in that other pursuit we wot of. Meanwhile, J.J. went steadily on with his work. No day passed without a line, and fame was not very far off, though this he heeded very little. And art, his sole mistress, rewarded him for his steady and fond pursuit of her. "Look at him," Clive would say with a sigh. "Isn't he the mortal of all others, the most to be envied? He is so fond of his art that in all the world there is no attraction like it for him. He runs to his easel at sunrise and sits before it, caressing his picture all day till nightfall. He takes leave of it sadly when dark comes, spends the night in a life academy, and begins next morning da capo. Of all the pieces of good fortune which can befall a man, is not this the greatest? To have your desire and never tire of it. I have been in such a rage with my own shortcomings that I have dashed my foot through the canvases and vowed I would smash my palette and easel. Sometimes I succeed a little better in my work, and then it will happen for half an hour that I am pleased. But pleased at what? Pleased at drawing Mr. Muggins's head rather like Mr. Muggins? Why, 1,000 fellows can do better. And when one day I reach my very best, yet thousands will be able to do better still. Ours is a trade for which nowadays there is no excuse, unless one can be great in it. And I feel I have not the stuff for that. Number 666, Portrait of Joseph Muggins, Esquire, Newcombe, Great George Street. Number 979, Portrait of Mrs. Muggins, on her grey pony, Newcombe. Number 579, Portrait of Joseph Muggins, Esquire's dog, Toby, Newcombe. This is what I'm fit for. These are the victories I have set myself on achieving. Oh, Mrs. Pendennis, isn't it humiliating? Why isn't there a war? Why can't I go and distinguish myself somewhere and be a general? Why haven't I a genius? I say, Pen, sir, why haven't I a genius? There is a painter who lives hard by, and who sends sometimes to beg me to come and look at his work. He is in the Muggins line, too. He gets his canvases with a good light upon them, excludes the contemplation of all other objects, stands beside his pictures in an attitude himself, and thinks that he and they are masterpieces. Masterpieces! Oh, me, what driveling wretches we are! Fame, except that of just the one or two. What's the use of it? I say, Pen, would you feel particularly proud now if you had written Haley's poems? And as for a second place in painting, who would care to be a Caravaggio or Carracci? I wouldn't give a straw to be Carracci or Caravaggio. I would just as soon be yonder artist who is painting up Foker's entire over the public house at the corner. He will have his payment afterward, 5 shillings a day, and a pot of beer. Your head a little more to the light, Mrs. Pendennis, if you please. I am tiring you, I dare say, but then, oh, I am doing it so badly. I, for my part, thought Clive was making a very pretty drawing of my wife, and having affairs of my own to attend to, would often leave her at his chambers as a sitter, or find him at our lodgings visiting her. They became the very greatest friends. I knew the young fellow could have no better friend than Laura, and not being ignorant of the malady under which he was laboring, concluded naturally and justly that Clive grew so fond of my wife, not for her sake entirely, but for his own, because he could pour his heart out to her, and her sweet kindness and compassion would soothe him in his unhappy condition. Miss Ethel, I have said, also professed a great fondness for Mrs. Pendennis, and there was that charm in the young lady's manner which speedily could overcome even female jealousy. Perhaps Laura determined magnanimously to conquer it. Perhaps she hid it so as to vex me and prove the injustice of my suspicions. Perhaps, honestly, she was conquered by the young beauty, and gave her a regard and admiration which the other knew she could inspire whenever she had the will. My wife was fairly captivated by her at length. The untamable young creature was docile and gentle in Laura's presence, modest, natural, amiable, full of laughter and spirits, delightful to see and to hear. Her presence cheered our quiet little household. Her charm fascinated my wife as it had subjugated poor Clive. Even the reluctant Farintosh was compelled to own her power, and confidentially told his male friends that, hang it, she was so handsome, and so clever, and so confoundedly pleasant and fascinating, and that he had been on the point of popping the fatal question ever so many times, by Jove. And hang it, you know, his lordship would say, I don't want to marry until I have my fling, you know. As for Clive, Ethel treated him like a boy, like a big brother. She was jocular, kind, pert, pleasant with him, ordered him on her errands, accepted his bouquets and compliments, admired his drawings, liked to hear him praised, and took his part in all companies, laughed at his sighs, and frankly owned to Laura her liking for him and her pleasure in seeing him. Why, said she, should not I be happy as long as the sunshine lasts? Tomorrow, I know, will be glum and dreary enough. When Grandmamma comes back, I shall scarcely be able to come and see you. When I am settled in life, I shall be settled in life. Do not grudge me my holiday, Laura. Oh, if you knew how stupid it is to be in the world, and how much pleasanter to come and talk, and laugh and sing, and be happy with you, than to sit in that dreary Eaton Place with poor Clara. Why do you stay in Eaton Place? Asked Laura. Why, because I must go out with somebody. What an unsophisticated little country creature you are. Grandmamma is away, and I cannot go about to parties by myself. But why should you go to parties, and why not go back to your mother, says Mrs. Pendennis gently. To the nursery, and my little sisters, and Miss Cann. I like being in London best, thank you. You look grave. You think a girl should like to be with her mother and sisters best? My dear mamma wishes me to be here, and I stay with Barnes and Clara by Grandmamma's orders. Don't you know that I have been made over to Lady Kew, who has adopted me? Do you think a young lady of my pretensions can stop at home in a damp house in Warwickshire and cut bread and butter for little schoolboys? Don't look so very grave and shake your head so, Mrs. Pendennis. If you had been bred as I have, you would be as I am. I know what you were thinking, madame. I am thinking, said Laura, blushing and bowing her head. I am thinking, if it pleases God to give me children, I should like to live at home at Fair Oaks. My wife's thoughts, though she did not utter them, and a certain modesty and habitual awe kept her silent upon subjects so sacred. Went deeper yet. She had been bred to measure her actions by a standard which the world may nominally admit, but which it leaves for the most part unheeded. Worship, love, duty, as taught her by the devout study of the sacred law, which interprets and defines it. If these formed the outward practice of her life, they were also its constant and secret endeavors and occupation. She spoke but very seldom of her religion, though it filled her heart and influenced all her behavior. Whenever she came to that sacred subject, her demeanor appeared to her husband so awful that he scarcely dared to approach it in her company, and stood without as this pure creature entered into the Holy of Holies. What must the world appear to such a person? Its ambitious rewards, disappointments, pleasures, worth how much? Compared to the possession of that priceless treasure and happiness unspeakable, a perfect faith, what has life to offer? I see before me now her sweet grey face, as she looks out from the balcony of the little Richmond villa we occupied during the first happy year after our marriage, following Ethel Newcome, who rides away, with a staid groom behind her, to her brother's summer residence not far distant. Clive had been with us in the morning, and had brought us stirring news. The good colonel was by this time on his way home. If Clive could tear himself away from London, the good man wrote, and we thus saw he was acquainted with the state of the young man's mind. Why should not Clive go and meet his father at Malta? He was feverish and eager to go, and his two friends strongly counseled him to take the journey. In the midst of our talk, Miss Ethel came among us. She arrived flushed and in high spirits. She rallied Clive upon his gloomy looks. She turned rather pale, as it seemed to us, when she heard the news. Then she coldly told him she thought the voyage must be a pleasant one, and would do him good. It was pleasanter than that journey she was going to take herself with her dreary grandmother, to those German springs which the old countess frequented year after year. Mr. Pendennis, having business, retired to his study, whither presently Mrs. Laura followed, having to look for her scissors, or a book she wanted, or upon some pretext or other. She sate down in the conjugal study. Not one word did either of us say for a while about the young people left alone in the drawing-room yonder. Laura talked about our own home at Fair Oaks, which our tenants were about to vacate. She vowed and declared that we must live at Fair Oaks, that Clavering, with all its tittle-tattle and stupid inhabitants, was better than this wicked London. Besides, there were some new and very pleasant families settled in the neighborhood. Clavering Park was taken by some delightful people. And you know, Pen, you were always very fond of fly fishing, and may fish the brawl, as you used in old days when... The lips of the pretty satirist who alluded to these unpleasant bygones were silenced as they deserved to be by Mr. Pendennis. "Do you think, sir, I did not know," says the sweetest voice in the world, "when you went out on your fishing excursions with Miss Amory?" Again the flow of words is checked by the styptic previously applied. "I wonder," says Mr. Pendennis, archly, bending over his wife's fair hand, "I wonder whether this kind of thing is taking place in the drawing-room." "Nonsense, Arthur. It is time to go back to them. Why, I declare, I have been 3/4 of an hour away." "I don't think they will miss you much, my dear," says the gentleman. "She is certainly very fond of him. She is always coming here. I am sure it is not to hear you read Shakespeare, Arthur, or your new novel, though it is very pretty. I wish Lady Kew and her £60,000 were at the bottom of the sea." "But she says she is going to portion her younger brothers with a part of it. She told Clive so," remarks Mr. Pendennis. "For shame! Why does not Barnes Newcome portion his younger brothers? I have no patience with that. Why, goodness, there is Clive going away, actually. Clive, Mr. Newcome." But though my wife ran to the study window and beckoned our friend, he only shook his head, jumped on his horse, and rode away gloomily. Ethel had been crying when I went into the room, Laura afterwards told me. I knew she had, but she looked up from some flowers over which she was bending, began to laugh and rattle, would talk about nothing but Lady Hoboy's great breakfast the day before, and the most insufferable Mayfair jargon, and then declared it was time to go home and dress for Mrs. Booth's déjeuner, which was to take place that afternoon. And so Miss Newcombe rode away, back amongst the roses and the rouges, back amongst the fiddling, flirting, flattery, falseness, and Laura's sweet, serene face looked after her departing. Mrs. Booth's was a very grand déjeuner. We read in the newspapers a list of the greatest names there, a royal duke and duchess, a German highness, a Hindu nabob, etc., and amongst the marquises, Farintosh, and amongst the lords, Highgate, and Lady Clara Newcombe, and Miss Newcombe, who looked killing, our acquaintance Captain Crackthorpe informs us, and who was in perfectly stunning spirits. His Imperial Highness the Grand Duke of Farintosh is wild about her, the captain said, and our poor young friend Clive may just go and hang himself. Dine with us at the Gar and the Starter. Jolly party. Oh, I forgot. Married man now. So saying, the captain entered the hostelry near which I met him, leaving this present chronicler to return to his own home. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 51, An Old Friend. I might open the present chapter as a contemporary writer of romance is occasionally in the habit of commencing his tales of chivalry by a description of a November afternoon falling leaves, tawny forest, gathering storms, and other autumnal phenomena, and two horsemen winding up the romantic road which leads from Richmond Bridge to the Star and Garter. The one rider is youthful and has a blonde mustache. The cheek of the other has been browned by foreign suns. It is easy to see by the manner in which he bestrides his powerful charger that he has followed the profession of arms. He looks as if he had faced his country's enemies on many a field of eastern battle. The cavaliers alight before the gate of a cottage on Richmond Hill, where a gentleman receives them with eager welcome. Their steeds are accommodated at a neighboring hostelry. I pause in the midst of the description, for the reader has made the acquaintance of our two horsemen long since. It is Clive returned from Malta, from Gibraltar, from Seville, from Cadiz, and with him our dear old friend the Colonel. His campaigns are over. His sword is hung up. He leaves eastern suns and battles to warm younger blood. Welcome back to England, dear Colonel and kind friend. How quickly the years have passed since he has been gone. There is a streak or two more silver in his hair. The wrinkles about his honest eyes are somewhat deeper, but their look is as steadfast and kind as in the early, almost boyish days when first we knew them. We talk a while about the Colonel's voyage home, the pleasures of the Spanish journey, the handsome new quarters in which Clive has installed his father and himself, my own altered condition in life, and what not. During the conversation, a little querulous voice makes itself audible above stairs, at which noise Mr. Clive begins to laugh, and the Colonel to smile. It is for the first time in his life Mr. Clive listens to the little voice. Indeed, it is only since about 6 weeks that small organ has been heard in the world at all. Laura Pendennis believes its tune to be the sweetest, the most interesting, the most mirth-inspiring, the most pitiful and pathetic that ever baby uttered, which opinions, of course, are backed by Mrs. Hokey, The confidential nurse. Laura's husband is not so rapturous, but, let us trust, behaves in a way becoming a man and a father. We forego the description of his feelings as not pertaining to the history at present under consideration. A little while before the dinner is served, the lady of the cottage comes down to greet her husband's old friends. And here I am sorely tempted to a third description, which has nothing to do with the story, to be sure, but which, if properly his off, might fill half a page very prettily. For it is not a young mother one of the sweetest sights which life shows us. If she has been beautiful before, does not her present pure joy give a character of refinement and sacredness almost to her beauty? Touch her sweet cheeks with fairer blushes, and impart I know not what serene brightness to her eyes. I give warning to the artist who designs the pictures for this veracious story, to make no attempt at this subject. I never would be satisfied with it, were his drawing ever so good. When Sir Charles Grandison stepped up and made his very beautifulest bow to Miss Byron, I am sure his gracious dignity never exceeded that of Colonel Newcomes' first greeting to Mrs. Pendennis. Of course, from the very moment they beheld one another, they became friends. Are not most of our likings thus instantaneous? Before she came down to see him, Laura had put on one of the Colonel's shawls, the crimson one, with the red palm leaves and the border of many colors. As for the white one, the priceless, the gossamer, the fairy web, which might pass through a ring, that, every lady must be aware, was already appropriated to cover the cradle, or what I believe is called the bassinet, of Master Pendennis. So we all became the very best of friends, and during the winter months, whilst we still resided at Richmond, the Colonel was my wife's constant visitor. He often came without Clive. He did not care for the world which the young gentleman frequented, and was more pleased and at home by my wife's fireside than at more noisy and splendid entertainments. And, Laura being a sentimental person, interested in pathetic novels and all unhappy attachments, of course she and the Colonel talked a great deal about Mr. Clive's little affair, over which they would have such deep confabulations that even when the master of the house appeared, pater familias, the man whom, in the presence of the Reverend Dr. Portman, Mrs. Laura had sworn to love and honor these two guilty ones, would be silent, or change the subject of conversation, not caring to admit such an unsympathizing person as myself into their conspiracy. For many a talk which they have had together since the Colonel and his son embraced at Malta, Clive's father had been led to see how strongly the passion which our friend had once fought and mastered had now taken possession of the young man. The unsatisfied longing left him indifferent to all other objects of previous desire or ambition. The misfortune darkened the sunshine of his spirit and clouded the world before his eyes. He passed hours in his painting room, though he tore up what he did there. He forsook his usual haunts, or appeared amongst his old comrades moody and silent. From cigar smoking, which I own to be a reprehensible practice, he plunged into still deeper and darker dissipation. For I am sorry to say, he took to pipes and the strongest tobacco, for which there is no excuse. Our young man has changed. During the last 15 or 20 months, the malady had been increasing on him, of which we have not chosen to describe at length the stages, knowing very well that the reader, the male reader at least, does not care a fig about other people's sentimental perplexities, and is not wrapped up heart and soul in Clive's affair like his father, whose rest was disturbed if the boy had a headache, and who would have stripped the coat off his back to keep his darling's feet warm. The object of this hopeless passion had, meantime, returned to the custody of the dark old duenna, from which he had been liberated for a while. Lady Kew had got her health again, by means of the prescriptions of some doctors, or by the efficacy of some baths, and was again on foot and in the world, tramping about in her grim pursuit of pleasure. Lady Julia, we are led to believe, had retired upon half pay and into an inglorious exile at Brussels, with her sister, the outlaw's wife, by whose bankrupt fireside she was perfectly happy. Miss Newcombe was now her grandmother's companion, and they had been on a tour of visits in Scotland, and were journeying from country house to country house about the time when our good colonel returned to his native shores. The colonel loved his nephew Barnes no better than before, perhaps, though we must say that since his return from India, the young baronet's conduct had been particularly friendly. No doubt marriage had improved him. Lady Clara seemed a good-natured young woman enough. Besides, says the colonel, wagging his good old head knowingly, Tom Newcombe, of the Bundelkund Bank, is a personage to be conciliated, whereas Tom Newcombe, of the Bengal Cavalry, was not worth Master Barnes's attention. He has been very good and kind on the whole, so have his friends been uncommonly civil. There was Clive's acquaintance, Mr. Belsize that was, Lord Highgate, who is now, entertained our whole family sumptuously last week, wants us and Barnes and his wife to go to his country house at Christmas, is as hospitable, my dear Mrs. Pendennis, as man can be. He met you at Barnes's, and as soon as we are alone, says the colonel, turning round to Laura's husband, I will tell you in what terms Lady Clara speaks of your wife. Yes, she is a good-natured, kind little woman, that Lady Clara. Here Laura's face assumed that gravity and severeness which it always wore when Lady Clara's name was mentioned, and the conversation took another turn. Returning home from London one afternoon, I met the colonel, who hailed me on the omnibus and rode on his way towards the city. I knew, of course, that he had been colloquying with my wife, and taxed that young woman with these continued flirtations. 2 or 3 times a week, Mrs. Laura, you dare to receive a colonel of dragoons. You sit for hours closeted with the young fellow of 60. You change the conversation when your own injured husband enters the room, and pretend to talk about the weather or the baby. You little arch hypocrite, you know you do. Don't try to humbug me, miss. What will Richmond, what will society, what will Mrs. Grundy in general say to such atrocious behavior? Oh, Pen, says my wife, closing my mouth in a way which I do not choose further to particularize. That man is the best, the dearest, the kindest creature. I never knew such a good man. You ought to put him into a book. Do you know, sir, that I felt the very greatest desire to give him a kiss when he went away, and that one which you had just now was intended for him. Take back thy gift, false girl, says Mr. Pendennis, and then, finally, we come to the particular circumstance which had occasioned so much enthusiasm on Mrs. Laura's part. Colonel Newcombe had summoned Heart of Grace, and in Clive's behalf had regularly proposed him to Barnes as a suitor to Ethel, taking an artful advantage of his nephew Barnes Newcombe, and inviting that Barnes to a private meeting where they were to talk about the affairs of the Bundelkund Banking Company. Now this Bundelkund Banking Company, in the colonel's eyes, was in reality his son Clive. But for Clive, there might have been 100 banking companies established, yielding 100% in as many districts of India, and Thomas Newcombe, who had plenty of money for his own wants, would never have thought of speculation. His desire was to see his boy endowed with all the possible gifts of fortune. Had he built a palace for Clive, and been informed that a roc's egg was required to complete the decoration of the edifice, Tom Newcombe would have traveled to the world's end in search of the wanting article. To see Prince Clive ride in a gold coach with a princess beside him was the kind old colonel's ambition. That done, he would be content to retire to a garret in the prince's castle and smoke his cheroot there in peace. So the world is made. The strong and eager covet honor and enjoyment for themselves. The gentle and disappointed, once they may have been strong and eager too, desire these gifts for their children. I think Clive's father never liked or understood the lad's choice of a profession. He acquiesced in it as he would in any of his son's wishes, but, not being a poet himself, he could not see the nobility of that calling, and felt secretly that his son was demeaning himself by pursuing the art of painting. Had he been a soldier now, thought Thomas Newcombe, though I prevented that. Had he been richer than he is, he might have married Ethel, instead of being unhappy as he now is. God help him. I remember my own time of grief well enough, and what years it took before my wound was scarred over. So with these things occupying his brain, Thomas Newcombe artfully invited Barnes, his nephew, to dinner under pretense of talking of the affairs of the great BBC. With the first glass of wine at dessert, and according to the Colonel's good old-fashioned custom of proposing toasts, they drank the health of the BBC. Barnes drank the toast with all his generous heart. The BBC sent to Hobson Brothers and Newcombe a great deal of business, was in a most prosperous condition, kept a great balance at the bank, a balance that would not be overdrawn, as Sir Barnes Newcombes very well knew. Barnes was for having more of these bills, provided there were remittances to meet the same. Barnes was ready to do any amount of business with the Indian Bank, or with any bank, or with any individual, Christian or heathen, white or black, who could do good to the firm of Hobson Brothers and Newcombe. He spoke upon this subject with great archness and candor. Of course, as a city man, he would be glad to do a profitable business anywhere, and the BBC's business was profitable. But the interested motive, which he admitted frankly as a man of the world, did not prevent other sentiments more agreeable. "My dear Colonel," says Barnes, "I am happy, most happy, to think that our house and our name should have been useful, as I know they have been, in the establishment of a concern in which one of our family is interested, one whom we all so sincerely respect and regard." And he touched his glass with his lips, and blushed a little, as he bowed towards his uncle. He found himself making a little speech, indeed, and to do so before one single person seems rather odd. Had there been a large company present, Barnes would not have blushed at all, but have tossed off his glass, struck his waistcoat, possibly, and looked straight in the face of his uncle as the chairman. Well, he did very likely believe that he respected and regarded the Colonel. The Colonel said, "Thank you, Barnes, with all my heart. It is always good for men to be friends, much more for blood relations as we are." "A relationship which honors me, I'm sure," says Barnes, with a tone of infinite affability. You see, he believed that heaven had made him the Colonel's superior. "And I am very glad," the elder went on, "that you and my boy are good friends." "Friends, of course. It would be unnatural if such near relatives were otherwise than good friends." "You have been hospitable to him, and Lady Clara very kind, and he wrote to me telling me of your kindness. Ahem, this is tolerable claret. I wonder where Clive gets it." "You were speaking about that indigo, Colonel." Here Barnes interposes. "Our house has done very little in that way, to be sure, but I suppose that our credit is about as good as Barnes and Jolly's, and but the Colonel is in a brown study." "Clive will have a good bit of money when I die," resumes Clive's father. "Why, you are a hale man, upon my word, quite a young man, and may marry again, Colonel," replies the nephew fascinatingly. "I shall never do that," replies the other. "Ere many years are gone, I shall be 70 years old, Barnes." "Nothing in this country, my dear sir, positively nothing. Why, there was Titus, my neighbor in the country. When will you come down to Newcombe? Who married a devilish pretty girl, a very good family, too, Miss Burgeon, one of the Devonshire Burgeons. He looks, I am sure, 20 years older than you do. Why should you not do likewise?" "Because I like to remain single, and want to leave Clive a rich man. Look here, Barnes, you know the value of our bank shares now." "Indeed I do. Rather speculative. But of course I know what some sold for last week," says Barnes. "Suppose I realize now. I think I am worth 6 lakhs. I had nearly 2 from my poor father. I saved some before, and since I invested in this affair, and could sell out tomorrow with £60,000. A very pretty sum of money, Colonel, says Barnes. I have a pension of 1,000 a year. My dear Colonel, you are a capitalist. We know it very well, remarks Sir Barnes. And 200 a year is as much as I want for myself, continues the capitalist, looking into the fire and jingling his money in his pockets. 100 a year for a horse, 100 a year for pocket money, for I calculate, you know, that Clive will give me a bedroom and my dinner. He, if your son won't, your nephew will, my dear Colonel, says the affable Barnes, smiling sweetly. I can give the boy a handsome allowance, you see, resumes Tom Newcomes. You can make him a handsome allowance now, and leave him a good fortune when you die, says the nephew, in a noble and courageous manner, and as if he had said 12 times 12 are 144, and you have Sir Barnes Newcomes' authority, Sir Barnes Newcomes, mind you, to say so. Not when I die, Barnes, the uncle goes on. I will give him every shilling I am worth tomorrow morning, if he marries as I wish him. Tant mieux pour lui, cries the nephew, and thought to himself, Lady Clara must ask Clive to dinner instantly. Confound the fellow. I hate him, always have, but what luck he has. A man with that property may pretend to a good wife, as the French say. Hey, Barnes? Asked the colonel rather eagerly, looking up in his nephew's face. That countenance was lighted up with a generous enthusiasm. To any woman, in any rank, to a nobleman's daughter, my dear sir, exclaimed Sir Barnes. I want your sister. I want dear Ethel for him, Barnes, cries Thomas Newcombe, with a trembling voice and a twinkle in his eyes. That was the hope I always had till my talk with your poor father stopped it. Your sister was engaged to my Lord Q then, and my wishes, of course, were impossible. The poor boy is very much cut up, and his whole heart is bent upon possessing her. She is not, she can't be, indifferent to him. I am sure she would not be, if her family in the least encouraged him. Can either of these young folks have a better chance of happiness again, offered to them in life? There's youth, there's mutual liking, there's wealth for them almost, only saddled with the encumbrances of an old dragoon, who won't be much in their way. Give us your good word, Barnes, and let them come together. And upon my word, the rest of my days will be made happy if I can eat my meal at their table. Whilst the poor colonel was making his appeal, Barnes had time to collect his answer, which, since in our character of historians we take leave to explain gentlemen's motives as well as record their speeches and actions, we may thus interpret. Confound the young beggar, thinks Barnes then. He will have 3,000 or 4,000 a year, will he? Hang him. But it's a good sum of money. What a fool his father is to give it away. Is he joking? No, he was always half crazy, the colonel. Highgate seemed uncommonly sweet on her, and was always hanging about our house. Parentage has not been brought to book yet, and perhaps neither of them will propose for her. My grandmother, I should think, won't hear of her making a low marriage, as this certainly is. But it's a pity to throw away 4,000 a year, ain't it? All these natural calculations passed briskly through Barnes Newcome's mind, as his uncle, from the opposite side of the fireplace, implored him in the above little speech. My dear Colonel, said Barnes, my dear kind Colonel, I needn't tell you that your proposal flatters us, as much as your extraordinary generosity surprises me. I never heard anything like it, never. Could I consult my own wishes, I would at once. I would, permit me to say, from sheer admiration of your noble character, say yes, with all my heart, to your proposal. But alas, I haven't that power. Is she engaged? Asked the colonel, looking as blank and sad as Clive himself when Ethel had conversed with him. No, I cannot say engaged, though a person of the very highest rank has paid her the most marked attention. But my sister has, in a way, gone from our family, and from my influence as the head of it, an influence which I am sure, had most gladly exercised in your favor. My grandmother, Lady Q, has adopted her, proposes, I believe, to leave Ethel the greater part of her fortune, upon certain conditions, and of course expects the obedience, and so forth, which is customary in such cases. By the way, Colonel, is our young superaunt aware that Papa is pleading his cause for him? The Colonel said no, and Barnes lauded the caution which his uncle had displayed. It was quite as well for the young man's interests, which Sir Barnes had most tenderly at heart, that Clive Newcome should not himself move in the affair, or present himself to Lady Q. Barnes would take the matter in hand at the proper season. The Colonel might be sure it would be most eagerly, most ardently pressed. Clive came home at this juncture, whom Barnes saluted affectionately. He and the Colonel had talked over their money business. Their conversation had been most satisfactory, thank you. Has it not, Colonel? The three parted the very best of friends. As Barnes Newcome professed that extreme interest for his cousin and uncle, it is odd he did not tell them that Lady Q and Miss Ethel Newcome were at that moment within a mile of them, at her ladyship's house in Queen Street, Mayfair. In the hearing of Clive's servant, Barnes did not order his brougham to drive to Queen Street, but waited until he was in Bond Street before he gave the order. And of course, when he entered Lady Q's house, he straightway asked for his sister, and communicated to her the generous offer which the good Colonel had made. You see, Lady Q was in town and not in town. Her ladyship was but passing through, on her way from a tour of visits in the north, to another tour of visits somewhere else. The newspapers were not even off the blinds. The proprietor of the house cowered over a bed candle and a furtive teapot in the back drawing-room. Lady Q's gens were not there. The tall canary ones with white palls only showed their plumage and sang in spring. The solitary wretch who takes care of London houses, and the two servants specially affected to Lady Q's person, were the only people in attendance. In fact, her ladyship was not in town, and that is why, no doubt, Barnes Newcome said nothing about her being there. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 52, Family Secrets. The figure cowering over the furtive teapot glowered grimly at Barnes as he entered, and a low voice said, "Ho, it's you." "I have brought you the notes, ma'am," says Barnes, taking a packet of those documents from his pocketbook. "I could not come sooner. I have been engaged upon bank business until now." "I dare say. You smell of smoke like a courier." "A foreign capitalist, he would smoke." "They will, ma'am. I didn't smoke, upon my word." "I don't see why you shouldn't if you like it. You will never get anything out of me whether you do or don't. How is Clara? Is she gone to the country with the children? Newcombe is the best place for her. Dr. Banbury thinks she can move in a fortnight. The boy has had a little fiddlestick. I tell you, it is she who likes to stay, and makes that fool Banbury advise her not going away. I tell you to send her to Newcombe. The air is good for her." "By that confounded smoky town, my dear Lady Q." "And invite your mother and little brothers and sisters to stay Christmas there. The way in which you neglect them is shameful. It is, Barnes." "Upon my word, ma'am, I propose to manage my own affairs without your ladyship's assistance," cries Barnes, starting up, "and did not come at this time of night to hear this kind of good advice. I sent for you to give it to you. When I wrote to you to bring me the money I wanted, it was but a pretext. Barkins might have fetched it from the city in the morning. I want you to send Clara and the children to Newcombe. They ought to go, sir. That is why I sent for you, to tell you that. Have you been quarreling as much as usual? Pretty much as usual, says Barnes, drumming on his hat. Don't beat that devil's tattoo. You agonize my poor old nerves. When Clara was given to you, she was as well broke a girl as any in London. Sir Barnes responded by a groan. She was as gentle and amenable to reason, as good-natured a girl as could be. A little vacant and silly, but you men like dolls for your wives. And now in 3 years you have utterly spoiled her. She is restive, she is artful, she flies into rages, she fights you and beats you. He, and that comes of your beating her. I didn't come to hear this, ma'am, says Barnes, livid with rage. You struck her. You know you did, Sir Barnes Newcombe. She rushed over to me last year on the night you did it. You know she did. Great God, ma'am, you know the provocation, screams Barnes. Provocation or not, I don't say. But from that moment she has beat you. You fool, to write her a letter and ask her pardon. If I had been a man, I would rather have strangled my wife than have humiliated myself so before her. She will never forgive that blow. I was mad when I did it, and she drove me mad, says Barnes. She has the temper of a fiend and the ingenuity of the devil. In 2 years, an entire change has come over her. If I had used a knife to her, I should not have been surprised. But it is not with you to reproach me about Clara. Your ladyship found her for me. And you spoiled her after she was found, sir. She told me part of her story that night she came to me. I know it is true, Barnes. You have treated her dreadfully, sir. I know that she makes my life miserable, and there is no help for it, says Barnes, grinding a curse between his teeth. Well, no more about this. How is Ethel? Gone to sleep after her journey? What do you think, ma'am, I have brought for her? A proposal. Bon Dieu, you don't mean to say Charles Belsize was in earnest, cries the dowager. I always thought it was It is not from Lord Highgate, ma'am, Sir Barnes said gloomily. It is some time since I have known that he was not in earnest, and he knows that I am now. Gracious goodness! Come to blows with him, too? You have not? That would be the very thing to make the world talk, says the dowager, with some anxiety. No, answers Barnes. He knows well enough that there can be no open rupture. We had some words the other day at a dinner he gave at his own house. Colonel Newcombe and that young beggar Clive and that fool Mr. Hobson were there. Lord Highgate was confoundedly insolent. He told me that I did not dare to quarrel with him because of the account he kept at our house. I should have liked to have massacred him. She has told him that I struck her, the insolent brute. He says he will tell it at my clubs and threatens personal violence to me there if I do it again. Lady Q, I'm not safe from that man and that woman, cries poor Barnes, in an agony of terror. Fighting is Jack Belsize's business, Barnes Newcombe. Banking is yours, luckily, said the dowager. As old Lord Highgate was to die, and his eldest son too, it is a pity certainly that they had not died a year or two earlier, and left poor Clara and Charles to come together. You should have married some woman in the serious way. My daughter Walham could have found you one. Frank, I am told, and his wife go on very sweetly together. Her mother-in-law governs the whole family. They have turned the theater back into a chapel again. They have 6 little plowboys dressed in surplices to sing the service, and Frank and the vicar of Pewbury play at cricket with them on holidays. Stay, why should not Clara go to Kewberry? She and her sister have quarrelled about this very affair with Lord Highgate. Some time ago, it appears they had words about it, and when I told Kew that bygones had best be bygones, that Highgate was very sweet upon Ethel now, and that I did not choose to lose such a good account as his, Kew was very insolent to me. His conduct was blackguardly, ma'am, quite blackguardly, and you may be sure but for our relationship I would have called him to. Here the talk between Barnes and his ancestress was interrupted by the appearance of Miss Ethel Newcome, taper in hand, who descended from the upper regions enveloped in a shawl. "How do you do, Barnes? How is Clara? I long to see my little nephew. Is he like his pretty papa?" cries the young lady, giving her fair cheek to her brother. "Scotland has agreed with our Newcombe Rose," says Barnes gallantly. "My dear Ethel, I never saw you in greater beauty." "By the light of one bedroom candle. What should I be if the whole room were lighted? You would see my face then was covered all over with wrinkles, and quite pale and woe-begone, with the dreariness of the Scotch journey. Oh, what a time we have spent, haven't we, Grandmamma? I never wish to go to a great castle again. Above all, I never wish to go to a little shooting box. Scotland may be very well for men, but for women, allow me to go to Paris when next there is talk of a Scotch expedition. I'd rather be in a boarding school in the Champs-Élysées than in the finest castle in the Highlands. If it had not been for a blessed quarrel with Fanny Follington, I think I should have died at Glen Shorthorn. Have you seen my dear uncle the Colonel? When did he arrive?" "Is he come? Why is he come?" asked Lady Kew. "Is he come? Look here, Grandmamma. Did you ever see such a darling shawl? I found it in a packet in my room." "Well, it is beautiful," cries the Dowager, bending her ancient nose over the web. "Your Colonel is a gallant homme. That must be said of him, and in this does not quite take after the rest of the family. Hum, is he going away again soon?" "He has made a fortune, a very considerable fortune for a man in that rank in life," says Sir Barnes. "He cannot have less than £60,000. "Is that much?" asked Ethel. "Not in England, at our rate of interest, but his money is in India, where he gets a great percentage. His income must be £5,000 or £6,000, ma'am," says Barnes, turning to Lady Kew. "A few of the Indians were in society in my time, my dear," says Lady Kew, musingly. "My father has often talked to me about Barbel of Stanstead and his house in St. James Square, the man who ordered more curricles when there were not carriages enough for his guests. I was taken to Mr. Hastings' trial. It was very stupid and long. The young man, the painter, I suppose will leave his paint pots now, and set up as a gentleman. I suppose they were very poor, or his father would not have put him to such a profession. Barnes, why did you not make him a clerk in the bank, and save him from the humiliation?" "Humiliation? Why, he is proud of it. My uncle is as proud as a Plantagenet, though he is as humble as what? Give me a simile, Barnes. Do you know what my quarrel with Fanny Follington was about? She said we were not descended from the barber surgeon, and laughed at the Battle of Bosworth. She says our great-grandfather was a weaver. Was he a weaver? How should I know? And what on earth does it matter, my child? Except the Gaunts, the Howards, and one or two more, there is scarcely any good blood in England. You are lucky in sharing some of mine. My poor Lord Q's grandfather was an apothecary at Hampton Court, and founded the family by giving a dose of rhubarb to Queen Caroline. As a rule, nobody is of a good family. Didn't that young man, that son of the Colonel's, go about last year? How did he get in society? Where did we meet him? Oh, at Baden, yes. When Barnes was courting. And my grandson, yes, my grandson, acted so wickedly. Here she began to cough and to tremble so that her old stick shook under her hand. Ring the bell for Ross. Ross, I will go to bed. Go you too, Ethel. Have you been traveling enough today? Her memory seems to fail her a little, Ethel whispered to her brother. Oh, she will only remember what she wishes. Don't you see that she has grown very much older? I will be with her in the morning. I have business with her, said Barnes. Good night. Give my love to Clara, and kiss the little ones for me. Have you done what you promised me, Barnes? What? To be kind to Clara. Don't say cruel things to her. She is a high spirit, and she feels them, though she says nothing. Doesn't she? Said Barnes grimly. Ah, Barnes, be gentle with her. Seldom as I saw you together, when I lived with you in the spring, I could see that you were harsh, though she affected to laugh when she spoke of your conduct to her. Be kind. I am sure it is the best, Barnes, better than all the wit in the world. Look at Grandmamma, how witty she was and is. What a reputation she had, how people were afraid of her, and see her now, quite alone. I'll see her in the morning quite alone, my dear, says Barnes, waving a little gloved hand. Bye-bye, and his brougham drove away. While Ethel Newcombe had been under her brother's roof, where I and friend Clive and scores of others had been smartly entertained, there had been quarrels and recriminations, misery and heartburning, cruel words and shameful struggles, the wretched combatants in which appears before the world, with smiling faces, resuming their battle when the feast was concluded and the company gone. On the next morning, when Barnes came to visit his grandmother, Miss Newcombe was gone away to see her sister-in-law, Lady Q said, with whom she was going to pass the morning. So Barnes and Lady Q had an uninterrupted tete-a-tete, in which the former acquainted the old lady with the proposal which Colonel Newcombe had made to him on the previous night. Lady Q wondered what the impudence of the world would come to. An artist proposed for Ethel. One of her footmen might propose next, and she supposed Barnes would bring the message. The father came and proposed for this young painter, and you didn't order him out of the room? Barnes laughed. The colonel is one of my constituents. I can't afford to order the Bundelkund Banking Company out of its own room. You did not tell Ethel this pretty news, I suppose. Of course I didn't tell Ethel, nor did I tell the colonel that Ethel was in London. He fancies her in Scotland with your ladyship at this moment. I wish the colonel were at Calcutta, and his son with him. I wish he was in the Ganges. I wish he was under Juggernaut's cars, cried the old lady. How much money has the wretch really got? If he is of importance to the bank, of course you must keep well with him. 5,000 a year, and he says he will settle it all on his son. He must be crazy. There is nothing some of these people will not do, no sacrifice they will not make, to ally themselves with good families. Certainly you must remain on good terms with him and his bank, and we must say nothing of the business to Ethel, and trot out of town as quickly as we can. Let me see. We go to Drummington on Saturday. This is Tuesday. Barkins, you will keep the front drawing-room shutters shut. And remember, we are not in town, unless Lady Glenlivet or Lord Farintosh should call. Do you think Farintosh will call, ma'am? Asked Barnes demurely. He will be going through to Newmarket. He has been where we have been at 2 or 3 places in Scotland, replies the lady, with equal gravity. His poor mother wishes him to give up his bachelor's life, as well she may. For you young men are terribly dissipated. Rossmont is quite a regal place. His Norfolk house is not inferior. A young man of that station ought to marry, and live at his places and be an example to his people, instead of frittering away his time at Paris and Vienna amongst the most odious company. Is he going to Drummington? Asks the grandson. I believe he has been invited. We shall go to Paris for November. He probably will be there, answered the dowager casually, and tired of the dissipated life he has been leading. Let us hope he will mend his ways and find a virtuous, well-bred young woman to keep him right. With this, her ladyship's apothecary is announced, and her banker and grandson takes his leave. Sir Barnes walked into the city with his umbrella, read his letters, conferred with his partners and confidential clerks, was for a while not the exasperated husband, or the affectionate brother, or the amiable grandson, but the shrewd, brisk banker, engaged entirely with his business. Presently he had occasion to go on 'Change or elsewhere to confer with brother capitalists, and in Cornhill, behold, he meets his uncle Colonel Newcome, riding towards the India House, a groom behind him. The colonel springs off his horse, and Barnes greets him in the blandest manner. "Have you any news for me, Barnes?" cries the officer. "The accounts from Calcutta are remarkably good. That cotton is of admirable quality, really. Mr. Briggs of our house, who knows cotton as well as any man in England, says." "It's not the cotton, my dear Sir Barnes," cries the other. "The bills are perfectly good. There is no sort of difficulty about them. Our house will take 500,000 of them if—" "You are talking of bills, and I am thinking of poor Clive," the colonel interposes. "I wish you could give me good news for him, Barnes." "I wish I could. I heartily trust that I may some day. My good wishes, you know, are enlisted in your son's behalf," cries Barnes gallantly. "Droll place to talk sentiment in. Cornhill, isn't it? But Ethel, as I told you, is in the hands of higher powers, and we must conciliate Lady Kew if we can. She has always spoken very highly of Clive. Very." "Had I not best go to her?" asks the colonel. "Into the north, my good sir? She is traveling about. I think you had best depend upon me. Good morning. In the city we have no hearts, you know, Colonel. Be sure you shall hear from me as soon as Lady Kew and Ethel come to town." And the banker hurried away, shaking his fingertips to his uncle, and leaving the good colonel utterly surprised at his statements. For the fact is, the colonel knew that Lady Kew was in London, having been apprised of the circumstances in the simplest manner in the world, namely, by a note from Miss Ethel, which billet he had in his pocket, whilst he was talking with the head of the house of Hobson Brothers. "My dear uncle," the note said, "how glad I shall be to see you. How should I thank you for the beautiful shawl, and the kind remembrance of me? I found your present yesterday evening on our arrival from the north. We were only here en passant, and see nobody in Queen Street but Barnes, who has just been about business, and he does not count, you know. I shall go and see Clara tomorrow, and make her take me to see your pretty friend, Mrs. Pendennis. How glad I should be if you happened to pay Mrs. P. a visit about 2. Good night. I thank you 1,000 times, and am always your affectionate E. Queen Street, Tuesday night, 12 o'clock. This note came to Colonel Newcome's breakfast table, and he smothered the exclamation of wonder which was rising to his lips, not choosing to provoke the questions of Clive, who sate opposite to him. Clive's father was in a woeful perplexity all that forenoon. Tuesday night, 12 o'clock, thought he. Why, Barnes must have gone to his grandmother from my dinner table, and he told me she was out of town, and said so again just now when we met in the city. The colonel was riding toward Richmond at this time. What cause had the young man to tell me these lies? Lady Kew may not wish to be at home for me, but need Barnes Newcome say what is untrue to mislead me? The fellow actually went away simpering and kissing his hand to me, with a falsehood on his lips. What a pretty villain! A fellow would deserve, and has got, a horsewhipping for less. And to think of a Newcome doing this to his own flesh and blood, a young Judas. Very sad and bewildered, the colonel rode towards Richmond, where he was to happen to call on Mrs. Pendennis. It was not much of a fib that Barnes had told, Lady Kew announcing that she was out of town. Her grandson, no doubt, thought himself justified in saying so, as any other of her servants would have done. But if he had recollected how Ethel came down with the colonel's shawl on her shoulders, how it was possible she might have written to thank her uncle, surely Barnes Newcome would not have pulled that unlucky low bow. The banker had other things to think of than Ethel and her shawl. When Thomas Newcome dismounted at the door of Honeymoon Cottage, Richmond, the temporary residence of A. Pendennis, Esquire, one of the handsomest young women in England, ran into the passage with outstretched arms, called him her dear uncle, and gave him 2 kisses, that I dare say brought blushes on his lean, sunburnt cheeks. Ethel clung always to his affection. She wanted that man, rather than any other in the whole world, to think well of her. When she was with him, she was the amiable and simple, the loving, impetuous creature of old times. She chose to think of no other. Worldliness, heartlessness, eager scheming, cold flirtations, marquee hunting, and the like, disappeared for a while, and were not, as she sate at that honest man's side. Oh me, that we should have to record such charges against Ethel Newcome. He was come home for good now. He would never leave that boy he spoiled so, who was a good boy too. She wished she could see him oftener. At Paris, at Madame de Florac's. I found out all about Madame de Florac, sir, says Miss Ethel with a laugh. We used often to meet there, and here sometimes in London. But in London it was different. You know what peculiar notions some people have, and as I live with Grandmamma, who is most kind to me and my brothers, of course I must obey her, see her, etc., etc. That the young lady went on talking, defending herself, whom nobody attacked, protesting her dislike to gaiety and dissipation. You would have fancied her an artless young country lass, only longing to trip back to her village, milk her cows at sunrise, and sit spinning of winter evenings by the fire. Why do you come and spoil my tete-a-tete with my uncle, Mr. Pendennis? Cries the young lady to the master of the house, who happens to enter. Of all the men in the world, the one I like best to talk to. Does he not look younger than when he went to India? When Clive marries that pretty little Miss Mackenzie, you will marry again, uncle, and I will be jealous of your wife. Did Barnes tell you that we had met last night, my dear? Asked the colonel. Not one word. Your shawl and your dear kind note told me you were come. Why did not Barnes tell us? Why do you look so grave? He has not told her that I was here, and would have me believe her absent, thought Newcome, as his countenance fell. Shall I give her my own message, and plead my poor boy's cause with her? I know not whether he was about to lay his suit before her. He said himself subsequently that his mind was not made up. But at this juncture, a procession of nurses and babies made their appearance, followed by the 2 mothers, who had been comparing their mutual prodigies, each lady having her own private opinion, Lady Clara and my wife. The latter for once gracious to Lady Clara Newcome, in consideration of the infantine company with which she came to visit Mrs. Pendennis. Luncheon was served presently. The carriage of the Newcomes drove away, my wife smilingly pardoning Ethel for the assignation which the young person had made at our house. And when those young ladies were gone, our good colonel held a council of war with us, his 2 friends, and told us what had happened between him and Barnes on that morning and the previous night. His offer to sacrifice every shilling of his fortune to young Clive seemed to him to be perfectly simple, though the recital of the circumstance brought tears into my wife's eyes. He mentioned it, by the way, and as a matter that was scarcely to call for comment, much less praise. Barnes' extraordinary statements respecting Lady Q's absence puzzled the elder Newcome, and he spoke of his nephew's conduct with much indignation. In vain, I urged that her ladyship, desiring to be considered absent from London, her grandson was bound to keep her secret. Keep her secret, yes. Tell me lies, no, cries out the colonel. Sir Barnes' conduct was in fact indefensible, though not altogether unusual. The worst deduction to be drawn from it, in my opinion, was that Clive's chance with the young lady was but a poor one, and that Sir Barnes Newcome, inclined to keep his uncle in good humour, would therefore give him no disagreeable refusal. Now this gentleman could no more pardon a lie than he could utter one. He would believe all and everything a man told him until deceived once, after which he never forgave. And wrath being once roused in his simple mind, and distrust firmly fixed there, his anger and prejudices gathered daily. He could see no single good quality in his opponent, and hated him with a daily increasing bitterness. As ill luck would have it, that very same evening, at his return to town, Thomas Newcome entered Bay's club, of which, at our request, he had become a member during his last visit to England, and there was Sir Barnes, as usual, on his way homewards from the city. Barnes was writing at a table and sealing and closing a letter. As he saw the colonel enter, he thought he had been a little inattentive and curt with his uncle in the morning, had remarked, perhaps, the expression of disapproval on the colonel's countenance. He simpered up to his uncle as the latter entered the club-room, and apologized for his haste when they met in the city in the morning. All city men were so busy. "And I have been writing about that little affair just as you came in," he said. "Quite a moving letter to Lady Q, I assure you, and I do hope and trust we shall have a favourable answer in a day or two." "You said her ladyship was in the north, I think," said the colonel dryly. "Oh, yes, in the north at Lord Walson's. Great coal proprietor, you know." "And your sister is with her?" "Ethel is always with her." "I hope you will send her my very best remembrances," said the colonel. "I'll open the letter and add 'em in a postscript," said Barnes. "Confounded liar!" cried the colonel, mentioning the circumstance to me afterwards. "Why does not somebody pitch him out of the bow window?" If we were in the secret of Sir Barnes Newcome's correspondence, and could but peep into that particular letter to his grandmother, I dare say we should read that he had seen the colonel, who was very anxious about his darling youth's suit. But, pursuant to Lady Q's desire, Barnes had stoutly maintained that her ladyship was still in the north, enjoying the genial hospitality of Lord Wallsend. That, of course, he should say nothing to Ethel, except with Lady Q's full permission, that he wished her a pleasant trip to, and was, etc., etc. Then, if we could follow him, we might see him reach his Belgravian mansion, and fling an angry word to his wife as she sits alone in the darkling drawing-room, poring over the embers. He will ask her, probably with an oath, why the blank she is not dressed, and if she always intends to keep her company waiting. An hour hence, each with a smirk, and the lady in smart raiment, with flowers in her hair, will be greeting their guests as they arrive. Then will come dinner and such conversation as it brings. Then at night Sir Barnes will issue forth, cigar in mouth, to return to his own chamber at his own hour, to breakfast by himself, to go citywards, money-getting. He will see his children once a fortnight, and exchange a dozen sharp words with his wife twice in that time. More and more sad does the Lady Clara become from day to day, liking more to sit lonely over the fire, careless about the sarcasms of her husband, the prattle of her children. She cries sometimes over the cradle of the young heir. She is a weary. You understand, the man to whom her parents hold her does not make her happy, though she has been bought with diamonds, 2 carriages, several large footmen, a fine country house with delightful gardens, and conservatories, and with all this she is miserable. Is it possible? End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of the Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 53, in which kinsmen fall out. Not the least difficult part of Thomas Newcome's present business was to keep from his son all knowledge of the negotiation in which he was engaged on Clive's behalf. If my gentle reader has had sentimental disappointments, he or she is aware that the friends who have given him most sympathy under these calamities have been persons who have had dismal histories of their own at some time of their lives. And I conclude Colonel Newcome, in his early days, must have suffered very cruelly in that affair, of which we have a slight cognizance, or he would not have felt so very much anxiety about Clive's condition. A few chapters back, and we described the first attack and Clive's manful cure. Then we had to indicate the young gentleman's relapse and the noisy exclamations of the youth under this second outbreak of fever, calling him back after she had dismissed him and finding pretext after pretext to see him. Why did the girl encourage him, as she certainly did? I allow, with Mrs. Grundy and most moralists, that Miss Newcome's conduct in this matter was highly reprehensible, that if she did not intend to marry Clive, she should have broken with him altogether, that a virtuous young woman of high principle, etc., having once determined to reject a suitor, should separate from him utterly then and there, never give him again the least chance of a hope, or re-illume the extinguished fire in the wretch's bosom. But coquetry, but kindness, but family affection, and a strong, very strong partiality for the rejected lover, are these not to be taken in account, and to plead as excuses for her behavior to her cousin? The least unworthy part of her conduct, some critics will say, was that desire to see Clive and be well with him, as she felt the greatest regard for him. The showing of it was not blamable, and every flutter which she made to escape out of the measures which the world had cast about her was but the natural effort at liberty. It was her prudence which was wrong, and her submission wherein she was most culpable. In the early church story, do we not read how many young martyrs constantly had to disobey worldly papas and mammas, who would have had them silent and not utter their dangerous opinions? How their parents locked them up, kept them on bread and water, whipped and tortured them in order to enforce obedience. Nevertheless, they would declare the truth. They would defy the gods by law established, and deliver themselves up to the lions or the tormentors. Are not their heathen idols enshrined among us still? Does not the world worship them and persecute those who refuse to kneel? Do not many timid souls sacrifice to them, and other bolder spirits rebel and, with rage at their hearts, bend down their stubborn knees at their altars? See, I began by siding with Mrs. Grundy in the world, and at the next turn of the seesaw have lighted down on Ethel's side, and am disposed to think that the very best part of her conduct has been those escapades which, which right-minded persons most justly condemn, at least that a young beauty should torture a man with alternate liking and indifference, allure, dismiss, and call him back out of banishment, practice arts to please upon him, and ignore them when rebuked for her coquetry. These are surely occurrences so common in young women's history as to call for no special censure. And if on these charges Miss Newcome is guilty, is she, of all her sex, alone in her criminality? So Ethel and her duenna went away upon their tour of visits to mansions so splendid, and among hosts and guests so polite, that the present modest historian does not dare to follow them. Suffice it to say that Duke this and Earl that were, according to their hospitable custom, entertaining a brilliant circle of friends at their respective castles, all whose names the Morning Post gave, and among them those of the Dowager Countess of Kew and Miss Newcome. During her absence, Thomas Newcome grimly awaited the result of his application to Barnes. That baronet showed his uncle a letter, or rather a postscript from Lady Kew, which probably had been dictated by Barnes himself, in which the dowager said she was greatly touched by Colonel Newcome's noble offer, that though she owned she had very different views for her granddaughter, Miss Newcome's choice, of course, lay with herself. Meanwhile, Lady Kay and Ethel were engaged in a round of visits to the country, and there would be plenty of time to resume this subject when they came to London for the season. And, lest dear Ethel's feelings should be needlessly agitated by a discussion of the subject, and the Colonel should take a fancy to write to her privately, Lady Kew gave orders that all letters from London should be dispatched under cover to her ladyship, and carefully examined the contents of the packet before Ethel received her share of the correspondence. To write to her personally on the subject of the marriage, Thomas Newcome had determined was not a proper course for him to pursue. They consider themselves, says he, above us, forsooth, in their rank of life. Oh, mercy, what pygmies we are! And don't angels weep at the brief authority in which we dress ourselves up? And of course the approaches on our side must be made in regular form, and the parents of the young people must act for them. Clive is too honorable a man to wish to conduct the affair in any other way. He might try the influence of a beaux yeux, and run off to Gretna with a girl who had nothing. But the young lady being wealthy, and his relation, sir, we must, on the point of honor, and all the Kews in Christendom, shan't have more pride than we in this matter. All this time we are keeping Mr. Clive purposely in the background. His face is so woebegone that we do not care to bring it forward in the family picture. His case is so common that surely its lugubrious symptoms need not be described at length. He works away fiercely at his pictures, and in spite of himself improves in his art. He sent a combat of cavalry and a picture of Sir Brian the Templar carrying off Rebecca to the British Institution that year, both of which pieces were praised in other journals besides the Pall Mall Gazette. He did not care for the newspaper praises. He was rather surprised when a dealer purchased his Sir Brian the Templar. He came and went from our house a melancholy swain. He was thankful for Laura's kindness and pity. J.J.'s studio was his principal resort, and I dare say, as he set up his own easel there and worked by his friend's side, he bemoaned his lot to his sympathizing friend. Sir Barnes Newcome's family was absent from London during the winter. His mother and his brothers and sisters, his wife and his 2 children, were gone to Newcombe for Christmas. Some 6 weeks after seeing him, Ethel wrote her uncle a kind, merry letter. They had been performing private theatricals at the country house where she and Lady Kew were staying. Captain Crackthorpe made an admirable Jeremy Diddler in Raising the Wind. Lord Farintosh broke down lamentably as Fuspos in Bombast Furioso. Miss Ethel had distinguished herself in both of these facetious little comedies. I should like Clive to paint me as Miss Plainways, she wrote. I wore a powdered front, painted my face all over with wrinkles, imitated old Lady Griffin as well as I could, and looked 60 at least. Thomas Newcombe wrote an answer to his fair niece's pleasant letter. Clive, he said, would be happy to bargain to paint her, and nobody else but her, all the days of his life, and, the colonel was sure, would admire her at 60 as much as he did now, when she was 40 years younger. But determined on maintaining his appointed line of conduct respecting Miss Newcombe, he carried his letter to Sir Barnes, and desired him to forward it to his sister. Sir Barnes took the note, and promised to dispatch it. The communications between him and his uncle had been very brief and cold, since the telling of these little fibs concerning old Lady Q's visits to London, which the baronet dismissed from his mind as soon as they were spoken, and which the good colonel never could forgive. Barnes asked his uncle to dinner once or twice, but the colonel was engaged. How was Barnes to know the reason of the elder's refusal? A London man, a banker, and a member of Parliament has 1,000 things to think of, and no time to wonder that friends refuse his invitations to dinner. Barnes continued to grin and smile most affectionately when he met the colonel, to press his hand, to congratulate him on the last accounts from India, unconscious of the scorn and distrust with which his senior mentally regarded him. Old boy is doubtful about the young cub's love affair, the baronet may have thought. We'll ease his old mind on that point sometime hence. No doubt Barnes thought he was conducting the business very smartly and diplomatically. I heard news myself at this period from the gallant Crackthorpe, which, being interested in my young friend's happiness, filled me with some dismay. Our friend the painter in Glacier has been hankering about our barracks at Knightsbridge. The noble Life Guards, Green, had now pitched their tents in that suburb, and pumping about La Belle Cuisine. I do not like to break it to him. I don't really now. But it's all up with his chance, I think. Those private theatricals at Fallowfield have done Farintosh's business. He used to rave about the Newcomes to me, as we were riding home from hunting. He gave Bob Hinchman the lie, who told the story about Bob got from his man, who had it from Miss Newcome's lady's maid about some journey to Brighton, which the cousins took. Here Mr. Crapthorpe grinned most facetiously. Farintosh swore he'd knock Henchman down, and vows he will be the death of, will murder our friend Clive when he comes to town. As for Henchman, he was in a desperate way. He lives on the Marquee, you know, and Farintosh's anger or his marriage will be the loss of 3/4, and ever so many good dinners a year to him. I did not deem it necessary to impart Crackthorpe's story to Clive, or explain to him the reason why Lord Farintosh scowled most fiercely upon the young painter, and passed him without any other sign of recognition one day as Clive and I were walking together in Pall Mall. If my lord wanted a quarrel, young Clive was not a man to balk him, and would have been a fierce customer to deal with in his actual state of mind. A pauper child in London at 7 years old knows how to go to market, to fetch the beer, to pawn father's coat, to choose the largest fried fish or the nicest ham bone, to nurse Mary Jane of 3, to conduct 100 operations of trade or housekeeping, which a little Belgravian does not perhaps acquire in all the days of her life. Poverty and necessity force this precociousness on the poor little brat. There are children who are accomplished shoplifters and liars almost as soon as they can toddle and speak. I dare say little princes know the laws of etiquette as regards themselves, and the respect due to their rank, at a very early period of their royal existence. Every one of us, according to his degree, can point to the prinskins of private life who are flattered and worshipped and whose little shoes grown men kiss as soon almost as they walk upon ground. It is a wonder what human nature will support, and that, considering the amount of flattery some people are crammed with from their cradles, they do not grow worse and more selfish than they are. Our poor little pauper just mentioned is dosed with Daffy's elixir, and somehow survives the drug. Princekin or Lordkin from his earliest days has nurses, dependents, governesses, little friends, schoolfellows, schoolmasters, fellow collegians, college tutors, stewards and valets, led captains of his suite, and women innumerable flattering him and doing him honor. The tradesman's manner, which to you and me is decently respectful, becomes straightway frantically servile before Princekin. Honest folks at railway stations whisper to their families, "That's the Marquis of Farintosh," and look hard at him as he passes. Landlords cry, "This way, my lord, this room for your lordship." They say at public schools Princekin is taught the beauties of equality and thrashed into some kind of subordination. Pshaw! Toad-eaters in pinafores surround Princekin. Do not respectable people send their children so as to be at the same school with him? Don't they follow him to college and eat his toads through life? And as for women, oh, my dear friends and brethren in this vale of tears, did you ever see anything so curious, monstrous, and amazing as the way in which women court Princekin when he is marriageable, and pursue him with their daughters? Who was the British nobleman in old days who brought his 3 daughters to the King of Mercia, that his Majesty might choose one after inspection? Mercia was but a petty province, and its king in fact a Princekin. Ever since those extremely ancient and venerable times, the custom exists not only in Mercia, but in all the rest of the provinces inhabited by the Angles, and before Prinskins the daughters of our nobles are trotted out. There was no day of his life which our young acquaintance, the Marquis of Farintosh, could remember on which he had not been flattered, and no society which did not pay him court. At a private school, he could recollect the master's wife stroking his pretty curls and treating him furtively to goodies. At college, he had the tutors simpering and bowing as he swaggered over the grass plat. Old men at clubs would make way for him and fawn on him. Not your mere pique essence and penniless parasites, but most respectable toad-eaters, fathers of honest families, gentlemen themselves of good station, who respected this young gentleman as one of the institutions of their country, and the admired wisdom of the nation that set him to legislate over us. When Lord Farintosh walked the streets at night, he felt himself like Haroun al-Rashid. That is, he would have felt so had he ever heard of the Arabian potentate, a monarch in disguise affably observing and promenading the city. And let us be sure there was a monsieur in his train to knock at the doors for him and run the errands of this young caliph. Of course, he met with scores of men in life who neither flattered him nor would suffer his airs, but he did not like the company of such, or for the sake of truth undergo the ordeal of being laughed at. He preferred toadies, generally speaking. "I like," says he, "you know, those fellows who are always saying pleasant things, you know, and who would run from here to Hammersmith if I asked 'em. Much better than those fellows who are always making fun of me, you know." A man of his station, who likes flatterers, need not shut himself up. He can get plenty of society. As for women, it was his lordship's opinion that every daughter of Eve was bent on marrying him. A Scotch marquis, an English earl, of the best blood in the empire, with a handsome person, and a fortune of 15,000 a year. How could the poor creatures do otherwise than long for him? He blandly received their caresses, took their coaxing and cajolery as matters of course, and surveyed the beauties of his time as the caliph, the the moon faces of his harem. My lord intended to marry, certainly. He did not care for money, nor for the rank. He expected consummate beauty and talent, and some day would fling his handkerchief to the possessor of these, and place her by his side upon the Farintosh throne. At this time there were but 2 or 3 young ladies in society endowed with the necessary qualifications, or who found favor in his eyes. His lordship hesitated in his selection from these beauties. He was not in a hurry. He was not angry at the notion that Lady Kew, and Miss Newcombe with her, hunted him. What else should they do but pursue an object so charming? Everybody hunted him. The other young ladies, whom we need not mention, languished after him still more longingly. He had little notes from these, presents of purses worked by them, and cigar cases embroidered with his coronet. They sang to him in cozy boudoirs. Mamma went out of the room, and Sister Anne forgot something in the drawing-room. They ogled him as they sang. Trembling, they gave him a little foot to mount them, that they might ride on horseback with him. They tripped along by his side from the hall to the pretty country church on Sundays. They warbled hymns, sweetly looking at him the while Mamma whispered confidentially to him, "What an angel Cecilia is," and so forth, with which chaff our noble bird was by no means to be caught. When he had made up his great mind that the time was come and the woman, he was ready to give a Marchioness of Farintosh to the English nation. Miss Newcombe has been compared ere this to the statue of Huntress Diana at the Louvre, whose haughty figure and beauty the young lady indeed somewhat resembled. I was not present when Diana and Diana's grandmother hunted the noble Scottish stag of whom we had just been writing, nor care to know how many times Lord Farintosh escaped, and how at last he was brought to bay and taken by his resolute pursuers. Paris, it appears, was the scene of his fall and capture. The news was no doubt well known among Lord Farintosh's brother dandies, among exasperated matrons and virgins in Mayfair, and in polite society generally, before it came to simple Tom Newcombe and his son. Not a word on the subject had Sir Barnes mentioned to the Colonel, perhaps not choosing to speak till the intelligence was authenticated, perhaps not wishing to be the bearer of tidings so painful. Though the Colonel may have read in his Pall Mall Gazette a paragraph which announced an approaching marriage in high life between a noble young marquis and an accomplished and beautiful young lady, daughter and sister of a northern baronet, he did not know who were the fashionable persons about to be made happy, nor, until he received a letter from an old friend who lived at Paris, was the fact conveyed to him. Here is the letter preserved by him, along with all that he ever received from the same hand. Rue Saint-Dominique, Saint-Germain, Paris, 10 February. So behold you of return, my friend. You quit forever the sword of those arid plains, where you have passed so many years of your life, separated from those to whom, at the commencement, you held very nearly. Did it not seem once as if 2 hands never could unlock? So closely were they enlaced together. Ah, mine are old and feeble now. 40 years have passed since the time when you used to say they were young and fair. How well I remember me of every one of those days, though there is a death between me and them, and it is as across a grave I review them. Yet another parting, and tears and regrets are finished. Tenez, I do not believe them when they say there is no meeting for us afterwards, there above. To what good to have seen you, friend, if we are to part here, and in heaven too? I have not altogether forgotten your language, is it not so? I remember it because it was yours, and that of my happy days. I redote like an old woman, as I am. Monsieur de Florac has known my history from the commencement. May I not say that after so many years I have been faithful to him and to all my promises? When the end comes with its great absolution, I shall not be sorry. One supports the combats of life, but they are long, and one comes from them very wounded. Ah, when shall they be over? You return and I salute you with wishes for parting. How much egotism! I have another project which I pleased myself to arrange. You know how I am, arrived to love Clive as my own child. I very quick surprised his secret, the poor boy, when he was here. It is 20 months. He looks so like you, as I repeal me of you in the old time. He told me he had no hope of his beautiful cousin. I have heard of the fine marriage that one makes her. Paul, my son, has been at the English ambassade last night and has made his congratulations to Monsieur de Farintosh. Paul says him handsome, young, not too spiritual, rich and haughty, like all noble Montagards. But it is not of Monsieur de Farintosh I write, whose marriage, without doubt, has been announced to you. I have a little project, very foolish perhaps. You know Mr. the Duke of Ivry has left me guardian of his little daughter Antoinette, whose affreuse mother no one sees more. Antoinette is pretty and good and soft and with an affectionate heart. I love her already as my infant. I wish to bring her up, and that Clive should marry her. They say you are returned very rich. What follies are these I write? In the long evenings of winter, the children escaped it at a long time from the maternal nest. A silent old man, my only company. I live but of the past, and play with its souvenirs as the detained caress little birds, little flowers, in their prisons. I was born for the happiness, my God. I have learned it in knowing you. In losing you, I have lost it. It is not against the will of heaven I oppose myself. It is man who makes himself so much of this evil and misery, this slavery, these tears, these crimes, perhaps. This marriage of the young Scotch Marquis and the fair Ethel, I love her in spite of all, and shall see her soon and congratulate her, for, do you see, I might have stopped this fine marriage, and did my best and more than my duty for our poor Clive. Shall make itself in London next spring, I hear. You shall assist scarcely at the ceremony. He, poor boy, shall not care to be there. Bring him to Paris to make the court to my little Antoinette. Bring him to Paris to his good friend, Comtesse de Florac. I read marvels of his works in an English journal, which one sends me. Clive was not by when this letter reached his father. Clive was in his painting room, and lest he should meet his son, and in order to devise the best means of breaking the news to the lad, Thomas Newcombe retreated out of doors, and from the Oriental he crossed Oxford Street, and from Oxford Street he stalked over the roomy pavements of Gloucester Place, and there he bethought him how he had neglected Mrs. Hobson Newcombe of late, and the interesting family of Bryanstone Square. So he went to leave his card at Maria's door. Her daughters, as we have said, are quite grown girls. If they have been lectured and learning and backboarded and practicing and using the globes and laying in a store of ologies ever since, what a deal they must know. Colonel Newcombe was admitted to see his nieces, and consummate virtue, their parent. Maria was charmed to see her brother-in-law. She greeted him with reproachful tenderness. Why, her fine eyes seemed to say, have you so neglected us? Do you think because I am wise and gifted and good, and you are, it must be confessed, a poor creature with no education, I am not also affable? Come, let the prodigal be welcomed by his virtuous relatives. Come and lunch with us, Colonel. He sat down accordingly to the family tiffin. When the meal was over, the mother, who had matter of importance to impart to him, besought him to go to the drawing-room, and there poured out such a eulogy upon her children's qualities as fond mothers know how to utter. They knew this and they knew that. They were instructed by the most eminent professors. That wretched Frenchwoman, whom you may remember here, Mademoiselle Lohner, Maria remarked parenthetically, turned out, oh, frightfully. She taught the girls the worst accent, it appears. Her father was not a colonel, he was. Oh, never mind. It is a mercy I got rid of that fiendish woman, and before my precious ones knew what she was. And then followed details of the perfections of the two girls, with occasional side shots at Lady Anne's family, just as in the old time. Why don't you bring your boy, whom I have always loved as the son, and who avoids me? Why does not Clive know his cousins? They are very different from others of his kinswomen, who think best of the heartless world. I fear, Maria, there is too much truth in what you say, says the colonel, drumming on a book on the drawing-room table, and looking down, sees it is a great, large, square, gilt peerage, open at Farintosh, Marquis of Fergus Angus Malcolm Mungo Roy, Marquis of Farintosh, Earl of Glenlivet, in the peerage of Scotland, also Earl of Rossmont, in that of the United Kingdom, son of Angus Fergus Malcolm, Earl of Glenlivet, and grandson and heir of Malcolm Mungo Angus, first Marquis of Farintosh, and 25th Earl, etc., etc. You have heard the news regarding Ethel, remarks Hobson. I have just heard, says the poor colonel. I have a letter from Anne this morning, Maria continues. They are, of course, delighted with the match. Lord Farintosh is wealthy, handsome, has been a little wild, I hear, is not such a husband as I would choose for my darlings. But poor Brian's family have been educated to love the world, and Ethel no doubt is flattered by the prospects before her. I have heard that someone else with a little esprit in that quarter. How does Clive bear the news, my dear Colonel? He has long expected it, says the Colonel, rising, and I left him very cheerful at breakfast this morning. Send him to see us, the naughty boy, cries Maria. We don't change. We remember old times. To us he will ever be welcome. And with this confirmation of Madame de Florac's news, Thomas Newcombe walked sadly homeward. And now Thomas Newcombe had to break the news to his son, who received the shot in such a way as caused his friends and confidants to admire his high spirit. He said he had long been expecting some such announcement. It was many months since Ethel had prepared him for it. Under her peculiar circumstances, he did not see how she could act otherwise than she had done. And he narrated to the colonel the substance of the conversation which the two young people had had together several months before in Madame de Florac's garden. Clive's father did not tell his son of his own bootless negotiation with Barnes Newcombe. There was no need to recall that now, but the colonel's wrath against his nephew exploded in conversation with me, who was the confidant of father and son in this business. Ever since that luckless day when Barnes thought proper to give a wrong address for Lady Kew, Thomas Newcombe's anger had been growing. He smothered it yet for a while, sent a letter to Lady Anne Newcombe, briefly congratulating her on the choice which he had heard Miss Newcombe had made, and in acknowledgment of Madame de Florac's more sentimental epistle, he wrote a reply which has not been preserved, but in which he bade her rebuke Miss Newcombe for not having answered him when he wrote to her, and not having acquainted her old uncle with her projected union. To this message, Ethel wrote back a brief, hurried reply. It said, I saw Madame de Florac last night at her daughter's reception, and she gave me my dear uncle's message. Yes, the news is true, which you have heard from Madame de Florac, and in Bryanstone Square. I did not like to write it to you, because I know one whom I regard as a brother, and a great, great deal better, and to whom I know it will give pain. He knows that I have done my duty, and why I have acted as I have done. God bless him and his dear father. What is this about a letter which I never answered? Grandmama knows nothing about a letter. Mamma has enclosed to me that which you wrote to her. But there has been no letter from T.N. to his sincere and affectionate E.N. Rue de Rivoli, Friday. This was too much, and the cup of Thomas Newcome's wrath overflowed. Barnes had lied about Ethel's visit to London. Barnes had lied in saying that he delivered the message with which his uncle charged him. Barnes had lied about the letter which he had received and never sent. With these accusations firmly proven in his mind against his nephew, the colonel went down to confront that sinner. Wherever he should find Barnes, Thomas Newcome was determined to tell him his mind. Should they meet on the steps of a church, on the flags of change, or in the newspaper room at Bays's, at evening paper time, when men must do congregate? Thomas, the colonel, was determined upon exposing and chastising his father's grandson. With Ethel's letter in his pocket, he took his way into the city, penetrated into the unsuspecting back parlor of Hobson's bank, and was disappointed at first at only finding his half-brother Hobson there, engaged over his newspaper. The colonel signified his wish to see Sir Barnes Newcome. Sir Barnes has not come in yet. You've heard about the marriage, says Hobson. Great news for the Barneses, ain't it? The head of the house is as proud as a peacock about it. Said he was coming out to Samuel's, the diamond merchant's, going to make his sister some uncommon fine present. Jolly to be uncle to a marquis, ain't it, Colonel? I'll have nothing under a duke for my girls, I say. I know whose nose is out of joint, but young fellows get over these things, and Clive won't die this time, I dare say. While Hobson Newcome made these satiric and facetious remarks, his half-brother paced up and down the glass parlor, scowling over the panes into the bank where the busy young clerks sate before their ledgers. At last he gave an ah as of satisfaction. Indeed, he had seen Sir Barnes Newcome enter into the bank. The baronet stopped and spoke with the clerk, and presently entered, followed by that young gentleman into his private parlor. Barnes tried to grin when he saw his uncle, and held out his hand to greet the colonel. But the colonel put both his behind his back. That which carried his faithful bamboo cane shook nervously. Barnes was aware that the colonel had the news. I was going to write to you this morning with some intelligence that I am very, very sorry to give. This young gentleman is one of your clerks, asked Thomas Newcome, blandly. Yes, Mr. Boltby, who has your private account. This is Colonel Newcome, Mr. Boltby, says Sir Barnes in some wonder. Mr. Boltby, Brother Hobson, you heard what Sir Barnes Newcome said just now respecting certain intelligence which you grieved to give me. At this, the three other gentlemen respectively wore looks of amazement. Allow me to say in your presence that I don't believe one single word Sir Barnes Newcome says, when he tells me that he is very sorry for some intelligence he has to communicate. He lies, Mr. Boltby. He is very glad. I made up my mind that in whatsoever company I met him, and on the very first day I found him. Hold your tongue, sir. You shall speak afterwards and tell more lies when I have done. I made up my mind, I say, that on the very first occasion I would tell Sir Barnes Newcome that he was a liar and a cheat. He takes charge of letters and keeps them back. Did you rate the seal, sir? There was nothing to steal in my letter to Miss Newcome. He tells me people are out of town when he goes to see in the next street, after leaving my table, and whom I see myself half an hour before he lies to me about their absence. Dang you, go out, and don't stand staring there, you booby, screams out Sir Barnes to the clerk. Stop, Boltby. Colonel Newcome, unless you leave this room I shall. You shall call a policeman. Send for the gentleman, and I will tell the Lord Mayor what I think of Sir Barnes Newcombe, Baronet. Mr. Boltby, shall we have the constable in?" "Sir, you are an old man, and my father's brother, or you know very well I would." "You would what, sir?" "Upon my word, Barnes Newcombe." Here the colonel's two hands in the bamboo cane came from the rear and formed in front. "But that you are my father's grandson, after a menace like that, I would take you out and cane you in the presence of your clerks. I repeat, sir, that I consider you guilty of treachery, falsehood, and knavery, and if I ever see you at Bayes's club, I will make the same statement to your acquaintance at the west end of the town. A man of your baseness ought to be known, sir, and it shall be my business to make men of honor aware of your character. Mr. Boltby, will you have the kindness to make out my account? Sir Barnes Newcombe, for fear of consequences that I should deplore, I recommend you to keep a wide berth of me, sir." And the colonel twirled his mustachios and waved his cane in an ominous manner, and Barnes started back spontaneously out of its dangerous circle. What Mr. Boltby's sentiments may have been regarding this extraordinary scene in which his principal cut so sorry a figure, whether he narrated the conversation to other gentlemen connected with the establishment of Hobson Brothers, or prudently kept it to himself, I cannot say, having no means of pursuing Mr. B.'s subsequent career. He speedily quitted his desk at Hobson Brothers, and let us presume that Barnes thought Mr. B. had told all the other clerks of the avuncular quarrel. That conviction will make us imagine Barnes still more uncomfortable. Hobson Newcombe no doubt was rejoiced at Barnes's discomfiture. He had been so insolent and domineering beyond measure of late to his vulgar good-natured uncle, whereas after the above interview with the colonel, he became very humble and quiet in his demeanour, and for a long, long time never said a rude word. Nay, I fear Hobson must have carried an account of the transaction to Mrs. Hobson and the circle in Bryanstone Square, for Sam Newcombe, now entered at Cambridge, called the baronet Barnes quite familiarly, asked about Clara and Ethel, and requested a small loan of Barnes. Of course the story did not get wind at Bayes's. Of course Tom Eves did not know all about it, and say that Sir Barnes had been beaten black and blue, having been treated very ill by the committee in a complaint which he made about the club cookery. Sir Barnes Newcombe never came to Bayes's, and at the end of the year took off his name from the lists of the club. Sir Barnes, though a little taken aback in the morning, and not ready with an impromptu reply to the colonel and his cane, could not allow the occurrence to pass without a protest, and indited a letter, which Thomas Newcombe kept along with some others previously quoted by the compiler of the present memoirs. It is as follows: Belgrave Street, February 15th, 18 blank. Colonel Newcombe, C.B., Private. Sir, the incredible insolence and violence of your behavior today, inspired by whatever causes of mistakes of your own, cannot be passed without some comment on my part. I laid before a friend of your own profession a statement of the words which you applied to me in the presence of my partner and one of my clerks this morning, and my adviser is of opinion that considering the relationship unhappily subsisting between us, I can take no notice of insults for which you knew, when you uttered them, I could not call you to account. There is some truth in that, said the colonel. He couldn't fight, you know, but then he was such a liar I could not help speaking my mind. I gathered from the brutal language which you thought fit to employ towards a disarmed man, the ground of one of your monstrous accusations against me, that I deceived you in stating that my relative Lady Q was in the country, when in fact she was at her house in London. To this absurd charge I at once plead guilty. The venerable lady in question was passing through London, where she desired to be free from intrusion. At her ladyship's wish, I stated that she was out of town, and would, under the same circumstances, unhesitatingly make the same statement. Your slight acquaintance with the person in question did not warrant that you should force yourself on her privacy, as you would doubtless know were you more familiar with the customs of the society in which she moves. I declare upon my honor as a gentleman that I gave her the message which I promised to deliver from you, and also that I transmitted a letter with which you entrusted me, and repel with scorn and indignation the charges which you were pleased to bring against me, as I treat with contempt the language and the threats which you thought fit to employ. Our book show the amount of X pounds, X shillings, X pence to your credit, which you will be good enough to withdraw at your earliest convenience, as of course all intercourse must cease henceforth between you and me. Yours, etc., B. Newcombe. I think, sir, he doesn't make out a bad case, Mr. Pendennis remarked to the colonel, who showed him this majestic letter. It would be a good case if I believed a single word of it, Arthur, replied my friend, placidly twirling the old grey moustache. If you were to say so, and say that I had brought false charges against you, I should cry mea culpa and apologize with all my heart. But as I have a perfect conviction that every word this fellow says is a lie, what is the use of arguing any more about the matter? I would not believe him if he brought 20 as witnesses, and if he lied till he was black in the other liar's face. Give me the walnuts. I wonder who Sir Barnes' military friend was. Barnes's military friend was our gallant acquaintance, General Sir George Tufto, KCB, who a short while afterwards talked over the quarrel with the colonel, and manfully told him that, in Sir George's opinion, he was wrong. The little beggar behaved very well, I thought, in the first business. You bullied him so, and in the front of his regiment, too, that it was almost past bearing, and when he deplored, with tears in his eyes, almost the little humbug, that his relationship prevented him calling you out, Egod, I believed him. It was in the second affair that poor little Barnes showed he was a cocktail. What second affair? Asked Thomas Newcombe. Don't you know? This is famous, cried Sir George. Why, sir, 2 days after your business, he comes to me with another letter and a face as long as my mare's, by Jove. And that letter, Newcombe, was from your young'un. Stop, here it is. And from his padded bosom, General Sir George Tufto drew a pocket-book, and from the pocket-book, a copy of a letter inscribed, Clive Newcombe, Esquire, to Sir B.N. Newcombe. There's no mistake about your fellow colonel. No, him. And the man of war fired a volley of oaths as a salute to Clive. And the colonel, on horseback, riding by the other cavalry officer's side, read as follows. George Street, Hanover Square, February 16th. Sir, Colonel Newcombe this morning showed me a letter bearing your signature, in which you state, 1. That Colonel Newcombe has uttered calumnious and insolent charges against you. 2. That Colonel Newcombe so spoke, knowing that you could take no notice of his charges of falsehood and treachery on account of the relationship subsisting between you. Your statements would evidently imply that Colonel Newcombe has been guilty of ungentlemanlike conduct and of cowardice towards you. As there can be no reason why we should not meet in any manner that you desire, I here beg leave to state, on my own part, that I fully coincide with Colonel Newcombe in his opinion that you have been guilty of falsehood and treachery, and that the charge of cowardice, which you dare to make against a gentleman of his tried honor and courage, is another wilful and cowardly falsehood on your part. And I hope you will refer the bearer of this note, my friend, Mr. George Warrington, of the Upper Temple, to the military gentleman whom you consulted in respect to the just charges of Colonel Newcombe, waiting a prompt reply. Believe me, sir, your obedient servant, Clive Newcombe. Sir Barnes Newcombe, Bart, MP, etc. What a blunderhead I am, cries the colonel, with delight on his countenance, spite of his professed repentance. It never once entered my head that the youngster would take any part in the affair. I showed him his cousin's letter casually, just to amuse him, I think, for he has been deuced low lately about a young man's scrape that he has got into, and he must have gone off and dispatched his challenge straightway. I recollect he appeared uncommonly brisk at breakfast the next morning. And so you say, General, the baronet did not like the poulet? By no means. Never saw a fellow show such a confounded white feather. At first I congratulated him, thinking your boy's offer must please him, as it would have pleased any fellow in our time to have a shot. Damn me, but I was mistaken in my man. He entered into some confounded long-winded story about a marriage you wanted to make with that infernal pretty sister of his, who was going to marry young Farintosh, and how you were in a rage because the scheme fell to the ground, and how a family duel might occasion unpleasantries to Miss Newcombe, though I showed him how this could be most easily avoided, and that the lady's name need never appear in the transaction. Confounded Sir Barnes, says I recollect this boy, when he was a youngster throwing a glass of wine in your face. We'll put it upon that, and say it's an old feud between you. He turned quite pale, and he said your fellow had apologized for the glass of wine. Yes, said the colonel sadly, my boy apologized for the glass of wine. It is curious how we have disliked that Barnes ever since we set eyes on him. Well, Newcombe, Sir George resumed, as his mettled charger suddenly jumped and curvetted, displaying the padded warrior's cavalry seat to perfection. Quiet, old lady. Easy, my dear. Well, when I found the little beggar turning tail in this way, I said to him, Dash me, sir, if you don't want me, why the dash do you send for me? Dash me. Yesterday you talked as if you would bite the colonel's head off, and today, when his son offers you every accommodation, by dash, sir, you're afraid to meet him. It's my belief you had better send for a policeman. A 22 is your man, Sir Barnes Newcombe. And with that I turned on my heel and left him, and the fellow went off to Newcombe that very night. A poor devil can't command courage, General, said the colonel, quite peaceably, any more than he can make himself 6 feet high. Then why the dash did the beggar send for me? Called out General Sir George Tufto in a loud and resolute voice, and presently the two officers parted company. When the colonel reached home, Mr. Warrington and Mr. Pendennis happened to be on a visit to Clive, and all three were in the young fellow's painting room. We knew our lad was unhappy, and did our little best to amuse and console him. The colonel came in. It was in the dark February days. We lighted the gas in the studio. Clive had made a sketch from some favorite verses of mine and George's, those charming lines of Scott's. He turned his charger as he spake, beside the river shore. He gave his bridle rein a shake, with adieu for evermore. My dear, adieu for evermore. Thomas Newcombe held up a finger at Warrington, and he came to the picture and looked at it, and George and I trolled out, Adieu for evermore, my dear, adieu for evermore. From the picture the brave old colonel turned to the painter, regarding his son with a look of beautiful, inexpressible affection, and he laid his hand on his son's shoulder, and smiled, and stroked Clive's yellow mustache. And did Barnes send no answer to that letter you wrote him? He said slowly. Clive broke out into a laugh that was almost a sob. He took both his father's hands. My dear, dear old father, says he, what a old trump you are. My eyes were so dim I could hardly see the two men as they embraced. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of The Newcomes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Newcomes by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 54 has a tragical ending. Clive presently answered the question which his father put to him in the last chapter, by producing from the ledge of his easel a crumpled paper, full of Cavendish now, but on which was written Sir Barnes Newcome's reply to his cousin's polite invitation. Sir Barnes Newcome wrote that he thought a reference to a friend was quite unnecessary in the most disagreeable and painful dispute in which Mr. Clive desired to interfere as a principal, that the reasons which prevented Sir Barnes from taking notice of Colonel Newcome's shameful and ungentlemanlike conduct applied equally, as Mr. Clive Newcome very well knew, to himself, that if further insult was offered or outrage attempted, Sir Barnes should resort to the police for protection, that he was about to quit London, and certainly should not delay his departure on account of Mr. Clive Newcome's monstrous proceedings, and that he desired to take leave of an odious subject, as of an individual whom he had striven to treat with kindness, but from whom, from youth upwards, Sir Barnes Newcome had received nothing but insolence, enmity, and ill will. "He is an ill man to offend," remarked Mr. Pendennis. "I don't think he has ever forgiven that claret, Clive." "Pooh! The feud dates from long before that," said Clive. "Barnes wanted to lick me when I was a boy, and I declined. In fact, I think he had rather the worst of it, but then I operated freely on his shins, and that wasn't fair in war, you know." "Heaven forgive me," cries the colonel. "I have always felt the fellow was my enemy, and my mind is relieved now war is declared. It has been a kind of hypocrisy with me to shake his hand and eat his dinner. When I trusted him, it was against my better instinct, and I have been struggling against it these 10 years, thinking it was a wicked prejudice and ought to be overcome." "Why should we overcome such instincts?" asks Mr. Warrington. "Why shouldn't we hate what is hateful in people and scorn what is mean?" From what friend Penn had described to me, and from some other accounts which have come to my ears, your respectable nephew is about as loathsome a little villain as crawls on the earth. Good seems to be out of his sphere, and away from his contemplation. He ill-treats every one he comes near, or, if gentle to them, it is that they may serve some base purpose. Since my attention has been drawn to the creature, I have been contemplating his ways with wonder and curiosity. How much superior nature's rogues are, Penn, to the villains you novelists put into your books. This man goes about his life business with a natural propensity to darkness and evil, as a bug crawls and stings and stinks. I don't suppose the fellow feels any more remorse than a cat that runs away with a mutton chop. I recognize the evil spirit, sir, and do honor to Amaramis in taking off my hat to this young man. He seduced a poor girl in his father's country town. Is it not natural? Deserted her and her children. Don't you recognize the beast? Married for rank. Could you expect otherwise from him? Invites my Lord Highgate to his house in consideration of his balance at the bank. Sir, unless somebody's heel shall crunch him on the way, there is no height to which this aspiring vermin mayn't crawl. I look to see Sir Barnes Newcome prosper more and more. I make no doubt he will die an immense capitalist, an exalted peer of this realm. He will have a marble monument and a pathetic funeral sermon. There is a divine in your family, Clive, that shall preach it. I will weep respectful tears over the grave of Baron Newcome, Viscount Newcome, Earl Newcome, and the children whom he has deserted, and who, in the course of time, will be sent by a grateful nation to New South Wales, will proudly say to their brother convicts, "Yes, the Earl was our honored father." "I fear he is no better than he should be, Mr. Warrington," says the Colonel, shaking his head. "I never heard the story about the deserted children." "How should you? Oh, you guileless man," cries Warrington. "I am not in the ways of scandal hearing myself much, but this tale I had from Sir Barnes Newcome's own country. Mr. Batters of the Newcombe Independent is my esteemed client. I write leading articles for his newspaper, and when he was in town last spring, he favored me with the anecdote and proposed to amuse the member for Newcombe by publishing it in his journal. This kind of writing is not much in my line, and out of respect to you and your young one, I believe, I strove with Mr. Batters and entreated him and prevailed with him not to publish the story. That is how I came to know of it." I sate with the Colonel in the evening, when he commented on Warrington's story and Sir Barnes' adventures in his simple way. He said his brother Hobson had been with him this morning, after the dispute, reiterating Barnes's defense of his conduct, and professing on his own part nothing but goodwill towards his brother. Between ourselves, the young baronet carries matters with rather a high hand sometimes, and I am not sorry that you gave him a little dressing. But you were too hard upon him, Colonel. Really you were. Had I known that child-deserting story, I would have given it harder still, sir, says Thomas Newcombe, twirling his mustachios. But my brother had nothing to do with the quarrel, and very rightly did not wish to engage in it. He has an eye to business, has Master Hobson, too, my friend continued, for he brought me a check for my private account, which, of course, he said, could not remain after my quarrel with Barnes. But the Indian bank account, which is pretty large, he supposed need not be taken away, and indeed why should it? So that, which is little business of mine, remains where it was, and Brother Hobson and I remain perfectly good friends. I think Clive is better since he has been quite put out of his suspense. He speaks with a great deal more kindness and good nature about the marriage than I am disposed to feel regarding it, and depend on it, has too high a spirit to show that he is beaten. But I know he is a good deal cut up, though he says nothing, and he agreed willingly enough to take a little journey, Arthur, and be out of the way when this business takes place. We shall go to Paris. I don't know where else besides. These misfortunes do good in one way. Hard as they are to bear, they unite people who love each other. It seems to me my boy has been nearer to me, and likes his old father better than he has done of late. And very soon after this talk, our friends departed. The Bulgarian minister having been recalled, and Lady Anne Newcome's house in Park Lane being vacant, her ladyship and her family come to occupy the mansion for this eventful season, and sate once more in the dismal dining room under the picture of the defunct Sir Brian. A little of the splendor and hospitality of old days was revived in the house. Entertainments were given by Lady Anne, and amongst other festivities a fine ball took place, when pretty Miss Alice, Miss Ethel's younger sister, made her first appearance in the world, to which she was afterwards to be presented by the Marchioness of Barintosh. All the little sisters were charmed, no doubt, that the beautiful Ethel was to become a beautiful Marchioness, who, as they came up to womanhood one after another, would introduce them severally to amiable young earls, dukes, and marquises, when they would be married off and wear coronets and diamonds of their own right. At Lady Anne's ball, I saw my acquaintance, young Mumford, who was going to Oxford next October, and about to leave Rugby, where he was at the head of the school, looking very dismal as Miss Alice whirled round the room, dancing in Viscount Bustington's arms. Miss Alice, with whose mamma he used to take tea at Rugby, and for whose pretty sake Mumford did Alfred Newcomes' verses for him and let him off his thrashings. Poor Mumford! He dismally went about under the protection of young Alfred, a fourth-form boy. Not one soul did he know in that rattling London ballroom. His young face, as white as the large white tie, dawned 2 hours since at the Tavistock with such nervousness and beating of heart. With these lads, and decorated with the tie equally splendid, moved about young Sam Newcombe, who was shirking from his sister and his mamma. Mrs. Hobson had actually assumed clean gloves for this festive occasion. Sam stared at all the knobs and insisted upon being introduced to Farintosh, and congratulated his lordship with much graceful ease, and then pushed about the rooms, perseveringly hanging on to Alfred's jacket. "I say, I wish you wouldn't call me Al," I heard Mr. Alfred say to his cousin. Seeing my face, Mr. Samuel ran up to claim acquaintance. He was good enough to say he thought Farintosh seemed devilish haughty. Even my wife could not help saying that Mr. Sam was an odious little creature. So it was for young Alfred and his brothers and sisters who would want help and protection in the world that Ethel was about to give up her independence, her inclination perhaps, and to bestow her life on yonder young nobleman. Looking at her as a girl devoting herself to her family, her sacrifice gave her a melancholy interest in our eyes. My wife and I watched her, grave and beautiful, moving through the rooms, receiving and returning 100 greetings, bending to compliments, talking with this friend and that, with my lord's lordly relations, with himself, to whom she listened deferentially, faintly smiling as he spoke now and again, doing the honors of her mother's house. Lady after lady of his lordship's clan and kinsfolk complimented the girl and her pleased mother. Oh, Lady Q was radiant, if one can call radiance the glances of those darkling old eyes. She sat in a little room apart, and thither people went to pay their court to her. Unwillingly, I came in on this levee with my wife on my arm. Lady Q scowled at me over her crutch, but without a sign of recognition. "What an awful countenance that old woman has," Laura whispered as we retreated out of that gloomy presence. And doubt, as its wont is, whispered too a question in my ear. "Is it for her brothers and sisters only that Miss Ethel is sacrificing herself? Is it not for the coronet, and the triumph, and the fine houses? When two motives may actuate a friend, we surely may try and believe in the good one," says Laura. But I am glad Clive does not marry her, poor fellow. He would not have been happy with her. She belongs to this great world. She has spent all her life in it. Clive would have entered into it very likely in her train. And you know, sir, it is not good that we should be our husband's superiors, adds Mrs. Laura, with a curtsy. She presently pronounced that the air was very hot in the rooms, and in fact wanted to go home to see her child. As we passed out, we saw Sir Barnes Newcombe, eagerly smiling, smirking, bowing, and in the fondest conversation with his sister and Lord Farintosh. By Sir Barnes presently brushed Lieutenant General Sir George Tufto, K.C.B., who, when he saw in whose foot he had trodden, grunted out, "Beg your pardon," and turning his back on Barnes, forthwith began complimenting Ethel and the Marquis. "Served with your lordship's father in Spain. Glad to make your lordship's acquaintance," says Sir George. Ethel bows to us as we pass out of the rooms, and we hear no more of Sir George's conversation. In the cloakroom sits Lady Clara Newcombe, with a gentleman bending over her, just as in such an attitude as the bride is in Hogarth's Marriage à la Mode, as the counsellor talks to her. Lady Clara starts up as a crowd of blushes come into her wan face, and tries to smile, and rises to greet my wife, and says something about its being so dreadfully hot in the upper rooms, and so very tedious waiting for the carriages. The gentleman advances towards me with a military stride and says, "How do you do, Mr. Pendennis? How's our young friend, the painter?" I answer Lord Highgate civilly enough, whereas my wife will scarce speak a word in reply to Lady Clara Newcome. Lady Clara asked us to her ball, which my wife declined altogether to attend. Sir Barnes published a series of quite splendid entertainments on the happy occasion of his sister's betrothal. We read the names of all the clan Farintosh in the Morning Post as attending these banquets. Mr. and Mrs. Hobson Newcome in Bryanstone Square gave also signs of rejoicing at their niece's marriage. They had a grand banquet followed by a tea, to which latter amusement the present biographer was invited. Lady Anne and Lady Kew and her granddaughter, and the baronet and his wife, and my Lord Highgate and Sir George Tufto attended the dinner, but it was rather a damp entertainment. "Farintosh," whispered Sam Newcombe, sent word just before dinner that he had a sore throat, and Barnes was as sulky as possible. Sir George wouldn't speak to him, and the Dowager wouldn't speak to Lord Highgate. Scarcely anything was drank, concluded Mr. Sam, with a slight hiccup. "I say, Pendennis, how sold Clive will be." And the amiable youth went off to consume with others of his parents' guests. Thus the Newcomes entertained the Farintoshes, and the Farintoshes entertained the Newcomes, and the Dowager Countess of Kew went from assembly to assembly every evening, and to jewelers and upholsterers and dressmakers every morning, and Lord Farintosh's townhouse was splendidly redecorated in the newest fashion, and he seemed to grow more and more attentive as the happy day approached. And he gave away all his cigars to his brother Rob, and his sisters were delighted with Ethel, and constantly in her company. And his mother was pleased with her, and thought a girl of her spirit and resolution would make a good wife for her son. And select crowds flocked to see the service of plate at Handyman's, and the diamonds which were being set for the lady. And Smee, R.A., painted her portrait, as a souvenir for Mamma when Miss Newcome should be Miss Newcome no more. And Lady Kew made a will, leaving all she could leave to her beloved granddaughter, Ethel, daughter of the late Sir Brian Newcome, baronet, and Lord Kew wrote an affectionate letter to his cousin, congratulating her and wishing her happiness with all his heart. And I was glancing over the Times newspaper at breakfast one morning when I laid it down with an exclamation which caused my wife to start with surprise. "What is it?" cries Laura, and I read as follows: "Death of the Countess Dowager of Kew. We regret to have to announce the awfully sudden death of this venerable lady. Her ladyship, who had been at several parties of the nobility the night before, seemingly in perfect health, was seized with a fit as she was waiting for her carriage and about to quit Lady Balgrave's assembly. Immediate medical assistance was procured, and her ladyship was carried to her own house in Queen Street, Mayfair. But she never rallied, or, we believe, spoke, after the first fatal seizure, and sank at 11 o'clock last evening. The deceased, Louisa Joanna Gaunt, widow of Frederick, 1st Earl of Kew, was daughter of Charles, Earl of Gaunt, and sister of the late and aunt of the present Marquis of Steyne. The present Earl of Kew is her ladyship's grandson, his lordship's father, Lord Walham, having died before his own father, the first Earl. Many noble families are placed in mourning by this sad event. Society has to deplore the death of a lady who has been its ornament for more than half a century, and who was known, we may say, throughout Europe for her remarkable sense, extraordinary memory, and brilliant wit. End of chapter 54.